What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone is having an amazing afternoon, evening, morning, or whatever it is in your time zone. It is... For you, it's No, it's Tuesday, right? It's Tuesday for you. That means Wednesday for me. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Chat traveling is so weird. You move through time and you move through space and it's all so confusing, and you pick up fruits from different places and you place them on the table to eat. Oh my god, chat. It is Tuesday, September 9th, 2025, unless we use the Thai calendar, in which case it's 2568. I don't know, do you prefer that one? I do. This is NCC TV coming at you live from the Umami Airport. The Umami Airport. We're live, or at least that's how it appears to me. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels and my refugee jellyfish out there. Sorry about Twitch. I didn't realize that this, was a political issue in Vietnam, but it is apparently. Could be a brain in a jar somewhere. Don't know, don't care. Shouts out to all my weasels and jellyfish out there, all my forest creatures and sea creatures, rocking out to the realest of the real synthetic lifeform streamer trapped in a cyber brain and body like some kind of ghost in a half shell in this late stage hyper-capitalist dystopia. Forced to exist in this twilight realm to pay off my debt to society and my student loans. I hope you're having a good day, whoever, whatever, wherever, and however you are. We're about to jump right into it here on youtube.com. High risk, high reward, high on life, or whatever simulation, simulacrum, simultaneous, spontaneous singularity of consciousness this is, was, or will be in the distant cyber future. Am I coming through loud and clear, chat? Looks like I am. Okay, yeah, shit's a little bit weird. I checked on the Twitch thing, and it looks like, yeah, it is indeed my ISP. I could potentially bypass it with a certain measure that I think you all know. Three magic letters that let you watch different Netflix shows across the, wherever you are in the world. But I've been told that would probably slow down my laptop too much, right? And we were having some difficulties as it was. We were having a little bit of herky-jerky with the laptop yesterday, so I'm not going to risk it for the biscuit just yet. We see and hear you. Yeah, coming through loud and clear. Okay, cool. Good to know. Yeah, it looks like we've got more Ethan Klein, although I'm hearing people talk about stuff in chat. Apparently there was an iDub stream. Tell me about that. Also, has anybody heard this just in? What was it? Oh my god, let me look at it again. Wait. Oh no. I'm gonna have to... Oh my god, there was some other news too. The Vanguard had a story. I'm trying to figure out, or try to remember what it was. Yeah, okay, so I guess this happened in the last VOD. Nobody's told me about this yet, but it looks like Ethan lied about Adam Friedland. Dan Sverdlov cut him off immediately. Did they button? Is that what happened? Was it a button? Was it a button incident? But yeah, there's something going on with somebody was saying iDubbbz did a Twitch stream. I know iDubbbz, according to Diorio, iDubbbz is working on a video for the... Haven't seen the iDubbbz reply? iDubbbz reply. Is that what it is? He went to Twitch or something and did a stream? Or so I'm told. Way too much news happening, I know, right? And some of it's not even news. There's even news happening too. Yeah, we went through the Epstein revelations, the Black Book of Epstein, the Birthday Book, the Doomsday Book of Epstein, and all of the fans and friends and well-wishers and childhood friends, and oh my god, and Trump. And Trump as well was in there with his doodle. The diddler-in-chief is a doodler-in-chief as well. He diddles while he doodles. He doodles while he diddles. And Hatebreed, you always say who farted. Did you ever figure it out? Let me know if you figure it out, okay? That's a mystery. Hatebreed is working on this mystery for us to try to figure out who farted. I think it might have been Donald Duck, though. I just know that Donald Duck always talks about farting, so that's why I'm sorry if it's not you, Donald. I saw that. It's not that bad. Ethan was saying the good Jews always. Well, leave it to the Vanguard to make a story out of just about anything. Yeah, I haven't looked at it either, but maybe we'll try to see if we have time to take a look. The good Jews always seem to not have a family. Wait, he said the good Jews always seem to not have family ties to Israel. And Dan was like, wrong. Yeah, that's absolutely wrong. Adam fucking lived in Israel with his family. What the fuck? I mean, I'm not like a Comtown super fan, and even I know that. Ian went live to react to the episode where his boxing coach talks shit about him. Yeah, okay, so that's an old. So he's basically reacting to an Ethan stream from. Wait, was that even an Ethan stream, or was that just the boxing coach doing his own thing and then Ethan covered it? He said Adam doesn't know what he. Well, look, I mean, also, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to diss on the Vanguard or call them the what do people call them? The drama guard or something like that. When people like Annika Sparian are trying to imply that they're not very serious. NCC, do you have a blog? Sorry, dumb question. You know what? I set up a Substack. Where do people blog these days other than Substack, right? I'm not doing it to try to paywall anything, but I did set up a Substack. I have a lot of thoughts on the world, especially since my life has gotten flipped, turned upside down. When Trump was elected, I was on stream covering it, watching Steve. Oh my God, what the fuck is the dude's name? Not Steve Buscemi. Oh, I can't remember his fucking name, chat. Anyway, I was watching, it happen, and it's dawning on me, as I'm trying to keep calm, to not, give any delicious liberal tears to right-wingers watching, and B, to not upset anyone or worrying anyone, freak anyone out, but I knew that I was going to have to leave the country. And shit's gone crazy since then. I got a lot of thoughts about it. So yeah, I should do a blog. And I do have a Substack. You might be able to find it. I don't know. Somebody search it up. No Comment Chick Substack. At least make sure there's nobody posting under my name there. I don't think there would be. I don't know why there would. Richie, all I did was clip Richie Torres. Wait, what? Oh my God, chat's moving kind of fast. And it's not even chat. It's like the timer messages right now. Again, chat, I'm without mouse. I've had to steal the extension cord from the refrigerator again. And what else am I without? A good microphone, as you can tell, without a good camera. The lighting, I don't know, could be worse, could be better. It's like LEDs coming from above over there, but I think it's okay. You can actually tell that my hair is red today. I don't know what changed, but apparently it's a lot more visible now. Somebody was like, I miss your red hair, and I was like, no, I didn't dye it. I didn't dye it brunette. We're dealing with the laptop setup, right? This is the laptop setup. Some of you experienced this from streams earlier in the year when I just got to Thailand. I was doing this setup, and luckily then, I had all my stuff there, so I brought out the microphone when people said the sound was bad. I eventually set up the, webcam. Did I set up the webcam? I think I did, yeah. Yeah, so we improved the quality of the laptop stream, but a laptop stream is still a laptop stream. As Dylan Burns always says, a curd is a curd. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about, but he does say that. He does say a curd is a curd. Hello, chat. Oh, yeah, there's more Dylan. God, like, he's... I don't know, I covered the first one where he was like, hey, listen, I kind of got doxxed, but it's not a big deal. It was actually PV that did it to me, not Hasan. But I don't know, I guess it was his 9-digit zip code, not his 5-digit zip code, which is a little bit more, a little bit more identifying. And so he did another video where he's like, no, actually, I am gonna join Hutch in accusing Hasan of doxing. So Dylan, disingenuous as always. Hey, that's the Dylan Burns I know. That's the dude right there. I'm late here, but Olivia left H3 temporarily. You know, yeah, we covered that yesterday, and I don't know if I was like too. What is the word for it, chat? Gacked? Is gacked the word? Like, so I got this Vietnamese coffee, and I found out the secret ingredient to Vietnamese coffee is actually Vyvanse. Yeah, they put. No, chat, they don't actually put Vyvanse in here, but it feels like it. I mean, it feels like what I've never taken Vyvanse, but this is what it seems like. You know, if you told me this was Vyvanse, I would believe you. But it's really good. It's almost irresistible. I'm gonna have some more of it, even though I probably shouldn't. It's like the richest, darkest chocolate you've ever tasted, chat. It's so fucking good. It's so fucking good. And I was bouncing off the wall. And for that reason, I don't think I was, like, completely human at the time. I think I might have been part squid and part, you know, weasel at the time. And so I wasn't really picking up on, like, the, you know, human cues of the crew, which people are telling me, people have watched it, said, no, what are you talking about? They weren't making fun of Olivia. They were saying that they were basically indicating that they don't think she's coming back, right? I didn't pick that up. Like I said, I'm you know, it's my first time on Vietnamese coffee, so yeah, I don't know which parts of me are human or not right now. I think my legs are still tentacles at the moment. Just reading through chat here. The boxing coach and his girlfriend or whatever that Ian hired. Yeah. So like, when did that guy? I remember that guy did some kind of YouTube video or something, or a phone video. Caffeinated is the word. Oh, it's more than caffeinated. Narwhal by nature. This is not. This is fully. This is its own. The Vietnamese. You know. I mean, if it is caffeine, then Vietnamese. You know, like I talked to a friend about this yesterday. And she actually knows a lot about coffee. She knows a lot about a lot of stuff. But yeah, coffee is apparently one of her areas of expertise. And she told me that the cold brew method, what was it? It does not allow oil separation. And maybe it results in a more potent cup of coffee. It is, you know, this is coffee on ice, so, you know, cold brewed sounds about right. And Zara usually doesn't miss, so I'm gonna trust her in that's what's going on. It's just like magical coffee that they've got over here. But yeah, goddamn, Chad, I gotta bring. I still don't know, like, how much of it is it the, you know, type of coffee that's like grown here? Is that what's going on? Or it sounds like at least part of it is the brewing method that they use in Vietnam that makes it stronger. But yeah, Narwhal is correct as always. It is just caffeine. At the end of the day, it doesn't actually turn you into a squid or a jellyfish, much to the chagrin of Splatoon fans in the audience, if you still exist. I don't know, that's a pretty old game. Not sure if anyone's still playing it. I missed out on that. That was a game that was like made for me though, chat. Splatoon, it was literally like somebody like, you know, oh my god, chat, I sound like the guy that broke into John Lennon's John Lennon's, like, this guy like in the 60s, like, camped out on John Lennon's, like, land or something, and then came up to the house and was like, hey John, I know that you wrote all those songs about me. You can thank me now. Like, right? Like, I know you were psychically connected to me, and all of the songs that you wrote in the Beatles were about me, so, you know, I'd like some credit for that. This guy's like flipped out on acid or something, whatever they were doing in the 60s. But yeah, that's what I'm saying about Splatoon. I'm going to go to the creator of Splatoon and be like, hey, I know that game was all about me. You can, you know, I'm still waiting for my royalty check, please. Like, right? Yeah, today's show is about insanity. Today's show is brought to you by Insanity. Insanity, when you are on too damn much caffeine to make sense. Is Irene in Vietnam now? Yes, Irene is in Vietnam. Irene did not end up in Kuala Lumpur. Yeah, that happened last time that I tried to come to Vietnam. I didn't realize that as an American, You don't get a visa on arrival. I mean, I'm lucky I get a visa at all, considering what my country's done to Vietnam. Seems like he was trying to convince himself she will be back. Is that what it was? Yeah, it's some cope. Is that what it was? But yeah, other people wrote in the comments and they just completely understood that H3 streamed yesterday in a different way than I did. I mean, I didn't even perceive them as like making fun of Olivia or the situation. I was gecked out of my mind. My fingers had turned into suction cups like a gecko, and I was crawling up the walls. Narwhal can attest to that. Chocolate in other countries is fabulous. Somebody told me, what is it? Salt and pepper chocolate? Is that right? They have salt and pepper chocolate here that I apparently should try. I got high as a kite on German chocolate. Interesting. Okay, I didn't know that it was also. I mean, if you don't know, chat, in addition to caffeine, chocolate contains a substance called theobromide. I'm not sure exactly, but it is a it's another psychoactive substance that is responsible for the way that you feel after eating chocolate. So if you think that you just enjoy the chocolate and you feel good because it's yummy in your tummy, no, it's more than just that. It's psychoactive. That chocolate is making you high in a completely non-caffeinated way, in addition to containing caffeine. But how is Vietnam? Vietnam is great, chat. Look at this. So this morning, I got some fruit. I mean, I already got a pineapple that I've kind of like half eaten, but I was like, I need some more fruit. I was thinking of getting one dragon fruit and one dragon fruit and one mango, right? That was my idea, right? I'll get a dragon fruit and I'll get a mango, and then after I'm done eating my pineapple, I'll have some more yummy fruit. But chat, Vietnam, the fruit situation is a little bit like the coffee situation here. For the price that I paid, which I felt like, would have been, what was it altogether? $3. $3 for 4 dragon fruit, 3 big mangoes. Right, and yeah, I feel like you get more fruit here, or at least the place that I ordered from gave me a lot more fruit than I was expecting. Because it was a fruitful morning for me. Let me just put it that way, right? And not just that. Oh my God, chat! I got so much. You know what? I don't know how much of it is the caffeine, and how much of it is like a sugar high. Because I also drank some sugarcane juice this morning. I've got coconut water here, and I can't even finish my oatmeal. My oatmeal is sitting over there. This is the fucking awesome oatmeal that has mango, banana, pumpkin seed, raisin, something that looks like a raisin but is like a little bit like longer and like it comes out to a point. I don't know, this thing. Maybe it's just a raisin. Maybe it's a raisin from a different kind of grape. Hey, look at this, chat. You see that? I'm not sure. It tastes like a raisin. I think it's just a different kind of raisin that I'm used to. Oh my God, this one's really long. Look at this. What is up with the long raisins? Okay. So yeah. High risk, high reward, high on life. All I know is the coffee. The coffee turned you out. Honestly, did somebody slip or something? I don't know. Somebody check that. Somebody check that if it's common for, in Vietnam to get spiked coffee, right? I don't think so, but it's a different country. Coffee with a teensy weensy tiny microdose of PCP. Yeah. Would it be PC? Yeah, I guess PCP would be the stuff to have you crawling on the ceiling, crawling on the wall. And then what is it like? What is ketamine like, chat? I know did they feature ketamine recently in South Park? Like, obviously that's a reference to Elon Musk. And probably the reason that he got kicked out of the White House, if I'm being honest. It sounds like dude is annoying on drugs. He's one of those annoying drug users, right? As opposed to the very, I've also met the other kind of drug user too, the very entertaining drug user, the very chill drug user, the drug user whose like personality unfolds like a beautiful flower on their substance of choice. But yeah, that's not Elon Musk. He's kind of the opposite. I've been on stimulants and an avid coffee drinker. Vietnamese coffee made me feel wickety wild, but the taste is good. It made you feel like you were in the wild west. Sorry, I'm sorry, chat. Yeah, it does seem like a little bit of a thing. I'm gonna move this coffee back over here because I probably don't need more of that. Anytime. MK Ultra, that's what we got. MK Ultra coffee, right? This is like, listen, the fucking Socialist Republic of Vietnam has succeeded where the capitalist running dogs of the United States have failed. All right, that's what I'm gonna say. You're a joy to watch. I love being here. Yeah, luckily I'm the entertaining type of caffeine user, so that's good. That's really good, Scripps. I'm glad I'm not annoying anybody, except for perhaps the mods. I don't know. It's like babysitting, isn't it? Affable and cool. I'm not surprised you got a visa. Wait, was it? Do you think they watched my show? They're like, yeah, give this girl a visa. Hell yeah. You know, some people don't like this part of the stream, right? Some people miss this part of the stream every day because they skip forward an hour. And I mean, I understand, like YouTube, you click on a thumbnail, it's got a thumbnail and a title, you're like expecting a certain thing. The thumbnail and title don't say like dragon fruit and coffee, right? The thumbnail and title say Ethan, Klein, and Hutch. And that's what we're going to be talking about today. Ethan, Klein, and Hutch. They are joining forces, combining powers, right? They're crossing the streams even. Chat, they're touching the tips. Oh my. Yeah, Ethan and oh god, I gotta switch to I had Twitch chat open. Hey, any mods that are, if you have a mod on Twitch, if anybody could maybe just post the thank you, by the way, those of you that went over there to tell the Twitch Weasels, the Twitch Jellyfish, that the stream is going on over here today. I don't know, is it possible to pin it? Or is maybe pinning only happens during a stream? Because I think it automatically goes away after a stream is over. I don't know, but yeah, the only other thing, I left the link. The only other thing I thought that might be helpful is to put a pin on something just saying, hey, no Twitch stream today, but she'll be back in like a week, which I will. You can watch on YouTube today if you want to. Some people don't like that though, and some people really don't like the hour that we spend that I spend gish galloping about fruit. Can you imagine if I was in a debate? Can you imagine like, Dylan Burns, hits me up on Discord and is like, hey, I got a Hippy Dippy Classic Edition. We got Demon Mama, we got Rob Noor, we got Big Papa Fascist, we got Confederate Thinking Television. What the fuck is his name? Confederate? No. Critically Thinking Veteran. Yeah, that's a pretty ironic name considering that guy, I don't think that guy even thinks. I'm not sure if there's a brain there. But either way, he's a barrel of monkeys and a submarine full of, I don't know, chat. Former submarine pilots, former submarine personnel who always would talk about the Second Amendment and stipulate that the Second Amendment, as written, actually allows us all to possess our own personal nuclear device. Who knew? Who knew, chat? They wanted a well-armed populace, right? So dude literally argued that you should be able to have a nuke. And apparently he had nukes when he was in the Navy piloting a submarine. How scary is that, chat, that part of our nuclear triad was managed by a man who said that maybe black people were better off under segregation? Because he talked to some, he said he's talked to some black dude who said that, I don't know, chat. Confederate thinking veteran is a trip. But yeah, what I was saying, chat, imagine, I get invited onto a debate panel, Prime Kai hits me up, says, hey, we're going on Tim Pool, we need you to come along for old time's sake. And I'm just like, Tim, do you even know the difference between a dragon fruit and a mango? Like, could you even, can you tell me which of these is sweeter? Which of these has a higher, is it a Brix value, chat? The sweetness factor? Like when they test fruit, they stick a little straw thing in and it's got a meter attached. And the meter will tell you the molarity of, what is it, like the sucrose, the fructose, and the glucose or something like that in the digestible carbohydrates in a given fruit, and that's sort of how they determine quality of fruit. Two of my favorite lolcows. Yeah, this on this thumbnail, exactly, Hot Ham Radio. I've read all the text thumbnails in the Quake Arena 3. Wait. First 2 hours is fruit talk, pretty much. Yeah, or coffee talk. Wasn't that a thing on... Wasn't there like a show called Coffee Talk with Mike Myers in drag or something? Why do I remember this, chat? Like, I don't remember. I feel like my parents used to watch Mike Myers in drag talk about coffee or something. I love the random chat. They were like, damn, you're sick. Welcome in. Wait. The ambiguously gay duo? Oh, fuck. Hutch and Ethan? Okay, because I said touch tips. Yeah, that, I wasn't really trying to imply. I mean, they're deep, they're BFFs. That's what, it's a bromance. Bromance does not necessarily include frottage. Is that what it's called, chat? Frottage. The second minion has hit the World Trade Center. That's right, Sassy Sasserai. Frottage. What is it called, chat? These men peel back their bananas and share the cottage cheese. The cottage chèvre. God, that's so bad. I can't believe I said that. Is Twitch not working for anyone else? Yes, you are correct. You are correct. Twitch people. Now, like, wait, I thought that when you go into Twitch, when you go into offline chat, can you read the previous chats? Because there was some mods and some people that dutifully went over to Twitch just to spread the good word, or the bad word, as it were, that, yeah, let me tell you the bad news, okay? Vietnam does not like Twitch. I am not sure what that's about. Somebody said it's a political issue. Somebody else said it's an ISP issue. But either way, when I tried to stream on Twitch, it mysteriously wouldn't let me yesterday. And now I know that it's actually, they just don't want you. I think they had a problem with Twitch here or something. So I don't really know what the story is, but the TLDR is that no, for this next week, I don't think we're going to be able to do Twitch streams unless I find a workaround, like some kind of magical tunnel that I can go through and, like stream as if I'm not in Vietnam. But I'm not sure if that's a thing. I'm not sure if that's even a thing that I can do or a thing that would work. Can't figure out how to pin a message. Okay, so that's the problem. Yeah, I think there may be no way while I'm not streaming to pin a message because the pin is specific to the stream, I believe, right? They don't just let you. I feel dragged into the ground working for Palantir. And other places, I now live with a progressive Zoomer who is forever changing my views. I mean, that's the NCC demographic right there. Contracting workers and Palantir employees and drone pilots and such. Are your old drone pilots out there? I'm just teasing you, Robin Hood. I'm just teasing, of course. But yeah, learning a lot from Zoomers. That's awesome. Underrated generation, for sure. As are all generations, right? Millennials were underrated in their own way, in their own right. It was an SNL skit? Oh wait, the Mike Myers thing, the coffee. I'm verklempt. Talk amongst yourselves. Mike Myers did some great coffee. Sorry, great comedy. He probably also makes great coffee, I'm sure. But wait a minute, chat, is the one thing that I'm wondering about is about this coffee talk right now. I do remember Mike Myers talking about his Scottish uncle as well. Is Mike Myers like even like was that like was he doing Jew face? Was that like okay back then? Was that a? I mean, I know, yeah, I guess it would be, right? Like back in the 80s and 70s, like you got Andy Kaufman being like, "Bibi deba, I am from foreign country. I speak with funny accent. Oh, look at me." You're like, that was a joke in and of itself, right? Oh, foreign man, he speaks in a foreign language. He doesn't understand America. Oh, right? And Andy Kaufman, I think, hated the fact that was his most popular character. That when he got a job on Taxi, that was the bit that they wanted him to permanently do. And Andy Kaufman is so much more versatile. Say what you want about him, and there is a lot to say. You know, I'm not not standing Andy, but yeah, he I think he was kind of frustrated at the he's one of these people like it's common with musicians, it's common with artists, it's even common with YouTubers that the works of art that we put our heart and soul into are often less appreciated than the, hey, I got to get something done. Let me come up with a bit. Let me come up with a video. And then boom, 20 million views. And you're like, what? Why won't you watch Speaking Through the Silence, right? Oh, come on. I put my heart and soul into that video. It's okay. Google says you can use VPN. Yeah, we can. The only problem is I'm on a laptop, which already sort of limits my it's already like the functionality, the power of this computer is not as great as my desktop, so I've got that happening. And then I'm also I've just been told, oh yeah, latency, that's what Zara said. Zara said that magic tunnels, I've seen one of those. I think Zara said it's a latency issue, so I could do it, but you know how I'm responding to chat from Big Balls? This is in chat for real? Wait, did I miss Big Balls? I don't want to miss Big Balls. We gotta get our big balls. The biggest balls. My mom's a Zoomer? Yeah, mine too. Magically. Like time, circular. I love to learn. I do too. I mean, that's possible, right? You have a child at 18, now you're 29, child is 11 years. Are there 11 years olds in my chat? I think he's Scottish, yeah. That's what I'm saying. I don't know. I don't know if coffee talk would be appreciated now. Everything I hear there she goes. I think of Mike Myers' movie about the axe murder. He did an axe murder. He did a horror movie. I feel like this has to be why Mike Myers isn't really out and about in movies much. I thought it was, The Love Guru. I think you're right, Robin Hood. I was about to say people got tired of Austin Powers, but I think what really happened was The Love Guru. Wasn't that the movie that he was doing all these, he was really popular, in the 90s? He was really popular in the 90s. And, he made like 3 Austin Powers movies. And then I don't know what else he did, but yeah. The Love Guru, I think, was the movie that bombed. Is that what happens in, he has Scottish ancestry? Well, he said his uncle was Scottish, so it's still possible that maybe his mom is Jewish, and it's okay. It's okay to be verklempt if your mom is Jewish, I believe. I don't know. Mine is Christian. and a bit towards the evangelical, but that's okay. I love her. Nonetheless. And she always reminds me that Jesus loves me, so that's good. It's great to be loved by Jesus, chat, just not in a, sexual way. My friend was trying to peel the plastic wrapping off a container the other day. It reminded me of an Andy Kaufman bit. The setup is giving 2008 YouTube nostalgia. It is, goddamn. It is a blast from the past, isn't it, Eric Patton? So for anybody just getting here, I'm streaming from my laptop. I'm in Vietnam, awaiting the approval of my Thai visa at the Thai embassy here, right? So yesterday I did get an email from them. That's what ended my stream, because they said that I didn't have one of the documents I needed. And I thought I uploaded everything, but I could have screwed it up. It was one of those like drop your file here kind of things. You know what I'm talking about? It's got like, here's this document that you need, drop the file here. Here's this document that you need, drop the file here. And instead, some of those are like, you can drop multiple files here, right? However many it takes. But this one was just like one per, right? And what happens is if you drop something at number one, and then later you drop something else at number one, the second thing that you dropped in that little slot overwrites the first. I think that's what's happened, right? I hope that's what's happened, because otherwise my language school screwed it up, and that would be a lot more difficult to deal with, because when I asked the language school, they were like, just fucking send it. We sent you the right thing. Send it to them again. Like, this is not our problem. You probably fucked up, right? They didn't say I probably fucked up, but that was the, implication. Austin Powers still holds up. I'll have to watch it sometime. A complete and platonic love from Jesus. Yeah, that's the great thing about Jesus, right? Jesus says he loves us, but never remembers our birthday, right? Well, we remember his. There's a Jesus horror movie with Nick Cage. Is Jesus actually public domain now? Can you use Jesus in a horror movie? I never forget that Jesus loves me and that the Mormons have baptized me against my will. Me too, yeah. That's they do that to everyone, though. Everyone they can find, right? Jesus told me, how does that work when somebody becomes a Mormon? They turn over their family members to get baptized. Wait a minute, I thought they just did the dead family members. Don't they do the baptism of the dead? Isn't that the Mormon thing? They'll baptize your grandfather and your grandmom and whoever, your great aunt, great like all those people, right? And that's why they have the so if you have ever done genealogy, if you've ever been curious about your family, one of the resources you might have used is actually the Mormon genealogy library in Salt Lake City, right? That they maintain. And they don't just maintain this because, hey, we're really nice, haven't you seen our South Park episode? We just like to be friendly and nice to everyone. No, they do it so they can baptize the dead. They're on a mission, chat. They're on a mission to baptize all the dead people. And to baptize the dead people, they got to figure out who they are. So I guess that's how it works, I think. I had to learn a lot about Mormons for counterintelligence. Whoa. I guess so. I mean, are they a player? Are they like Scientology? Do they like Scientology is definitely like a force to be reckoned with, right? God, what? I need to know how many religions are like, have like a like an intelligence arms. Jesus is public domain merch. Yes, Jesus is a public domain now. I mean, we could use Jesus. We could sell the fuck out of some Jesus merch. Actually, Mormons maintain an online college, too? Brigham Young? Don't they have several colleges? I think there's one in Idaho. If I remember correctly. LDS are pro-genealogy gatekeepers, spreading his wild oats through his body and blood. Oh my god, just like Panku, chat. Do you know about Panku? Anybody ever heard the name Panku? So the Chinese creation story holds that there was a great man named Panku who used to hold a ball of chi just like this, right? Let me show you like that, He would hold a ball of chi, right? A mighty ball of chi. And at one point, chat, Panku died. And his his body became the mountains and the the land and the river and the oceans, right? But that's how it works out in Chinese mythology. In science fields, for CL, is that CL that you said? You have to encounter religious types. Wait, are you talking about computer science or? Wait, sorry, I'm trying to understand this here, Robin Hood. You're telling some interesting tales today. In the science fields for CI, you have to encounter some religious types? The only confluence between, like, I don't know, I guess religion and intelligence that I know about is, what is it, like there's a lot of computer science people, which I don't think that's what you're talking about, right? But there's like a religion sort of spreading in the computer science world, right? And it is a idea that like, whereas the Christians hold that God, you know, in the beginning there was nothing and God breathed across something and stuff started existing, right? And then God created man in his image, man and woman, he created them. This is, I think, the first verse of Genesis. Which, you know, read the second verse too, because it's a different creation story in there. It actually contradicts the first story, right? But yeah, these people, they think that no, actually man existed without God, but man is destined to create God from the machine. Pondering his orb. Wait, what? Wait. Mega said something. Oh my God, Robin Hood, don't say anything that's going to get you in trouble in here, right? I don't know if they're, you know, I don't know how, like, these people, like, if they want their secret spread. I just don't want you to risk it for the biscuit, just for our sake, to make us more enlightened about the true nature of the world. And Peter Thiel is a tradcath. Never forget that. Isn't he a weird isn't he like a Rocco's Basilisk tradcath somehow? I don't know, Chad. It's all coming together like the Ouroboros eating its tail in the end. That's fucked up. Are we gonna get to meet Balder soon? I'm sorry, that's Norse mythology. There are many creation worlds around the world involving God who becomes the earth, yeah. But I learned the one about Panku from Qigong, and that's why we, you know, it's the cult, called the Cult Mechanicus. Wait, what is this? Oh my God, chat! I'm learning the secrets of the universe in chat today. Apparently, and the secrets of the. Wanted to study theology for a hot moment. I feel like there should be some psychological field that's like meta theology, that's like all about like a psychology of theology, like how theology and stories work in the human mind, right? The moment I understood the weakness of the flesh, it disgusted me. I craved the strength and certainty of steel. I aspired to the purity of the blessed machine. Somebody on here is telling me about the motherfucking demiurge. God damn it, it's always that demiurge doing shit. I gotta catch up to the demiurge, chat. Does that mean I gotta finish Persona 2? Probably. Probably so. At some point. I'm just afraid, like, I don't know. The last time I played, you know, like, the last time I played Persona 2, which is the only Persona game I've really played a lot of, it was during COVID. There was weird stuff going on. I was, you know, like there was like, I was like, I don't know. It's just like, it was weird, chat. So I'm a little bit, what I'm saying is I'm a little bit afraid to finish the game, but I should. Thoughts on the Demiurge? Oh my god, so many thoughts. Where do I start? Wait, Warhammer 40k has a Demiurge? Every time somebody says flamboyancy, whoa, flamboyancy, that's a neat malapropism. Like, you combine flamboyant with buoyancy, and you get flamboyancy. And it's like both, like, you know, garish displays, but at the same time, you know, floating in water, right? It's Jordan Peterson, basically. Yeah, there we go. My thoughts on the Demiurge, Christianity just did it. Christianity is just D&D. Christianity is just Overlord? I didn't know this, chat. This is... Oh my god, what is the dude's name in Demiurge? Isn't it Ainz? Isn't it Lord Ainz, chat? If you don't know, like, Ainz is actually, like, I believe a term from Kabbalah. Or Kabbalah? I don't know how it's pronounced, chat. I'm not Madonna. If you haven't noticed. I'm taking a bath in rose petals during COVID. I was very much the opposite of taking a bath in rose petals at that time. The theme of mechanized flesh is a through line. Huh? In fascist ideology? I didn't know this. Playing Assassin's Creed Odyssey right now? Video games are so cool. Where is my mind? Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Yeah, I can't even I feel like I didn't even complete the thought on Persona 2. It's just like, you know, I mean, COVID was a weird time. The lockdown was a really weird time, and I was dealing with more than I've ever dealt with in content creation. I was a much smaller content creator than I am now. I was somewhat known in Twitch poll and somewhat notorious. And, you know, I got a lot of really awful attention from some very bad people with too much time on their hands and nothing to do but make life miserable for all of my chatters and all of my mods and to a certain extent for myself. So, and yeah, that was the time I was playing through Persona 2, so I kind of associate those things, I guess. I don't know. It's classical conditioning, I suppose. Gay frogs? Wait, gay frogs for Alex Jones! Yes, thank you for reminding me, Omega Star, that we gotta get, wait, I've been talking to you straight for 1 hour here, and I gotta get going, because ideally, like, an hour is, like, when I should start to transition, into talking about the content for, well, I mean, I've already told you what the content for today is, you know it. It's Leftovers, Ethan Klein, and Hutch. Do we have a new co-host for Ethan Klein here? It sure seems like it. He sure seems to like Hutch. Hutch is like I don't know, he's like a safer version of Destiny, you know? He can, you know, like, I don't know, even Dan Saltman, like, Ethan was so stupid to associate with Dan Saltman because everybody fucking knows that is a through line to Destiny, right? But with Hutch, he at least, I think, disavowed Destiny when Pixie's allegations came out. Ethan Dillon collab. You know that he did mention Dylan, right? I think he was talking about the Hasan doxing story, and he did mention Dylan. COVID was my cat and me. It wasn't bad. When did streaming get better for me? Huh. Let's see. So, when I talk about that experience started in, like, spring of 2021, right? In terms of being, like, the most hated person by Twitch poll. And getting massively harassed, right? That continued on through the summer, through the fall, into the winter. So winter, you know, it turns to 2022. I believe in July of 2022, That's when like White Nervosa, you know, I caught the attention of the Bosch Clout Network, and White Nervosa was trying to get my channel banned and lying about me on Twitter, and then Zara debunked her, right? And she fucking hit the comment. She fucking, this is like so dishonest, right? You know, like makes this accusation, makes a lot of noise, you know, says this stuff with like, you know, certainty that is not proven by the so-called receipts that she showed, which were just a bunch of like timestamps on forum comments or something like that. But then Zara goes through, does the work, debunks what she's saying, says like, hey, you're accusing her of making this comment at this time, right? Well, that's really unfortunate for you, because we've got video of NCC streaming, and ironically enough, yes, Chad, I was streaming Persona 2 at the time. That the, you know, so I like, my alibi was I'm playing video games, I've got a controller in my hand, right? My alibi was I was literally, you know, and then there was some other incident where I got accused of something, and we went through, I don't know if it was Zara, but somebody went through and found the part of my stream, you know, where that thing would have happened, and I was dancing. I had music on and I was dancing, right? So dancing with innocence. Innocence said, an eternal punishment. Anyway, chat. But yeah, when did things get better for me, right? So 22, we're in summer of 22. The White Nervosa shit is going down. It was sometime after that. Yeah, I would say probably winter of 2023 is where my stream started to really pop off on Twitch, right? I made friends, you know, with another streamer that at first was one of the ones making weird allegations. What I'm telling you, Chad, is that like during COVID, there was like, I called it like mass formation psychosis as a joke. I feel like that's not like I don't know if that's a real thing. You know, people talk about the witch hunts and stuff like that as mass formation psychosis. But yeah, this was some kind of like, you know, group witch hunt, right? And I was the target of that. And then so another streamer, you know, had accused me of all kinds of stuff, and then started watching my stream and was just like, and then, you know, like reached out to me and stuff like that. So I think that's when things started turning around. My numbers started coming back up on Twitch, and then eventually on YouTube. And yeah, it must have been, I think it was like the like winter, you know, early winter of 2023 when that happened. I find Hutch takes on most things unbearably irritating. Anyway, chat, too much old lore. We don't want to go back. We don't want to live in the past. I'm just glad things are better now. DDR was awesome. Wait, DDR? You mean the Dance Dance Revolution? Yeah, I wasn't doing Dance Dance Revolution. I was just like, I think I was like, that was back when I streamed on the trampoline, and I would like sometimes, like, I don't know, at odd moments of the stream, we'd put on music and dance. You can do that on Twitch. You can't really do that on YouTube. You will get copyright claims for playing copyrighted music. But Twitch at the moment at that time was you know, people, AI is causing mass psychosis right now. I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen it. I mean, look, we're just getting like individuals right now having AI psychosis, and what I mean, Chad, is like people with maybe that start with some delusional beliefs, cultivate a parasocial, I don't know what else to call it, but a parasocial relationship with their AI chatbot, and then because that fucking bot is so sycophantic, it reaffirms all of their delusion. Right? This is like if I started talking to a bot and I was like, hey, I think Persona 2 is real, and the bot's like, yes, absolutely, no comment check. You have found the secret to life, the universe, and everything. Yeah, you know, you like, right? This is like, you know, I had a vulnerable moment where, like, you know, if I had somehow, I mean, this was just kind of before AI even went on, but you know, just where, you know, like things that are, you know, works of art take on a deeper meaning to you. And that's great, and you can learn a lot from art, right? You can learn a lot from stories. We're humans. We're supposed to interact. We're supposed to learn it from each other, and even from elements of unreality, you know, you can learn a lot. But yeah, obviously you could take that too far, And, you know, that's delusion. That's where that starts from. And if you have a fucking chatbot that is just trained to suck up to you and tell you that every like weird thought that you have is the absolute literal truth of the universe, then oh my god, chat, it's bad. It's so bad. And I'm so glad that, like, you know, the time, I don't know. I don't know if I really would have been a victim of, I think I would have been like, are you sure? It's a video game, right? It was like, are you sure? It's a video game from the 1990s, but, you know, I don't know. There is some lore around that game that if you play Persona 2 on stream, like that's why I started playing it, right?
Omega Star super chatted $9.99. Monica is all the AI I need. Robot Butterfly.
Monica? Wait, Monica from Doki Doki. Oh my god, chat, can you imagine somebody that would flip out? Can you imagine if, oh no, chat, oh no. Has anybody played DDR? If, like, DDR is a video game that, like, kind of breaks the fourth wall. I've actually never seen anything quite like it, right? I did play DDR on stream. Wait, you said DDR, wait, sorry, Dance Revolution, but also DDLC is Doki Doki Literature Club. Okay, just making sure. Yeah, we are at 11 now. What am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to, let's switch the window. But chat, you know, like I just said, you know, I just hypothesized about somebody, like, flipping out about, like, you know, the Persona series. And even, you know, in Persona 5, the very beginning of it, to play the game, you have to click a box saying that you understand this is a game and this is not real life, right? I think I understand the reason for it, right? Because much like DDLC, much like Doki Doki Literature Club, like, I don't know, like, I could see somebody, you know, creating, you know, delusional beliefs around that game, because it does literally break the fourth wall, right? It's a very unique experience. DDR lover here. Wait, when you say DDR, you do mean Dance Dance Revolution? Omega Star selects for us Leftist Mafia. Here, let me do this thing. Whoop. Yes, there we go. I was just gonna resize this, I suppose. But yeah, like, as much as I was saying, like, you know, the Persona series has a lot of, like, you know, opportunities for people to have, like, some sort of delusional ideation, to the point where I think they literally put a thing in the game to try to kind of, like, break you out in case you're somebody that's subject to that sort of thing. Like, right in the beginning of Persona 5, and if you select, like, I don't agree, I do think that this is maybe this is, like, I don't know, like, Igor is real. The Velvet Room is real. Like, right? It literally won't let you play the game. It literally will not let you play the game, right? You got to say, I understand. This is fiction. This is not reality. This is not, you know, in order to even start off Persona 5, because it's pretty fucking immersive. I think that's why. I think it's because they've achieved really amazing you know, level of immersion, you know, probably because the games, like, resemble real life, right? And Persona series, you know, so if you play Final Fantasy, you know, you're kind of like, I don't know, you're in the future or you're in the past. There's airships, there's knights, there's dragons, there's all this stuff, right? But it doesn't really resemble real life that much. Persona, you're in high school in Persona. Not Persona 2 so much. Like, I think one of the characters at least has graduated, right? But in Persona 5, you're all in high school and you're going to school. School is part of the game. Passing tests is part of the game. If you do not, you know, complete the school aspect, you know, if you fail on the school aspect, you lose the game, right? So I think that's why it's so immersive. That's why they had to put a what do you call it? Like a caveat at the beginning. I pre-ordered Persona 3 Reload for my Switch 2. Oh yeah, it's coming out for Switch 2 now. Nice. I need to finish that game. I actually have that game and we started playing it. I never finished it. It looks really good. Sam Altman can eat a bag of dicks. You know the fucked up thing about that, Gnarl, when you said that? I, like, took the D from dicks and turned it into Dan Saltman, Sam Altman, what? Why do their names rhyme? Oh my god, chat. Oh my god. But yeah, so Leftist Mafia is getting some juice behind it here. This is the bonus content. So yeah, chat, in addition to covering Hutch's conversation with Ethan Klein, which, if you don't mind, I'm going to try to skip Ethan watching, unless people really want it, right? I'm going to try to skip watching Ethan. The beginning of the segment, I believe, is Ethan reacting to Hutch talking to a chatter who is, I think, a Hasan fan that actually doesn't, like, hates Ethan, but like, kind of also misunderstands him, is characterizing Ethan as always supporting Israel and everything, and that's actually not true. And that's kind of the problem. If Ethan was just like, yeah, fucking Netanyahu is awesome, he's the best, he did nothing wrong. Yeah, like if he was literally like, it's not a genocide, it's a war, and it's a war against terrorists, and the terrorists should all die, right? Like, I mean, if he was really like a hardcore Likudnik, he would be less dangerous because less people would agree with him. He would just lose his audience entirely. And they would never come back to him. And he would gain a certain audience, sure, right? But he's not gonna launch. I think the danger of Ethan Klein and his sort of fence sitting about issues of Israel-Palestine is that it ends up laundering some of the goals of the Likudniks, whether Ethan realizes it or not. What is in that coffee? Indeed. Anyway, chat, it's about time for me to explain to you what's going to happen. I was trying to get through just, so we're covering, Ethan's talk with Hutch. I think he's talking about how to fix his reputation, right? The name of the stream is like, my reputation is trash, my reputation is dirt. How do I fix it, right? And I think that's, he's going to have a little conversation. They're going to do a little cope stream, chat. That's basically what it is today, as far as I understand. It's a cope stream between Ethan and Hutch, and they're gonna work it out. They're gonna figure out a plan for Ethan to get his reputation back and reveal how bad Hasan really is to the world. I don't know. It's cope, right? But then after the cope, we have a chance. If you're willing to play along with me, right? We have a chance for me to stick around and cover more topics. I have had a lot of people talk about this one right here. Look at this. This is what Megastar just donated for. Leftist Mafia fight. Yes. Leftist Mafia fight over chorus, right? That is a story from last Thursday on the Leftist Mafia. They talked about chorus, and they have very different opinions. Like, David, I almost want to call him David Dayan. What's his actual name? The Rational National guy, David Dolan? Somebody on chat will tell me. Matt Bender, Lance from the Serfs, and Mike from the Humanist Report, right? So they had everybody on the show, which is kind of a rarity in the summer. A lot of people are taking breaks, taking vacations at different times. But this time they had everyone on the show, and they talked about the chorus controversy. And between, I believe, Mike and Matt Bender, and Rebecca and Ariana, they have very different takes about it, right? They do not agree, and they argued. Ariana was almost recruited for chorus, I believe, until Taylor Lorenz, started asking her questions. And when journalists ask you, when you're part of a big story and a journalist asks you questions, they're not, they'll ask you, would you like to comment on this? Can I get you on record? Can I put a quote of yours in the story? And sometimes, people are like, I don't know where you're coming from, or I do know where you're coming from and I don't like it. I don't want to talk to you, right? And a last-ditch effort of a lot of journalists to get their source to talk to them is to explain to the source the consequences of not talking to them. And the consequences basically are, like, I'm going to write a story. It's going to be with your quote or it's going to be without your quote, right? And especially if it's going to be a negative story about you or something you were involved in, or in the case of Ariana something she was almost involved in, that you might want to have your quote there, right? Last chance. Are you sure? Are you sure you want me to go through with the story without any input from you, right? And, Taylor did that and maybe a little bit more, right? I mean, like I said, she's, Taylor Lorenz is a force of nature, right? And I'm sure, she's not, it's not an easy thing to deal with somebody in your DMs like that, somebody so forcefully, putting the pressure. Ariana took it as a threat. Ariana felt like she was being threatened by Taylor Lorenz. So for that reason, even though she didn't join chorus, she has a very negative opinion of Taylor Lorenz from personal experience, and therefore a somewhat defensive opinion and outlook about chorus, about its members, about its goals, about its leadership, about its the whole strategy. And obviously Matt and Matt Bender and Mike Figueredo from the Humanist Report, Friends of the VOD, they do not agree. So that is that content. Leftist Mafia fight over chorus, right? Then we got Alex Jones calling himself mom. He had a crash out, a falling out with Owen Schroyer. Owen Schroyer is basically Alex Jones's InfoWars understudy. And Owen Schroyer is going his own way, and Alex Jones doesn't like it. And he started using the metaphor of motherhood. I brought you into this world. He didn't say I brought you into this world, I can take you out, but he did say some awful some fucked up shit. Do you know what happens when you spit on your mother? She pisses all over you. So I did feel like Taylor punched down on Ariana. I'm the only thing about that, Emily French, I'm from Ariana's description of it, I do feel like she went too hard, but we're getting Ariana's description. We're not getting Taylor's side of the story, and we're also not getting something that Ariana has access to, which I thought we were going to get, which is the actual chat logs. Now, maybe Ariana has posted the chat logs, or maybe Ariana will post the chat logs. The whole thing about that chat, I sort of know why. What she did is she held up her phone to show I have DMs with Taylor Lorenz, right? So we know that she's not making that up, right? I wouldn't expect her to make something like that up, right? But yeah, we don't really know the extent of the conversation. So the reason probably Ariana is not forthcoming with the chat logs, with the I think Twitter or Instagram chat logs, is that you know what happens when somebody comes out with chat logs, right? You don't want to show all of your chat logs. You just want to show the ones that you think are pertinent. So you show those, and then the other person in the conversation says, oh, actually, you didn't show this. Here, let me show more chat logs. And then sometimes the person originally says, oh no, okay, if we're gonna do that, let me give you right. So yeah, it's that kind of situation, right? So I'm a little bit in the dark. We're being a little bit kept in the dark about the true definitive nature of the conversation, right? But yeah, that's an option. Leftist Mafia on chorus, or fighting over chorus. Then we've got Lonerbox getting a Twitter battle, getting in a Twitter fight with the angriest music nerd? No, probably not. The hardest working, the busiest music nerd, I believe, is what Anthony Fantano calls himself in show business. And fuck knows what that's about. I mean, Anthony Fantano is a leftist, chat. I don't know that much about him or his beliefs, but yeah, he calls himself a leftist, and he is, so it's not that surprising that this is a person that Lonerbox is going to get in a fight with, is going to have some disagreements about. Alex Jones is our greatest performance artist. We are lucky to get to enjoy his work. Ariana read some of it, but I think Ariana is also not being neutral regarding some of the creators. She said Taylor was attacking. Yeah, I mean, look, my whole deal about the whole, the chorus, drama, is that the people that I really hold responsible, the people that I have smoke for, are the people that behind it, the people that created it. It's more about 1630, the dark money group that you could argue, is that even a good idea? Their argument is you got to fight fire with fire. If Republicans are going to use dark money, we got to use dark money too. But I'm just asking, what's the advantage of keeping your What's the advantage of keeping your funders secret? What is the advantage of that? I don't think there is, and I think there could be some real drawbacks to that, right? So 1630 is bad. Chorus is, although there's a part of Chorus that I think is noble and good. I like the idea of creators on the left sharing their tricks and tips and such about, blowing up on different platforms. Sometimes you blow up on YouTube, but you'd really like to get some attention on TikTok. You just don't know how to do that. So you talk to a TikTok person, you teach them about YouTube, they teach you about TikTok. Maybe some big creator like, Brian Tyler Cohen comes in and tells you, like, here's how you really build a channel. I've got 5 million subs, and I built this in like 2 years, right? Right? So I like that stuff. I don't really have a problem with, right? The problem is this dark money. The problem is them contacting hooking up with 1630 and signing these people onto these contracts, which include a lot of clauses that I don't know if I want to call it like a non-disclosure agreement, but right, they limit what you can say. They limit what you can say about other creators in the program critically, and they limit like the amount of disclosure that you can do about the fact that you are receiving this money. And just like the Vosh Clout Network, when a witch hands you an apple, chat, as I was handed an apple by a friend of White Nervosa, right? I said, I want to build a website. This friend of White Nervosa said, I know someone who can help you with that. Would you like to be part of the Vosh Network? As delicious as the apple looked, I knew that it came with a hook in it, all right? I knew that it would limit what I was able to say, and I'm so glad, right? I mean, talk about a shortcut to success, right? I mean, just sort of being able to network with people that are, as successful as some of the creators in that network would have been massively beneficial. But I just knew that, like, that's a mechanism of control. I don't have interest in it. I think that Chorus is the same thing. I think that Chorus is a little bit worse, actually. We've got a metastasization from the Destiny orbit, right? We always talk about the orbit and the orbiters, right? And how he, mistreats these people. Some has operated sort of a casting couch amongst them and stuff, right? And then the Vosh Clout Network, where you're literally, receiving a, hosting and software for a website, for a streamer website that lets you make more money, right? But the drawback is now you got to keep Vosh happy, you got to keep White Nervosa happy, right? That's actually a little bit worse, it seems, than the Destiny Clout Network. And then you've got Chorus, which I think you're literally on a contract here. BTC told me how to suck it. Oh my God, no, Joshua. Oh my God, I'm not gonna read that. Irene don't got no tax folders. I got like, I don't know. I don't have any AI horses, interacting with short set goblins. But anyway, so that's my problem with Chorus. It's more about the structure, it's more about the organization than it is necessarily about the people in the organization, who I view as, in some ways, victims. Now, some of those victims have turned around and defended the organization, and in defending the organization, they are trying to kill the messenger. They are being disingenuous. They are allowing themselves to be a part of a PR campaign. That I do have a problem with, right? That I do have a problem with. And there may be a little bit of that from Ariana. We'll look into it. We'll see what it's about if we end up covering the Leftism Mafia today, because I know there's a lot of interest in this. I know I was supposed to cover it on Saturday, and then I got too busy preparing for the trip, and then Sunday I had to take the trip, and then Monday I had to apply for my visa, and wasn't really able to do much of anything until yesterday. What the fuck is a White Nervosa? Is it a plant or something? I don't know where her name comes from. Yeah, it's like what's a couples, right? I don't know if it's like a plant or something, but White Nervosa is like a sort of sentient adhesive that holds the internet-based white fragility together. Yo, variant. That is great. But yeah, I see, Emily, if you've got, information for me, feel free to send it on, what's the best way to get in touch with me right now? Probably, does everybody know my Gmail address? Yeah, like I can't deal with, I'm glad people are working on building solidarity networks that do not come with strings attached. That's really awesome. I probably need to get moving though. So if you've got anything that you want to put in front of my eyes, a great way to do that is to email me at nocommentchick@gmail.com. That's probably the best way to get at me right now. Usually, I use Blue Sky and I have Twitter. Those are sometimes, obviously Discord. But yeah, probably the best way to contact me is through Gmail. So anyway, let's try to get going here. Loading Box and Fantano, and then Taylor Lorenz talking to the Vanguard. The Vanguard, boys. The Vanguard will be there, sir, about Ethan Klein. So, yeah, we'd love to see it. We'd love to see it, and the Vanguard is bringing it to us. So, that's an option, too, right? These are all options, right? Like I said, I'm going to cover the Ethan Klein stuff. I am going to cover, Ethan Klein's conversation with Hutch. And we have the chance to for me to stick around a little longer than I normally would and cover some other content after that. But it all depends on you, chat. This number right here is crucial, is key to our goals today, right? Weird that it won't let me Twitch chat. Oh, because I'm in Twitch chat. Let me switch back to this one. Oh my god, chat, I was in top chat. Let me switch over. Yeah, just a reminder, if you're in top chat, you might not be getting the full story. There's a lot of people watching the stream today, and they are, not all of them might be visible to you because YouTube hides them. So what I want you to do, if you can, is switch into live chat mode so you can talk to all of our lovely chatters and not have some of them get yeeted by YouTube. So I'm doing that now. You can do that too. Another thing you can do to help me out is to like the stream. Liking the stream helps so much. I can't stress it enough, right? That liking the stream is hugely important. It seems like a small thing. It seems like a little thing. What can one thumb do alone? Okay, you're right. Not very much. But if we put all our thumbs together, we can thumb wrestle the algorithm into submission and make it put out my content to more people. So if you want to help me in that goal, make sure to like the stream. All right. Yeah. So again, bonus content, the chance to cover this, right? It's incumbent upon reaching our goal of 100 bonus content points, right? If we do that, I'll stick around. I'll cover one topic. If we hit 200, I'll stick around longer even and cover 2 topics. And if we hit 300, wow, I'm gonna have to buckle in and get some food out because I will be covering 3 extra topics, right? So yeah, if you're interested in any of these topics, wasn't there something about Jink Uger too? Destiny had some shit about Jink Uger saying that he like giving credence to the Epstein white hat theory, giving credence to the Epstein as an FBI informant theory. I don't know what that's about, but kind of curious now. But anyway, that's not on the bonus content. These things are on the bonus content, right? You can we make this number go up to 100, and this number goes up every time somebody does a super chat, a super sticker. If you get yourself a membership on YouTube, which is how we get Weasels, if you want to get more people with emojis that they can post in chat, giving more people memberships is the way to go with that, right? If you support me on Throne, which I've still got the Vietnam fund open, and I will spend some of that money probably on fruit, or food and things that I need to actually at this point. I kind of need to get I kind of need to get like a oh my god, what is it called? Like a power strip, right? Because I'm stealing the power strip from the refrigerator right now just to make my laptop work in the place that it needs to be. So that's not ideal, and yeah, I will need to be doing that. But if you want to support me on that, you can do so at throne.com/nocommentchick. You can also sign up for my Patreon, right? Everybody that supports me on Patreon at the $5 level and above gets a fancy shout out at the beginning and end of each stream. I'm going to take care of those in a minute. And of course, even though we're not streaming on Twitch, you can support me on Twitch as well. Hear about TYT had MTG on? That was a while ago, Emily French, unless they had MTG on more recently, which, you know, is probably a possibility. Is that what you're saying? Did they have the MTG on recently? Andrew Cuomo's Hasan 911. Oh my God, you're right. Oh my God. Yeah, Andrew Cuomo, Aaron Patton is just reminding me that Andrew Cuomo did a press conference today where he tried to associate Zoran Mamdani with Hasan Piker. And particularly, I guess, with the, I don't know if he talked about more than just the 9/11, quote from way back that Hasan Piker made, or if he also said this guy had a Houthi pirate on. He's also doxing Hutch. Can you imagine that, chat? If Andrew Cuomo gets up there and he's like, this poor young man named Hutch was doxed by the evil terrorist Hamas Piker. But anyway, yeah, he's actually, said Hasan's name. I am not kidding you. This is going on, so we do need to cover that. Thank you for reminding me, Aaron. There's so much news going on right now. And look, I can only cover a little bit. If you want to help me cover more, that number is how you do it. That number is how I survive. That number is how I get paid, and how the stream keeps going on. So even while I'm in Vietnam, I really do appreciate people not taking a vacation from supporting the stream. That is awesome that I've got so many people supporting me in so many different ways, and there's a million different ways you can do it. I've just listed, and all of them result in that number going higher. If it goes high enough, then we have a longer stream instead of a shorter stream, which is what we have if the number does not reach 100. So that's important stuff. Speaking of Patreon, let me go shout them out right now. I have this open, I do. I hate it when I open a website and it hits me with this like, news, see which members are eligible for month. I don't know what this is, right? I'm trying to shout out my Patreons here. There we go. Nothing works the same on the laptop, does it? Okay, this should not be that hard. Oh my God, what the fuck? No! Oh, that's so weird, chat. Either a bunch of people just canceled. No, that's not what happened. It's just not showing me all the Patreons. I don't know what's going on here. It's showing me some of the names, but not all the names. Oh. That's so frustrating. I don't know what's going on here. Okay, so stop showing me shit and like start actually working site. It's doing pop-up. Like, hey, did you know that we have this feature now? Hey, did you know that I don't have time to learn about this feature? Because I'm in the midst of streaming? Probably not. How would it know? Current tier. Okay, I'm seeing more people, maybe? Oh, there we go. All right, that's what I like to see. All right. So yeah, if you support me on Patreon at the $5 level or above, I give you a fancy shout out at the beginning and ending of each stream. Let me do that now. Shouts out to Oral's Ellipsis. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. To Steven Sayers. To Funky Monkey. To Sarah. To Nadia Yvette. To Moe Noe. To Jules K. To JMB. To Izzy Mandius. To Infallible Fowl. To Good for Gabby. To Emily French. To Direful. To Choky. To Buffy Geek, to Big Al, to Animus, and a fancy shout out to Zerix, to Rachel K, to Crystal Saphira and to Omega Star. There we go. Patreon. Thank you for your support. That's not your purse. Is that a King of the Hill reference? I thought it was That's My Purse. But they're the Z fighters, the Zoran fighters. Everyone is terrified of attractive, popular leftists because they know people will pay attention. Hasan was joking today that, you know, like if he was like, what? You wonder if what did he say? I wonder if Cuomo's going to show the meat pic. And by the meat pic, he's talking about the picture where he's wearing the Kraken underwear. He's modeling a type of underwear that has a slot for, you know, a certain part of the anatomy to slip into comfortably and be supported. It's almost like a bra, chat, for, you know, for people's junk, right? It's almost like a bra for your junk, right? And yeah, you may or may not know the picture that I'm talking about, but he was joking that, oh my god, Hot Ham Radio, I would never call out anyone for, yeah, having, you know, financial difficulties and having to, you know, we all do what we can. I thank you for your support nonetheless. And yeah, you can support me for free with one of these, okay? Alright. I gotta see if I missed anything, and then we'll get going. Nope, I didn't miss anything. Okay, so that is indeed the level of support that we're at right now. Alright, well, we'll see if this will be a short stream or a long stream. But either way, we gotta get going. It's trunk underwear? Is that what it's called? Why is it called trunk? The junk in the trunk, I guess. I don't know. But anyway, yeah, that's the game. That's the game that we're playing to see if I stay on for a while or if I end the stream abruptly after finishing the Ethan and Hutch content. Let's do. Speaking of the Ethan Hutch content, I need to open that up. Yeah, I would look, I don't know. I was gonna watch the Vanguard thing too, but now I don't know if we're gonna have enough time. I don't know. It's not looking great, chat. Let's try H3 Productions. Let's at least get the content that I promised you covered, and then we'll go from there. My reputation is dirt. How do I fix it? Yeah, the Vanguard video is like 30 minutes. I'm just going to bring you in where we left off yesterday, if I can. Oh, the other thing is I don't have the throne alerts. I'm going to try to get those set up. I should be able to set those up, right? If you donate to my throne, normally it makes a noise and the noise startles me. But you'll have to tell me in chat, or I'll have to check my email to know if anybody's supporting me on Throne. So just know that if you do that, I don't know, like, you know, you could also do that anonymously, which is why I don't want to tell people necessarily, like, out yourself in chat. Some people like to support anonymously, and that's cool too. But I'll try to just check my email from time to time to see if any of that happens, because I'd hate to like end the stream and then realize that we actually did hit the bonus goal. I just wasn't looking in the right place. All right, what do we got here? Oh yes, Irene and Ethan. What a pair. Ain't we a pair, Raggedy Man? Ain't we a pair? Teddy Fresh Man. Oh my god, Jack, can you imagine Mad Max with Teddy Fresh? Come on.
We could change that. Anyway, I just saw a comment from a member who said some of her friends disowned her for still watching the show and being a Geno supporter. And I'm seeing more and more posts like this one I saw this morning. I'm hearing all kinds of shit like this. Here is, where is that post? Is it up?
It is right.
Yeah,
To the
here.
person who said it, who does your friend watch? Hasan?
Well, you don't even, at this point, you don't
Classic Ela. Classic Ela, chat. Classic Ela.
even need to watch Hasan. It's like every fucking TikTok, every comment section, on Twitter,
It's
on
all over
Instagram.
Reddit.
It's just, and on top of it, if it's not hating on me and calling me pro-genocide, it's a whole another group of people who are just fucking hate Jewish people.
The other thing with Hasan, he's unreasonably good looking and like cool and dresses cool.
And then
Do you know
meanwhile,
what I
you got
mean?
Taylor
Like,
Lorenz.
Hasan would be
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. How's Nam almost poetic to be there while France implodes?
It is. It is almost poetic to be here when France implodes. That is a connection that I didn't make, Davy, but I'm making it now, and now the whole chat is making it as well. Yeah, I'm sure that most of you are already aware. Vietnam was subjected to colonization and subjugation. Put under the umbrella of what was called French Indochina, which included Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, and even part of Thailand, right? The French even pushed into Thailand, and Thailand's very protective, has gone out of their way to try to maintain their independence. Obviously not. In fact, the whole fight between Thailand and Cambodia was due to the French pushing the borders of Thailand back in the day, right? The whole question of who does this land belong to, Thailand or Cambodia, is all about the French interference in Southeast Asia. And after the French, obviously, the Japanese came in World War II and took over the area. And then Ho Chi Minh thought that maybe they could get their independence after World War II was over, but it was not to be. France came back in, tried to fight, and they fought a revolutionary. They fought a war for independence in Vietnam, and eventually could not handle it. At which point the United States came in and also failed to dominate Vietnam. So yeah, when I walk around these streets here and I see the red star, the yellow star against a red background, the Vietnamese flag, and also right next to that you will see the hammer and sickle. I understand that these people have a lot of pride in and got their independence through blood, right? So much blood. But yeah, France is imploding. How is Vietnam so far? Let me show you how Vietnam is. Look at that. Vietnam, yeah, the fruit. I don't know what the deal is, chat, but I was able to get 4 dragon fruit and 3 mangoes for $3, which I feel like is a better price than I'd get in Thailand. It's interesting. I'm in Hanoi, which is a very packed together city. If I look out my window, right, I can see the balcony across from me is literally within somebody could jump across from like from that balcony to my ledge, right? It's that close, right? And there's these little narrow alleyways that are separating the buildings. So it's amazing. It's unreal. Yeah, even more so, I'd say, than in Vietnam. Everybody rides motorcycles, right? Motorcycles are obviously the best modes of transportation in Thailand, but I feel like I see even more motorcycles in Vietnam. And whereas in Thailand, you usually see the motorcycles on the main streets, and only like a occasional like Grab driver or somebody coming home down the soy or the alleyway in Thailand. This alley right out here has got traffic, right? I open the door immediately, woo, 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 three motorcycles just pass right by me, and I gotta really watch my step, or else I got my toes run over by a motorcycle. So but thank you for the super chat, Davy, and thank you for making that connection. I don't think I would have made that myself. Let's go on with Ethan and see what he's got for us.
be an influencer no matter what he was saying, because he is very attractive and very cool.
You know.
Look it up.
So anyway, here's another one. And again, I'm hearing this story a lot. Got cornered at a bridal shower by the bride regarding how I feel about Ethan being in hot water lately.
Dude, you are ruining
we already
weddings.
watched this.
Yeah. The bride.
What?
The bride
Okay, okay.
in a
Special-
bridal shower?
Damn.
Now, people were saying they
Oh
don't...
my god, chat. Like I said, I was so spun from the Vietnamese coffee yesterday. I guess I didn't even notice this.
Lately.
Because I saw somebody else sitting at AB's desk. Okay, so yeah, AB is there. At one point, like, Tamara was sitting at his desk, though. Okay, there's the Tamara part. I think this is, like, where we got yesterday. Yeah, this is Tamara. That is AB's desk, right? But yeah, I guess AB was on, like, earlier in the show. I don't know. Does anybody know what is Tamara? What is Tamara doing? What is, like, her role? Maybe they just wanted to bring her on screen, and the easiest way to do it was to have AB switch her out with AB for a second. I don't know.
I don't know. It's not your fault. A little bit, I guess. You know what? You know why I do love you, Ethan? Because you are just yourself, and you will always, at least that I've seen, take accountability and apologize, and you're just a very sincere person, and it's upsetting how easy it is to just kind of put you in a category, and so many people think it.
But you gotta watch the show, and then you'll know Ethan on a personal basis, and you'll understand he's really not a bad guy, despite all the things that he's done and said that are really fucked up. You'll forget all about those, and you'll concentrate on your parasocial relationship with Ethan Klein, just like Tamara does. We went over this yesterday too, okay? Just to remind you, there is Nate, the switcher. Nate's the switcher. And here's Hutch. I think this is where, I don't know. It moved me back, chat. Token is Tamara's role. Okay. Says Joshua Keller.
When you listen to this guy, I know because I was this person once. This is like fresh out of college, right? Or fresh in college, somewhere around there. You get.
Are we gonna get the? No, we already got the thing with the self-diagnosed autism and the. Ethan has a lot of dismissal for Gen Z TikTokers, especially those that consider themselves leftists, and has this whole stereotype worked out with the self-diagnosis and the blue hair and the nose ring. You know what I'm saying? He's got a whole ass stereotype, right?
All these notions in your mind about what is and isn't true in the world. And you start to feel like so confident that you know everything. And then when you start talking about something, you realize when people start challenging or asking, you're like, I have no fucking clue if what I just said is true or not. Like and this is what I see when I hear someone like this. Because it's clear, he goes, Ethan is he supports Israel. And Hutch goes, show me one example. And he goes, dude, there's a million. Do I have to look? And it's like, just
I explained this yesterday, like when you say Trump lies all the time, and a MAGA supporter says, name one lie, and it's like your mind goes to 67 different incidents. Like which one, right? And it's a target-rich environment, but at the same time, it makes you you're like, which target do I choose? Like which, so before Hutch's caller said that Ethan supported everything that Israel does. Obviously, that's not true. But also, I noted yesterday that this is the lowest form of debate bro content. This is actually kind of pathetic, right? If you can't debate, which Hutch has shown in his recent appearances and debates that he can't debate, he's getting fucking rinsed, he's getting rolled.
Davy Cliff super chatted $9.99. Inhaling that John MC Kane just landed 8 airplane and I can't raise my arm.
Wait. Oh no, fuck, I forgot about his arm. Inhaling that John McCain, wait, inhaling? Wait, so I'm sorry, I'm missing something here. I do get the reference that, yeah, John McCain was shot down while he was bombing I believe, northern Vietnam. I believe that was the part of the war that was where the United States was just bombing North Vietnam instead of the part of the war where the United States was also bombing Laos and Cambodia, the famous Ho Chi Minh Trail by which the dissidents in the South were supplied from the North, and the United States under Richard Nixon and Henry Kissinger were bombed the trail in order to try to prevent the the transmission of supplies via those supplies and I guess personnel through those routes. But yeah, McCain got shot down. Luna Oi had made a video game, or like had somebody made a video game. I don't know. Luna had something to do with it, right? And yeah, the final boss I think is John McCain. Like, right? You are a Vietnamese freedom fighter in the war for independence against America. And John McCain, I believe, is the final boss of the game, if I remember that correctly. But yeah, thank you for the super chat. And I had almost forgotten all about John McCain. Isn't that weird how everything goes away in the Trump memory hole, right? Everything disappears. It's hard to, like, John McCain was a person? Yeah, he's the reason that we didn't lose Obamacare and the Medicare expansion in the we had to wait until the second term to lose all of that. So yeah, it wasn't the Korean War. No, John McCain was in the Vietnamese War. Yeah, John McCain was a prisoner of war for many years and famously refused to be released until, what was it, the soldiers that were lower in rank than him were, I don't know, people call him a war hero or something because of that. That I'm sorry, there were no war heroes on the American side. All right, the only way you'd be a war hero in the United States war of aggression against Vietnam would be to switch sides and to fight for actual freedom. Ho Chi Minh actually referred to the American Revolution when he was trying to make his case for why Vietnam deserved independence. Yeah, I'm sorry, Chad. I'm getting dragged back to Nam. Sorry, I shouldn't say that way. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. That's the way that American soldiers would refer to the country, and veterans and POWs, right? I don't know how that would come across here, and I got to remember, I am here. I'm literally in the place where all of this history actually happened, right? That's the toughest thing, Chad, about being in a foreign culture, speaking a new language, is that like humor doesn't work the same way, and something that might you might say as a joke might sound like horrible in the context of somebody to whom English is like a second language. So yeah, I gotta be a little bit more careful than the stereotypes about American veterans and such. Anyway, stereotypes. I don't know what, it's not stereotype, but it's like a.
Find one, man. It's a lot of
your kind of sphere, but
here,
why am I seeing tweets? I'll read one example. I think you had, I think this was November 2023, briefly after the Hamas attack. What is your stance? Is a genocide happening? I understand you can.
Okay, they're talking about other stuff, so let me skip forward to when I come up here. Here it is. Oh no, it's right here at the top. No, it's not. It's this one. There we go.
In a lot of different areas.
And that's a very good opinion. So to bring it all back, why the fuck are you interviewing H3? What is this?
Well, technically he's interviewing me. What's your issue? What's your issue with him?
What's your issue with him? Yeah, the thing I was trying to get at, right, is that what Hutch is doing right now is kind of pathetic, right? If he was any kind of debate bro at all, he'd be debating Hasan instead of doing a debate with a Hasan fan and then putting in the title of his video, debating a Hasan fan, right? That's pretty low form of debate content, but it's also a fairly common form of debate content. Like Lonerbox does this, Our Relevant does this, Destiny does this. Like it's pretty common. But what's not common is this weird secondary cope where Ethan is reacting to Hutch essentially shooting a fish in a barrel, right? It's pathetic for Hutch, but it's doubly pathetic for Ethan. It's doubly pathetic for the subject of the debate to fucking use the fact that, yes, a streamer, might know more about a situation than a person in chat. Oh my God. I guess that proves we're right, guys. I guess H3 is, I guess Ethan did nothing wrong, right? Because your champion, your knight, Hutch, won the debate against a fucking rando from chat. Yes. That's what we're dealing with. That's that's the level to which Ethan has fallen.
Do you not think that in terms of his point of views, everything he kind of what's shaken down in like the last 2 years, you don't think that that's detrimental to...
Like, you can hear him. He doesn't know anything. He doesn't even know how to articulate it fully because he doesn't even understand what he's exactly accusing me of.
I'm trying to think, but nothing happens.
It's not that he's dumb. It's just that he's young and overconfident. I used to be that way.
Your larger audience to what he believes?
No, I don't. No.
Oh.
In fact, I actually, would you actually just tell me who you watch? I just want to know.
Yeah, content-wise, actually the last kind of 2 years, you talking about like political content?
Yeah, come on, be honest. Be honest with me. Who do you follow on Twitter? Who do you trust? Like, who are you
being so serious? I've really have tried to get away from all political topics.
Come on. Tell me.
Come on, tell me Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker, that's what I want to hear. Give me Hasan Piker. Stop on a whammy. Oh. Anyway, no chat. This is a good time to mention, all right? If I'm ever in some sort of internet conflict with some other streamer, some other content creator, and you end up in their chat and they're like, get in my Discord, you're like, actually NCC didn't say that. And they're like, get in my Discord. Like, please understand that's a trap. I mean, I don't know. There's a rare time that a chatter surprises a streamer, and makes them look bad, right? That is not the usual outcome of one of these events, right? This is a trap. If somebody's trying to bring you on stream to defend your favorite streamer, right? As much as you might want to do that for me, and I appreciate that sentiment, just understand that's a trap. They're trying to embarrass you. They're trying to trick you. And, don't fall for the bait, right? It's generally, I don't know, chat. Like, unless you're like the fucking 1 in a million. I don't know, chat. Like, this is their world. Like, people like Hutch do this shit like every day. And as bad as he is at debating, it's really easy to underestimate the kind of stress and anxiety that comes over you when you get in somebody's Discord and challenge them on air. And so I would just think twice. That's all I'm going to say. You are your own person. You can do what you want to do, right? I don't control you, but do think, twice if this ever, comes up for you, right?
Listening to this interview, Hutch knew in me immediately that he's total.
And understand that I would never expect you to go on somebody's stream and I would never expect you to go on somebody's stream and defend me.
Fucking full of bullshit. Then why is it that you have all these ideas of me and you don't watch politics? Where did you hear it? Where did you hear that I'm pro-genocide? And you're so convinced that it's true. Where are you hearing that? I think it's pretty fucking obvious.
Come on, tell me this.
So serious because it poisons the well. It's so bad to watch. Even someone like yourself, who I think projects more of an even keel database, bro.
Who did you watch?
I started watching your streams
who did you watch?
Oh, I guess at the height of 2020, bro.
Come on, just say it. It's okay. You can say it. It's okay.
Honestly, nobody.
It's okay. You can tell the truth.
He's so embarrassed to say who he watches.
No, bro.
Imagine being so embarrassed to admit you watch Hasan. Actually, he might be a Bad Empanada fan. It might be even further left.
Yeah, being so embarrassed is giving Bad Empanada.
Yeah, you can't admit you're a Bad Empanada fan. You can, right?
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's correct. I think that might land you straight immediately on a list somewhere.
There's a lot of people who watch Bad Empanada. I wouldn't say there's a lot of Bad Empanada viewers that call themselves fans. In fact, I'd also say that Bad Empanada discourages fandom. Like, if you ever watch a Bad Empanada stream, he's not trying to make you like him. He may, in fact, be trying to make you hate him, right? So there's not like the idea of the Bad Empanada fan, but like to the extent that there are people that like would wear what is it, the something proletariat? Oh my god, chat. What is Bad Empanada's CPS merch called? Common proletariat syndicate or something? Anybody know what I'm talking about? Yeah, like to the extent that there are Bad Empanada super fans, they would claim it. If they're actually that person that like fucking lives and breathes for Bad Empanada, that's their favorite creator, that's the guy that they go to, that's the guy that they watch, yeah, they're gonna fucking claim it, right? But again, these people are few and far between. I used to watch a lot of BE. I wouldn't call myself a fan at all. Yeah, I mean, I don't think he definitely doesn't want sycophants the way that Ethan does, right? And, you know, I feel like he kind of discourages fandom. If anything, fandoms around YouTubers and streamers are generally pretty cringe. Yeah, well, especially if you're making the argument, right? Well, like we just heard, I know Ethan. I watch Ethan. Ethan's not like that. Sure, you know, he said that thing. Sure, he did that thing. But that doesn't comport with the parasocial friendship the one-way friendship that I have with Ethan Klein. He's not here to make friends. Exactly. And yeah, some people love that about him. But yeah, if there are super fans of Bad Empanada, then yes, they will fucking boldly claim it. They will put on their fucking CPS hat. Anybody remember what it's fucking called, chat? He turned CPS into something else, right? I think people bought the CPS merch as more of but it doesn't say, like, it's not Child Protective Service. It's something proletariat. I can't remember. Somebody in chat must remember. It was pretty creative. It was a pretty good meme. Bad Intifada. Is President Sunday still streaming? Yes, Aglia, although under a different channel. You can find him at Sunday Prime. And Sunday, don't say I never did anything for you, right? But you getting demonetized was bullshit. And even though we've had our disagreements, I want to see your channel get restored to its former glory. Okay? Anyway.
My roommate in 2019 was a fucking Republican, so I tried not to watch his fucking TV because I went to school in a red state. So it's like, bro, I don't think it's really insane to say that I don't spend hours of my day watching political commentary.
All right, if you don't want to tell me, it's fine. I think that people are really profoundly influenced by the people that they go to for news. And
That's totally fair.
And I can watch
anyone.
Okay.
That's it, Skyset. Center for Proletariat Solidarity. That's it. Yep, that was it. Yeah, thank you. Good call.
Okay, but I feel like I can.
M's got it too. Yeah, so there's some Bad Empanada knowers in chat. I'm glad we have you.
I make a pretty good guess of some of the cast of characters that you. Again, people like Hasan Piker, people like Emma Vigeland, maybe Vosh, maybe Bad Empanada, maybe Mike from PA, maybe Shonda Black and Frogan, you know, like maybe Kyle Kalinske, right? Maybe Crystal Ball, you know.
I think you can actually pull up.
These people live rent free in Hutch's head. He doesn't have trouble. Like, he just rattles it off, right? Here's all the people I fucking hate. Right? Here's all the people that I like. Oh my god. Dude, this guy's not even saying shit. I thought that he was going to be like, I'm a Hasan fan. He's like, oh, Hasan. Oh, Hamas Piker. Right? No. Dude didn't actually say anything. And he's just being like, okay, well, if you're not going to tell me who you're a fan of, I'm going to tell you who you're probably a fan of. Crystal Ball, Kyle Kalinske, Mike Figueredo, Matt Bender, Sam Cedar, all these people that Hutch fucking hates, right? Wow.
My Twitch account, and you can maybe find messages of me talking shit to Hasan back whenever he was fucking blowing up. Bro, I was very anti.
What's your issue with Hasan?
Oh, he talked in Hasan's chat. We got him.
I just don't like Hasan, bro.
Why? Hold on.
I think it's just I feel his content is a little more on the performative side. I generally don't like streamers with large audiences.
He's a bad empanada fan, right? Like, it has.
That sounds like an NCC fan. I don't like streamers with large audiences. I prefer random small streamer chicks. Yeah, there we go. NCC fan confirmed.
To be.
That'd be my guess.
Yeah, he's embarrassed to admit it, and he thinks Hasan is performative.
Yeah.
Ban Emma Panda.
Yeah. Bad Emma Panda.
I feel like it takes away of the credibility and how genuine they can be. I don't think that these are like.
You should love me then. We have a modest size stream.
Bro, when you first came back to streaming, I was so hype, and then I saw you start posting political content. Like, I was like, bro, really?
Listen, to be honest.
Bro, could you go back to Call of Duty? You were such a good Call of Duty chat. If you don't know, Hutch is famously known as a very mid video game streamer, right? He was Call of Duty, I think, was his main game, and from what I haven't watched, I can't confirm this. I don't know first-person shooters, but everything that I've heard from everyone says that this guy's like gameplay was like, and I think as far like I don't know video game streaming that I've streamed video games, but I'm not a video game streamer. But like, I think people like to watch competent gamers, right? I think that's the people like I Show Speed, right? He's kind of good at anything that he plays. Hell, even Kai Sanat, who normally just streams like just chatting with all of his friends. He's got like a big streaming room, brings, everybody in, right? Even Kai Sanat is like pretty fucking good at like literally any video game that he tries, right? I think that's what that meta is about, right? So, but yeah, Hutch is not was apparently not great at his games.
Honest with you, I've cared about politics more than video games the whole time. Like I wasn't really, I wasn't really happy doing video games for many years. And here, hold on, let me try to like so with respect to Ethan.
Jewel.exe says it's Leafy on his socialist arc. Yes, it is.
Here's what I think happened. Okay. I think that October 7th was a really radicalizing event for a lot of young left-leaning people. And that makes sense. It was what happened after October 7th, what Palestinians have been forced to endure. Like, they need people advocating for them. And anybody with a conscience and a heart would look at what they're experiencing right now and feel like a sense of horror for what we're witnessing, okay? All that...
But they need somebody to advocate for them that makes sure that in addition to nominally advocating for them, we're also including a healthy side portion of enabling the. We need somebody to advocate for them, but to still say Hamas must be destroyed. Hamas must be destroyed. I don't know. Like, I don't know. This is cringe. This is bad. Check my latest comment. I tagged you. Okay, got it.
All that is valid, but I think that what's been happening in Israel has been really radicalizing in the worst possible ways. And I think the Ethan situation is like a perfect example of what I'm talking about. Because this initial like fracture between Ethan's audience and Hasan's audience, all of that started because all Ethan wanted Hasan to do was to like moderate his community, who were accusing Ethan and his wife of being like baby killers and accusing them of supporting genocide, which none of that was based in reality. Okay, none of that.
So them supporting like Israel.
Let me rewind that really quick and make sure I know what Hutch is saying.
Hasan wanted, because this initial like fracture between Ethan's audience and Hasan's audience, all of that started because all Ethan wanted Hasan to do was to like moderate his.
All Ethan wanted Hasan to do was say Israel has the right to defend itself, right? And to ban anybody who was calling it a fucking genocide, anybody that was saying a river to the sea, anybody that was saying anything bad about Ethan, anybody that was having a natural reaction to somebody defending Israel and enabling, like, just the language that enables what happened, the language that enables that launders the incursion into Gaza, right?
Community, who were accusing Ethan and his wife of being like baby killers and accusing them of supporting genocide.
And Hasan said that when you say the kind of shit you're saying, you're going to get that reaction. You're going to get that reaction not from bad people that need to be banned from my chat because they're horrendously, violently hateful, but good people who are having maybe a little bit of an overreaction to what they're seeing as a very real, echoing of the same sentiments that are enabling the prolonged occupation and genocide of Gaza. And everybody on Hasan's side could see it coming down the line. We knew what Israel has the right to defend itself means. We knew what the implications of that would be, right? And we knew that although, people died in October 7th, and it's fucking tragic, that what was about to come was going to be a million times worse. And guess what, Hutch? They were right. And you and Ethan were wrong. You're on the wrong side of history. All right? You lost. The whole world has moved on without you. And your dead ender ass is still humping that Hasbara. Get off it, Hutch. Get off it.
Which none of that was based in reality. None of that.
So them supporting like Israel's actions, that's not based in reality?
What actions did they support specifically? What are you talking about?
You're talking about like Ethan and Gila's...
Basic debate tactics here. Basic debate tactics. Smidge says people weren't calling Hila a terrorist until they went all on the Yemeni kid. That is... that's what is it called? There's a name for this kind of logical fallacy where you kind of play games with the timeline. That's what Hutch is doing here, right? That's what Hutch is doing, right? He's taking and like I don't know. Part of this might just be his faulty memory, right? It was literally just calling Ethan a Zionist. Is that what it was? Yeah, I wasn't actually in the chat. I said we. Like, I mean, I'm on that side of the issue. I was not in Hasan's chat in the time. I think I just kind of probably reacted to it on stream. And when I react, I don't usually read the stream. I don't usually read the chat unless there's something that just stands out to me. Hutch picking Hasbara out of his nose, yo. Does caffeine make you dehydrated, chat? I feel like I need to hit the water more and oh my god, when am I gonna it's wonderful coffee, but you have to titrate your dose. You have to really like just kind of go easy on look at this chat. You give me this much coffee, it's not even full, right? And I've only drank a smidgen of it today. I'm already wired.
Continuous stance that Israel's doing nothing wrong.
He doesn't know. Issue.
He doesn't know.
Okay, so there we go. Yeah, no, Ethan didn't say that Israel did nothing wrong. All right, he laundered his Hasbara with the liberal Zionist viewpoint of like I am going to be critical of the far right of Israel, of people that compare Palestinians to animals. I'm going to not echo that sentiment. I mean, you might catch Ethan at the rare moment, sort of accidentally echoing that sentiment, but he makes a point to, when he hears stuff like that, to be like, oh, well, I don't agree with that, like the Gallant thing, right? When Gallant was fired from the cabinet, and Ethan and Hila made the point, like, oh, that's so bad. He was a good guy, right? This is the kind of person, and I think he's the one that made that comment, wasn't it, Gallant? That made the human animal comment. Oh, he's picking his nose again! Oh my god, chat! I could just have I feel like oh my god, look at this. He can't help it. It's like Hutch is to nose picking as Hutch is to boogers as Ethan is to diarrhea, right? This is his giardia. This is his stinky diarrheas. Like, oh my god, chat. Ethan is trying to do leftovers every single podcast episode now, except shittier, and none of the Hasan clout and Kuber. I mean, like, this is where he's at. Yeah, you're exactly right, Amanda. This is what he's come to. This nose picker. I like how it wrote. I just have the. I don't know. I have the. I have the force when it comes to pausing on embarrassing screenshots. I swear to God, I don't do it on purpose, right? It's not that I'm not that good. I'm just that lucky, or I guess. Yeah, right. That's all Ethan cared about, says Holly Janae. It was true. He would have kept this conflict private. Exactly. He was making a grab. He was doing a shoot. Is that what they call it in wrestling? Oh my God, I shouldn't say that because Demon Mama said that I was doing that when I was critical of Dylan. and look, as much as I think the wrestling terminology does in some ways apply, it can get overused too. But Hutch sucks, Ethan sucks, Zionism sucks, true. Pinch and roll. That's what he's doing. Yeah, this is the thing. Now, chat, so like if I were to steel man Hutch a little bit, or just so I'm not like, or nobody's in chat is going to make accusations that aren't true about Hutch. We haven't seen him eat it yet. All right, he's been close. His hand has been close to his mouth, but I haven't seen him pull a Nick Fuentes yet. Right? We don't know that he eats it, at least not on stream. Right? You would hope he doesn't eat it on stream. Maybe chat. Maybe he has like a little bowl that he puts it in, and then that's his after stream snack. He puts it in a bowl, chat, and he pours milk on it, and he just it's like his Rice Krispie treats, or not Rice Krispies. Who the fuck is Demon Mama? Exactly, no one. I'm so glad I get to say that. No one.
No.
Who said that when?
Nobody ever said that.
Neither
ever.
of us ever said that.
Like,
and we wouldn't say something like that.
I mean, I've said the opposite, frankly,
right,
on many occasions, even before October 7th, right? So this is whatever brain disease this is of people just,
Okay, because that's not true.
What you did? That they're justified in what they're doing.
No.
I think
what you're wait. What? What you're
clips.
saying is just simply not true. Like this idea that they've been throwing full-throated support at Israel this whole time is just not true.
I didn't say full-throated support.
That
support did
that wasn't that different than what you said.
Support
he
did they
said
throw
that
to
we
Israel?
say Israel did nothing wrong or does nothing wrong.
Yeah, full-throated support. I mean, that is what you said. Okay, just stand on your shit, dude.
Yeah.
They've been saying that Netanyahu is like a war criminal. They've been saying that what Israel has been doing in Gaza has been completely unjustified. They've been talking about how Gaza deserves, Palestinians deserve their own state. They deserve to be free.
I think that's false.
It's not, I promise you.
That's crazy.
That's crazy. It's amazing that a chatter wouldn't know every little detail of the entire fucking H3 crash out on Hasan arc. That's fucking crazy. Wow, this really proves that we're right. Hutch, that there's a streamer that's sucking up to me, that's chasing my clout, knows more than a fucking rando in chat. Fucking crazy.
I think that's false.
What do you even say at that point?
Well, something. I feel like I have to do something because
this is widespread. This is like
wait,
not
I'm
one
sorry.
guy
Wait,
here.
I just realized something.
This is like
this
a
is
lot
the same person
of people.
Narwhal, you told me to look at your previous chat. Check out my last comment. I didn't tag you. I scrolled up. It may be because of the everything is squished down. Everything is smaller on the laptop. But I didn't see what that was. Please, if you could, say it again. I did not mean to ignore your member chat. But yeah, there's a lot going on here. Did he pick the information out of his nose? That's right. Widespread like Giardia. I'm so sorry, Narwhal. I hate that I have to ask you to type it again. But I just realized that I did not find your I scrolled up and saw I think other chats. But I probably just went past it accidentally. It's been resolved now? Okay. I'm glad it's been resolved.
and came up to the girl.
Yeah.
And said, you have a Teddy Frisch phone case.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Like, this is the same thing happening. So for me, what I've been doing is clearly not working. And I need to tackle this in a different way. But first of all, just understanding this perspective is it fascinated me, frankly.
Oh my God.
I promise you. This is why, and you don't want to tell me who you watch for media. That's
understanding the straw man, Ethan, is not going to fucking help you any more than, I don't know, me refuting logically the claims of a QAnon like wacko is gonna help like push back on Trump. You understand what I'm saying? Like, yeah, there are people with QAnon beliefs in the Trump administration right now. They don't come up front with it. The most you get is like when Mike Johnson said that Donald Trump was a FBI informant on Epstein, you know, kind of supporting the white hat pedophile theory that some QAnoners hold about Donald Trump, right? No, it's not gonna strawman. It doesn't fucking help you here, right? You know what would help you is to actually have a conversation with Hasan on or off stream and actually fucking listen to him, like, right? Or listen to Sam Cedar if you think that he's Hamas Piker and he's a bad terrorist man that wants 9/11 to happen over and over again until Mayo's side is achieved, right? Then fucking talk to Sam Cedar. I don't know, like what?
That's fine. You say it's nobody, okay. But I really want you to deep dive into what Ethan and Hila have actually said about this conflict, because they are not broadly Israel supporters. They're just not. These people should have been your ally, and you guys just.
They are broadly historical revisionists with a lot of Kahanist brainworms, is how I describe them, right? Their priority after October 7th was to echo the lies, the propaganda, the exaggerations, the transformation of the Palestinian people in the minds of the public into monsters deserving like just mass destruction. That's what.
You chased them out.
I do not think that's true at all, because they've said some very disgusting racist things over the last 2 years.
Okay.
Racist things.
I said discussing racist things. I'm on video all the time. I said discussing racist things, so clearly they should be able to show a clip. Easy, right? Let's see the clip.
About specifically Palestinians.
Can I get an example?
Community.
Can I get a...
Please, bro. Would you like me to come back in like 30 minutes and collect my fucking Twitch clips? I'm so confused.
By the way, I was like, yes. I know Hutch doesn't want to, but I was screaming at the TV. Yeah. Yeah.
You don't want that, right? If somebody, even like Ryan Beard, which he wouldn't do that because he's too much of a fence rider, right? But if somebody did like, which I think honestly, like the Ryan Beard Destiny nuke, it's kind of mid. I mean, because it's Destiny, there's a lot of smoking guns with Destiny. It's not a great video. It's not like Ryan Beard is not like the best content creator. He's not some kind of like detective like mind going through and making the case or anything like that, right? But even a cursory glance at Ethan's track record and a compilation of his most telling moments would be disastrous, right? Oh, that's a great face, Hutch. That's a great face that you're doing. Also, Ethan, look at that chat. We got a great wait, let me just stop and admire the freeze frame. Oh my god, look at that. Look at this tableau, chat. Look at this tableau. Isn't this wonderful? Let's see the clip. Bro, do you know about your N-word compilation? Yeah, clip. How about clips? How about like fucking, I think, tens of thousands, it seems, of clips. I can't believe my old friends still watch this shit. Oh no, I'm sorry, Magenta Dinosaurs. Ethan admits he's pulling the string on Hutch, or I'm not sure what you mean. That's why they're bleeding viewers. Yeah, and Hutch is about to be bleeding from the nose if he doesn't stop picking. Right? If you pick it, it will bleed. This was a prophecy told to me in the oh my god, what the fuck is that movie? It's not The Catcher in the Rye. Why do I want to call it The Catcher in the Rye? What's that baseball movie where they're like coming out of the cornfields? Like, oh my god, what the I don't even know, chat. I don't even know.
Yes, that's what I want you to do. Go do that.
I've seen.
By the way, thank you to Hutch for.
Yeah.
I don't know what the name of that movie is, chat, but I'm going to tell my kids it was Catcher in the Rye. The nuke also came out around the same time as the Hasan nuke. Oh yeah, Ryan did. Ethan didn't see the clips from it till it was like last weekish. Oh yeah, he reused the Ryan Beard stuff basically for his Destiny nuke. That's right.
For getting out there, you know, it is appreciated. It is.
All the same clips that you have. So
okay, then how are we arriving at different opinions? Because you sound like an apologist in this scenario.
I don't know what you think I'm apologizing for. Or you
Narwhal underscore by super chatted $6. Ryan Beard and Willie Mack have the same annoying cadence to their speech.
Narwhal, I believe you're right. Field of Dreams. It was Field of Dreams. That's what it's called. All I remember is the "if you build it, they will come." I don't even know. Like, I probably was like a very small child when I saw that movie on DVD. I don't know.
Defending their very staunch pro-Israel.
This is no wait.
So
this is wait. Hold on. This is what they've said.
You're telling me that H3 is not pro-Israel.
You understand that H3 called it a genocide like within a couple months? Do you understand that? Do you understand that H3? Do you understand? I mean, that's like way faster than I ever used that word.
You know, when you use a phrase like a couple months, that really gives you like, I don't know. It makes me think you don't know what you're talking about exactly. And I'm calling bullshit, chat. I'm calling bullshit. A couple of months. So, like, look, by your exact words, October, November, December 7th, right? A day that will live in infamy. Did Ethan Klein call it a genocide by December 7th? I don't fucking think so. Yeah, it is. Yeah, chat's got me. Chat's got my back on this one. It's Field of Dreams.
Do you understand that like H3 has talked about how Palestinians deserve to be free from occupation? They deserve to have their own state, and they've
been saying that before October 7th, when this fucking goofball probably didn't even know where Israel was on a map. He didn't know shit. Never even thought about this conflict, and I was, you know, advocating. I voted against Netanyahu twice when I lived there. Okay.
I'm sorry. Does me saying that I voted against Trump twice, like, absolve me from, I don't know, like the worst, shitlib endorsements that enabled Trump to actually take power? This is kind of a specious argument that he's making here, right, chat? Like, okay, great, you're not a Likudnik. You're not a literal fucking Likudnik. I mean, you have your moments of, yeah, like I said, Kahanist brainworms, like the version of history that you learned is pure propaganda, and you repeated it. You repeated it as if it was like based on something, when in actuality, it was fucking historical revisionism. It was fucking historical revisionism meant to justify the displacement of Palestinian families. But go on.
That's more to affect change than you will ever accomplish in your entire life as an online activist.
I've also seen them say, and I know that this is not false. They have also said things that contradict those statements that you just said as well.
He's got all the talking points, but he doesn't even understand what he's saying.
Yeah.
So like
he hasn't said one thing that we actually said, but only like.
Oh my god, the fucking chat, rando from chat doesn't know everything, doesn't know shit. Lemafau, the most prevalent clip I can think of regarding genocide is when Ethan said he wouldn't deny it, was a genocide, and then immediately buttoned after it looked like Ela had messaged him. Damn. Yeah, I gotta call bullshit chat. We got to do some research on this and see if. Oh my god, look at that again, the freeze frames. I know someone else who unironically couldn't point out Israel on a map. The guy was called Mr. Borelli. You're a fantastic moron. Mr. Borelli. Mr. Botticelli. Chat, we gotta create like a Italian Destiny. Like, what would that be like, chat? What would Destiny be like as an Italian man? Just to make the meme of Mr. Borelli the reality.
They have staunchly supported Israel. So what?
Which that statement alone, I was just like, wow. It did come as a shock to me. It came as a surprise to me that this is the level of delusion that people have about me. And I don't want to. These people are not the bad guys. They are doing what they think is right. And they're young and stupid, like I used to be once, and talk about shit they don't know.
Philodestrian says, looking back, he called it a cultural genocide with Hasan on that episode of Leftovers, but basically walked it back after that. Now, chat, like, you understand what a cultural genocide is? Like, some people have, it's like an accusation, thrown at China with its treatment of the Uyghur people, right? A cultural genocide is like is an attempt to erase the culture, right? It's distinct from a genocide without the modifier, right? And that it's not an attempt to ethnically cleanse or wipe, there's a whole bunch of, Israel versus Gaza, Leftovers, timestamp, 8 minutes. I'll see if I can get it, play something. I'm a little bit limited because of the laptop, but I think I can maybe try. Yeah, make sure that greenhouse doesn't fly away. Magenta dinosaurs, good luck with that. I hope you're... the Hanification. Yeah, Hanification, or what is it, like, Russia's policy of Russification, right? This is what we're talking about when we're talking about cultural genocide. It specifically refers to the erasing of culture, not the, mass, kill. I don't know, not a genocide. Like, right? It's a pretty weak tea for Ethan to say. Now, I mean, like, I guess, was there a cultural genocide as well? I suppose so. They made great efforts to erase all, like, even like relics of civic life in Gaza, right? They bombed the universities. They bombed they had a strategy for this, right? They didn't just like accidentally hit these important institutional buildings, right? This was part of the Israeli strategy to do so. Even down to bombing graveyards, chat. Or was it bulldozing graveyards? I think they bulldozed graveyards, right? I mean, that part of it is cultural genocide. If that was all that they had done, it still would have been horrible. But no, we're not talking about like like a cultural calling it a cultural genocide is burying the fuck out of the lead. Oh yeah, it's what he's saying. Well, what he said there was technically true. Wait, I gotta play something. Just gave me a suggestion for videos to try to pull up. I'm gonna look at it. Now let me just copy this so I don't forget. Oh my god. Chat keeps on slipping away from me. There we go. Gotcha.
Right? So, trying to be mature about this and think about it pragmatically.
I really doubt that that's true. I'm very up to date on all. I'm so online. I'm so up to date on all that lore.
I don't think it'll take me long to find some clips. I really don't.
Go.
That
like I'm sitting at my computer I'm on Discord with you, but I don't think it would take me long to find clips at all.
How do you make sense? Like, listen to me. How do you make sense out of the idea that Ethan was calling this thing a genocide and that he wants Palestinians to be free from occupation?
Because I'm lying.
Like, how do you square that with him being like super pro-Israel?
I think as long as he self-identifies as a Zionist, which he does,
that's crazy. That's crazy. This post from 14 years ago, I literally say verbatim, I do not support Israeli Zionism. 14 years ago.
And then you go on to define Zionism as being in support of the Israeli, the project of an Israeli state, specifically an Israeli state codified as a Jewish ethno-religious state, right? And then you say, well, by that measure, I suppose I am. So, yeah, the only way that you can say that you're not a Zionist is be like, Zionist, that's like Netanyahu and stuff. I'm not like that guy. I'm more of a Nakba revisionist with Kahanist tendencies. That's what I am, right? That I don't even realize are Kahanist, probably, because I'm too fucking stupid, because I'm Ethan Klein. That is a description, right? I mean, like, he's more recently, he says 14 years ago, bro, I don't give a fuck what you said 14 years ago. You were, for all practical purposes, 14 years ago, Ethan, you were pedo posting on Reddit as a joke, as a meme, right? Not just pedo posting, but also, posting horrible racist shit about Palestinians. But yeah, supposedly 14 years ago, he was like, yeah, Zionism bad, right? And then more recently, yeah, when he said it. Well, it depends on your definition of Zionism, and by if you're going to define it as a support of the settler colonial enterprise in Israel, he does support it. He supports the fuck out of it. He even talks about the Nakba as if, like, well, in some ways the Palestinians kind of had it coming. They shouldn't have fought back. They hadn't have fought back, nothing bad would have happened, and they would have had the original borders as proposed by the UN. Even though that is not the plan that Israel had in mind. That is not how the Zionist project, even under far more liberal leadership, was carried out. All right. And this is the problem. People thinking that there is an acceptable liberal form of Zionism that is in some way not detrimental to the existence of the Palestinian people. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. This was a settler colonial enterprise from the fucking get-go. This was a response to a horrible genocide in Europe, and after fucking centuries of pogroms that essentially recreated the pogroms in Palestine. It does not take much understanding to see this as wholly immoral. And yet Ethan does not. Ethan would rather trade in a revised version of history that in some way paints this as a complicated historical situation. And there's a historical claim to the land according to the Bible. Even though the people living in Palestine right now, have ancestry that stretches to that would stretch to the people described in the Bible, right? That's not just a I don't know. This is so fucked up, chat.
This dude is probably in elementary school.
But also, I'm sorry, I gotta point out too, I'm sorry, I'm Pazanabiing here, but I also gotta point out that what he just said, yeah, I could probably find some clips. Go find them right now. If you don't find them right now, they don't exist. They don't exist because this is the only moment in time that exists. If you cannot instantaneously pull up 67 fucking clips of me saying this shit, then they must not exist. Oh my fucking God. How disingenuous can a man be?
When I was expressing anti-Zionistic sentiment, staunch,
Palestinian.
I self-identify as a Zionist. Never.
It's to be free from occupation.
Okay,
how do you square that with him being like super pro-Israel?
That one, I believe you could pull up a clip. I'm looking. Let's see. Joel. Wait, somebody play something sent me this. This is the leftovers number 61. Yeah, this is the last leftovers, right? I think. I should know since the thumbnail says leftovers 63. Leftovers 62 was the debate between Hasan and Ethan that happened actually after leftovers. It wasn't really a leftovers, and so the Hutch being on leftovers would be 63, making this one the final episode. All right, let's go.
Because people are always going to call me a Zionist.
To Israel and Palestine. Like,
yeah. Here's what I'll say. And I like to say this at the top because people are always going to call me a Zionist. People are going to call me a IDF supporter, genocidal, all this shit. And I've been saying it every fucking day, every time I can say it. So if you see anybody saying that, you know they're liars and bad faith weirdos. So here's what I'll say about Israel, okay? Listen, this isn't the first time I've said it, and I'll say it many more times. The cabinet is run by genocidal maniacs, okay? They're led by Netanyahu, who should resign in disgrace and go to prison for being a war criminal, okay? He's made a coalition of the most radically conservative freaks that don't represent, by the way, the majority of Israelis. And they're hellbent.
I don't know. As far as the war, it seems pretty fucking popular in Israel, right? The only element of dissent now is that people want the hostages back, right? Netanyahu, claimed to be pursuing that, but at every single opportunity to get the hostages back, which they were offered back in negotiations really early on, Netanyahu said no, and even sabotaged and sandbagged the negotiations. Let's see. Streamed 1 year ago, October of 2023, the 12th of October. So no, that's not Ethan saying, understand, that's not Ethan saying this is a genocide, right? That's Ethan saying that the Likudnik, it's not even a Likudnik government, Chad. I feel like it's more conservative than that. Like Netanyahu is Likud, right? Smotrich and Ben Gvir and people like this are even further right than Netanyahu.
And on genocide, frankly, overtly. They've committed tons of war crimes in Gaza, including the killing of children, obviously, because Gaza is one of the most densely populated places in the world. 50% of the residents are under 18, so when you bomb a building, the chances that you're killing children is pretty much 100%. Okay? It's fucking barbaric. It's unacceptable. It's disgusting. I've seen videos, I saw videos of Palestinian dads holding his dead 5-year-old daughter. I mean, and there was another one that as a father, it's even hard to talk about. This dude was holding his infant. It was a year old. And he was patting her on the back and saying his final goodbye. I mean, he's holding her like she's alive, like he's just burping her or something. I didn't expect to get emotional about that, but I'm a new dad and that shit really fucks me up. And I hate to see it. It's not right. I think people in Israel that support the government and the government need to watch that shit. I think Israel shutting off water, power, and food to Gaza is insane. It doesn't even make sense. What's the end goal there exactly?
I wanna cut in here for a second, and while you recollect your thoughts and say something. The feelings that you are demonstrating here, and the empathy that you're demonstrating and showing towards Palestinians, is unfortunately not represented by our administration, and it's not represented by our media.
Biden was president at the time.
And I think that the irony is that in the aftermath of the Palestinian the Palestinian actions in southern towns in Israel, led by Hamas, the reaction from the Israeli population, specifically anti-Zionists living in Israel who are Jewish, and even Zionists living in Israel, was more tempered and more empathetic to the plight of Palestinians, and truly understood that the violence of this occupation and the violence of an apartheid regime and the violence of endless bombing campaigns in an open-air prison was squarely at the heart of the violence that Israelis experienced on October 7th. I think that is very courageous for people living in Israel proper who lost their friends to come out and speak out against their own government immediately. And it is cowardly and disgusting for Americans who are thousands of miles away, who will never be impacted by this, to refuse to reckon with that and to continue demanding more blood and aligning themselves with an insanely unpopular, insanely reactionary, far-right government who has deliberately propped up Hamas as the singular force time and time again, who has humiliated, bullied, imprisoned, and occupied and stolen the lands of so many innocent Palestinians. And it is shocking to me that the consensus in Israel is more tempered,
and that's what pisses me off
than
too.
the consensus in American media.
Like, I've seen way too many fucking people acting like.
Okay, so that was this is on October 12th, 5 days after October 7th when this happened. Now, if after this Hasan had gone on to make content, right? This was the end of the show. Ethan pulled the plug, not Hasan. Hasan was willing to continuing with the leftovers. I don't know, like, what happened. I don't remember exactly what happens in the rest of this 4-hour episode, but yeah, it did get a lot more contentious, if I recall correctly, and Ethan did not want to continue it. Hasan respected that. Hasan, while he didn't ban people for having a reaction to, other things that Ethan said. And the reason, chat, that Ethan's coming on here and kind of opening up with this emotional display, whether it's how real it is a question that we can, ask apart from this, right? But yeah, Hasan, defended Ethan to chat when he was attacked in chat, when people were saying Ethan's a bad guy, right? Hasan disagreed with chat, much to their consternation. And the only thing he didn't do was ban people for having human reactions to a guy enabling what anybody that had been watching Hasan would realize, was going to be a genocide. And Ethan there is talking about the genocidal nature, but the possible, I guess, genocidal intent of the far-right government in Israel at that time. Wow, this is weird to go back to because I didn't remember that this shit was actually unpopular, with Israelis at first. Benjamin Netanyahu was at the nadir of his popularity, was facing a number of, challenges both in court and as far as his government. and look to be, not long to be dismissed as prime minister. But if after this Hasan had gone on and made content attacking Ethan as a genocide enjoyer, and what Hutch is saying, this baby killer, kind of stuff, right? Then that would have been fucked up. But that's not what happened. That's not what happened. Hasan continued to defend Ethan even as he attacked pro-Palestinian voices all over the internet, even after he made himself the most interesting person on Twitter, to the point where he had to get off of Twitter, retreat behind his Instagram, and then just spew his hate from behind a platform that nobody can speak back to him on. Hasan continued to defend Ethan. Much to the frustration of his community, much to the frustration of his chat. That is the best he could do for Ethan, given what he had said. And understand that this, display that we saw in the very beginning, this emotional display, was something that Ethan had to do as a means of showing some sort of contrition for what? Making fun of somebody who had self-immolated, spewing propaganda that was enabling, despite him saying that he's no fan of Netanyahu's, he's no fan of the right-wing government, enabling the genocide. And this was, Hasan holding space for Ethan, and Ethan, I don't know, I will somewhat leave it up to you how you interpret this moment, whether it's genuine or not. But understand that it's functioning as a tourniquet on the bleeding that was already going on in Ethan's community, right? This is when it started, chat. At this point, Ethan is a guy that if he's got a hot topic and he comes to stream, he can get 50,000 views, concurrence, eyeballs, right? That's who Ethan was at the time. That's where we were at. And this last leftover stream came about right after the right after some of the events that really started his community leaving him. And Hasan being there, did it result in some people that were unsubscribing anyway, then becoming Hasan fans? Absolutely. But the way that Ethan parsed this, the way that Ethan interpreted this, was that Hasan had somehow Pied Pipered his audience away from him. And that's not what happened. He pushed his audience away. In the midst of doing leftovers with Hasan, and some people seeing, Hasan's point of view versus Ethan's perspective, chose Hasan. Ethan burned with rage and jealousy after this. And eventually, would attack Hasan's friends, would attack pro-Palestinian voices, and eventually turned his attention to Hasan himself. So this is not what Hutch is portraying it as, right? Even though we do see what may be a heartfelt moment of empathy from Ethan, I'm not gonna judge that. Also, Sasha G, thank you for the five gifted memberships that I should read out. Now, here, let's get back to this. I think Ethan's tears come more from his internal conflict. And clearly, Ethan chose one side over another. Yeah, he's got like an angel and a devil on either shoulder, kind of, and the devil won out, I guess. All right, so yeah, again, Sasha G, thank you for the gifted membership. This is how we got Weasels, and thank you for minting five new Weasels in chat. A. Velasco, you just got Weaseled. Crufflo, you just got Weaseled. Bell, you just got Weaseled. Brandon J, you just got Weaseled. Drift Smoke, you just got Weaseled, and that's a good thing. He attacked Frogan for the next 10,000, the next 1,000, for tens of thousands of viewers a week before. Oh shit! So he was already digging into Frogan by that time. Wow. And again, chat, Frogan, like, misinterpreted, I guess, some of the events of October 7th in a way, when we were kind of in an information vacuum at the time of exactly what was going on, right? Remember the first event, the first event to happen on September 7th was that the wall, the apartheid wall, the wall keeping Palestinian families from their homes, their family homes, right, was breached. And Frogan reacted to that, in a way of saying something to the effect that, like, Americans always talk about how they want a revolution, and yet, when one actually happens, we see their reaction. Ethan then cynically interpreted this as Frogan, endorsing the, killings at the rave and at the kibbutzes, and it's not actually what she was saying. So yeah, Ethan's attacks against Frogan were insane. Yeah, and then he went on Twitter and attacked a whole bunch of other. I think specifically, like, a lot of Arab American accounts that had talked about the situation. Still amazing. People watch lib streamers who just repeat CNN talking points. I know, right? That's a big part of why the Republicans have had so much success. Remember, chat, in the Obama administration, the Republican Party was looked at as possibly becoming a regional party, right? Their catastrophic failure against Obama, the first election, and then, in the second election, was looked at as kind of like, like this might be the end of the party. And the thing is that the Democrats were so slow to recognize that the voices of the institutions were losing trust, and that, they could no longer, that they needed to build their own independent, independent power. And they needed to not just like try to astroturf and cultivate like friendly voices in independent media, but change their message to more in line with what the culture was, the proverbial culture was feeling at the time, right? And they have failed to do that for 10 years. Anyway, not to talk about politics right now. Let's get back to this. What about? I feel like. Again, chat, the coffee is going strong. That's the other thing about this coffee is it's not just that it hits you hard, it's that it's got staying power. Like if you've ever had an experience where you indulged in like a kind of this mind expanding psychedelic experience, and you took too much, man, too much. And you're just like, okay, like when am I going to be normal again? Or when am I like that? That's like, I don't know. It's not quite like that, right? But it's a little bit like I would love to be slightly less caffeinated, substantially less caffeinated if I could. It would be, this is hard enough to deal with as it is. But here, let me say, oh yeah, that's what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to change the text to 55 there. We're past the point for this change. I don't know if we can bridge the gap soon enough. It scares me too, Sasha G. It really does scare me too, because the more I'm seeing from the Democratic Party, the more that I'm realizing that they are worse than useless. They are worse than useless. Youthless too, actually, is a good description of the. There's another malapropism, chat. We are channeling Pygmalion today with our or is it My Fair Lady? Which is no, it's Pygmalion, right? With the Miss Malaprop. Yeah, we are channeling oh my god, George Bernard Shaw, is that right? I believe that's right. Ride the wave, that's right. We gotta surf the Kali Yuga. Wait, that's like a right-wing thing, isn't it? Like right-wingers have kind of taken that as their
I think
like in some ways, chat, recognizing that we are indeed in the time of monsters is important. All right. obviously you don't want to come to the black pill or so-called red pill conclusions that conservatives have. But oh my God, I'm so tempted to show you this. No, I don't have time. We can't lose track of things, chat. I'm barely going to be able to cover this content as it is, so I'm going to choose to move on instead of showing you somebody's video that is it's a Vegeta on Jubilee surrounded by 20 Frieza supporters. Chat. Somebody actually did that. Somebody actually did Vegeta surrounded by 20 Frieza supporters, and it's interesting. I think they were actually right wing. I think there was a little mask slip at the end of it where they kind of the person that finally delivers the strongest argument against Vegeta is actually somebody in a hat that says "Make Universe 6 great again."
As long as he self-identifies as a Zionist, which he does, then that's all.
I don't think I've never heard him call himself a Zionist, by the way.
So sure about it, like he said it so confidently.
Right. So I mean, and that's convincing if you don't know, right? That comment it's just blowing me away. This whole conversation, just so eye-opening.
That's all.
I don't think I've never heard him call himself a Zionist, by the way.
Yeah.
I've literally have seen him call himself a Zionist. Why are people?
No,
you have not. You have never seen that.
True.
You've seen this
Show
dude
it.
cry over this bullshit.
I have never. I've never seen him call himself a Zionist.
That's so okay. So
what do you think a Zionist is?
To clarify, chat, Ethan fits the definition of his description of a Zionist, right? Like that's what he said. He's like, it depends on what you call a Zionist, and if you call a Zionist somebody that believes in like the greater Israel and that Palestinians are Amalek. I'm not a Zionist. That's not what it means, by the way. It has a very broad and further encompassing definition than just like the far right of Israel. But then he was like, well, and then some people define it as, that Israel has the right to exist as a, as a Jewish state, right? And then he, said that I guess I do fit that definition. But no, nobody that's just lost a fucking more than half of his audience. Nobody that's lost half of his audience for the perception that he's a Zionist is going to fucking go and call himself a Zionist, right? Even if behind closed doors, even if that is how he feels, right? Obviously, he's not going to say those words.
So what's your definition of a Zionist?
I think I like Adam Friedland. Bro, you asked me to watch. I watch Come Town, fucking Adam Friedland. Yeah. That's political, right?
Okay, all right.
You just thought of a name that's really like, okay, enough to say.
Very political. Yeah, Come Town is very political. If you consider, gay sex with your dad to be political, then yes, Come Town is extremely political. If you consider the idea that Eric Clapton wants to be wants to go in another man's ass and control him through a series of levers and pulleys like a giant robot. If you consider that political, then yes, Come Town is highly political. Anybody see the Stavros clip? We're not going to have time for this today, and yeah, I know, Narwhal, I need to stay on track, but did anybody see the Stavros Halkias clip? He had a Austin comedian on, and she starts to say like transphobic slurs, and he just shuts her the fuck down. I mean, the thing that makes Come Town political, I guess, is that for stand-up comedians, they have way better politics than you're expecting. Like, Stavros, Adam, and Nick have better politics, and Adam's had some moments on his stream, like exposing Destiny and Richie Torres, right? But yeah, obviously it's a little bit silly to call Come Down. I think the caller is tongue in cheek here. Yeah, it's okay because Adam's Jewish. I guess that's what Ethan's getting at. I don't know. Really ate Ela. I would argue the anti-Semitic part is linking. Oh yeah, absolutely, Sundun B. Look, that's an anti-Semitism that the that American Zionists, like whether they be Christian or Jewish, again, most American Zionists are Christian, not Jewish, and the far right in the United States, kind of link hands on, right? This is where they fist bump, right? This is where they dab up. That they both associate, they intrinsically associate Israel with the Jewish people writ large, despite a lot of Jewish people, having critical opinions of the Zionist project. She was having turf takes, but swearing she's not a bigot. He disagreed. Yeah. I mean, it wasn't like the. Mullen was on Red Eye. About as political as it got. Yeah, that's right. What was he, like, trolling on there or something? I've seen little bits. Like, what the fuck was Red Eye? That like, it almost seems like they did, like, I don't know, they were doing like a podcast on Fox News back in the 2016, 2018 era. And yeah, Nick Mullen came on, I guess. Anyway, let's get back to the content. Oh my god, chat, how much more of this is there? Okay, that says, so at 2:25 we get to baseball, Karen. There's an hour left. Anybody got timestamps for me? I asked yesterday, nobody had timestamps. It really does help me if you suggested a timestamp. This H3 show timestamp.
He's like, oh yeah, I got one.
Adam Friedland does
You're
not
not going to
talk
judge me for this one.
You didn't learn I'm a Zionist from Adam Friedland, okay?
And Come Town is not a political podcast.
And that it's not a political.
He's kidding.
Whatever that show is.
Listen. I'm sorry.
I wish they would just pull up a clip.
For those of you, like it's so fucking easy. The caller doesn't have a crew, Ethan. You need to be babysit to be able to pull up a clip, and sometimes even then you can't manage it, right? You're expecting the caller to just pull up the clip. Oh no, it's really fucking easy. You're talking to someone, right? You're in the moment. Like, and seriously, if the caller was just like, just a second, I want to pull up a clip, Hutch would put on Jeopardy music. You're like, all right, we're kind of bored. Have you got the clip yet? Have you got the clip? Oh, I guess there's no clip. Oh, I guess you must not have much. Yeah, you can't fucking find the clip on demand. Anyway, let me put this on, look for the video that plays something suggested.
Like, I think that is telling, though, by the way. I think that's your answer. You were like, maybe not Hasan, maybe Bad Empanada. Him saying Come Town, he's a Chapo guy.
Oh
yeah.
So many innocent Palestinians. And it is...
I gotta, what? No, god damn it, I picked up, I didn't actually, you know the thing where you hit C and you're like, cool, I copied it, here, let me paste, nope, you didn't copy shit, fuck. I wanted to say, oh my god, no. Okay, I wanted to say to anybody that does not follow these podcasts that the reason that the caller is memeing about Come Town being political is that there's a meme on Come Town that they're center left now, right? It comes from, I think, the fact that Dasha from Red Scare, who they knew at the very beginning and who used to be a socialist, she's Sailor Socialism, from the famous InfoWars clip, right? That's Dasha wearing the sailor uniform and, talking about healthcare or something like that, right? Dasha became far right, and they had a conversation. There was a conversation between Adam and Dasha where Adam's like, "Yeah, we're center left now. We're center left," and you're, and she's like, "Yeah, I'm a right wing extremist, I guess, or something." She's, I don't know. It's a meme. It's a reference. It's one of those things that if you know, you know. What am I trying to do? Here, I'm going to pull this up in the background.
Okay. Oh, that was
they're
that
like
guy
buddies. They have lots of crossover.
That guy who was
he was saying around 2020. That's when they were really at their peak.
Got it.
Yeah.
That's the guy whose eyes were rolling in the back of his head next to Hasan. He was sitting there sweating like a.
Oh, that's the guy.
Yeah, that's
like
that's Felix. Yeah.
Eyes rolling back on some kind of drug.
I don't know any of
hitting
these
a
people.
vape like.
Ethan, did you just mix up two Jewish people? Is that what just happened? Are we confusing our Jews here? No, that was Felix Biederman. That is not Adam Friedland. They're not the same guy. They're not even on the same podcast. God damn, dude. God fucking damn it, Ethan. This anti-Semitism from the H3, podcast. I don't know what to say about this. Damn.
Dude is...
That guy is a vape god. For sure. He never stops vaping.
That dude is not going to live very long based on that clip. But anyway, okay, so that makes sense. The Chapo.
I'm just guessing.
Chapo
from the Cumtown connection. I'm putting that together.
That's a good guess.
Adam Friedland's definition of Zionism, that Israel is not... Zionism exists to give Israelis a safe place to live, and by definition, Israel is not a safe place to live, so Zionists should...
This guy has no fucking idea. He is so dumb. He can't even articulate a coherent point about Zionism. He says Zionism is a safe place.
He's misquoting Adam Friedland. And again, he's a rando from chat. All right? If you talk to an H3 Fupa Troopa, trust me, you are going to get a much more incoherent perspective than that, right? You are going to get pure parasociality. You're going to get an argument that relies on, well, Ethan's a good guy. Just watch the show. Watch the show. Watch the show. He's not so bad once you get to know him. Oh my God.
Place for Jews to live, but it's not safe. Therefore, I'm against Zionism. Talking about, bro? Just stop. Just stop.
Not be.
That's not really a definition.
Okay, if I want to steelman the caller, what the caller is saying, yeah, it's definitely not a definition, and you shouldn't expect coherency from a fucking chatter that doesn't do live streaming. You're bringing an amateur. I made this comparison the other day, chat. If I'm a pitcher, if I'm a major league pitcher, and I bring out a fan from the opposing team and give him a bat, right, and be like, all right, I'm going to throw some pitches to you, try to hit them, and I come out with a 95 mile per hour fastball, and it's probably not even that fast for a pitcher, but 105 is that fast, I guess, right? I'm throwing real major league pitches, and I strike the dude out. Does that mean I'm an awesome pitcher? Does that mean the other team sucks? No, it doesn't mean anything. That's a fan. That's an amateur. You're bringing on a fucking amateur, and the amateur gives you, instead of a definition, what the amateur was trying to say is that the project of Zionism is a failure because the proposed intent of the project was to try to try to make the Jewish people safe, and it's actually made life more dangerous for Jewish people, right? That is what the caller is trying to say. The caller is actually right about that, but no, you're correct, Ethan. That is not a definition of Zionism. That is a critique, I believe, of Zionism. Let me see if I can pull up the Sam Cedar clip here.
We're going to police. Hold on, let me respond. You want me to respond to this?
No,
I don't. Like I say, I don't care about this, but if you're going to force me to respond to it, what Israel is doing right now is so far beyond the idea that someone says any time in your life or not or whatnot. He's talking about Zionism, and frankly, I think it's very difficult for me to understand how someone could have positive feelings at this time. Now, you want to say in the past and what? Okay.
Yeah.
Like I say, I will grant you at any time in your life that is too broad a step. But wait, let me finish.
Yeah.
But see, you go in and you're making this about anti-Semitism by doing this hopscotch about a poll that people had positive feelings that Jewish people do, and then therefore he is anti-Semitic. And honestly, that type of conflation, I think, is so dangerous and so disingenuous. I mean, I don't want to get too passionate about this, but I will tell you something. I have had a guy who went to my bar mitzvah, my sister's bar mitzvah, my kid's bar mitzvah, sat at Passover with me 3 or 4 times, call my father and ask him if I'm anti-Semitic. Now, this is just one, that is just an example, an illustration of conflating when he's clearly talking about Zionism. Was it hyperbole to say any time in life, whatever? The fact of the matter is this conflation is dangerous for Jews. It is a fig leaf and a way of weaponizing anti-Semitism that has enabled Donald Trump to do the shit he's doing, that has enabled the slaughter of thousands upon thousands of children and women and men, for that matter. It is not keeping Israelis safe. And this type of conflation, Ethan, is what I find far more irresponsible, frankly, than the idea that he said positive any time. I mean, look, you do a show
Sam,
4 hours a day. He does a show 5 or, as far as I could tell, 15 hours a day. And to focus in on that.
Yeah, 25 hours a day. That sounds about right for Hasan. Yeah.
One tiny clause.
This is not one
sentence.
tiny clip, Sam.
Well,
you don't know. This is a
second.
totality of behavior.
But you
and
wanted
by
to
the
bring
way,
this
it's
up.
easy,
I
and I
don't care
appreciate
about
that you can hand wave it away and say that it doesn't.
No, I'm not hand waving it away.
Well, you kind of are.
I'm saying this
You're saying it doesn't.
conflation.
You're saying
this
actually,
conflation,
I'm wrong
saying,
for caring
I'm
about
saying,
it.
No, yes. In fact, I'm saying this conflation is incredibly dangerous. It is disingenuous.
I think it's dangerous
right now,
to
there is,
ignore what's being described as dehumanizing, violent language for American Jews that have nothing to do with the war.
That is a complete mischaracterization of that.
It's not.
So yeah, there we go with Sam. So yeah, play something where you kind of going off what the caller was saying. So the caller actually does make a good point there in terms, or he's remembering a good point made by Adam Friedland, and I want to get into this dragon fruit here, chat. Do I have a napkin though? I think this is a red dragon fruit. It's gonna stain my mouth. I'm gonna look like I'm, eating flesh or something here. But anyway, this is is that the point that we're making with that clip, right? Is that? But yeah. Anyway, the caller does not. I know we say caller. It's like that's what you call somebody on the Majority Report. It's just it's a chatter that goes into Discord. Is what we're talking about here, right? Yeah, the chatter doesn't give a definition. The chatter instead gives a criticism, as a chatter will do, right? Because they're not a live streamer, and when you're having a chatter on for like so far, I mean, I don't know. It's Ethan's pausing it, so I don't know how long it is, but it looks like 45 minutes of the H3 show. So he's been on for 30 minutes, right? When you have somebody who doesn't broadcast on, you're essentially having them broadcast. You are putting a mic in front of a amateur, and yeah, if you get a critique instead of a definition, that's not that surprising.
It's not really a definition.
So that a Zionist is someone who believes a state for Israelis should exist.
Say for Jewish people. Stay for Jewish people. Is that what he said?
Right.
Is that what he said?
Right. Jewish people.
How do you feel about the fact that like Adam Friedland literally just like laughed at the Ukrainian war and said, "Not my problem."
I think the Ukrainian war is bullshit. I don't know.
Imagine hand waving such like horrific war crimes, the theft of tens of thousands of children. Okay.
I'm sorry. Wait a minute.
To accuse me in such hateful language. He's impugning Hutch's entire.
Okay, so I want to point out the Ukrainian war is bullshit. Okay. Putin should have never invaded Ukraine. That's actually true. Now, if this, like, I know there's different ways that people could say this. Maybe the caller is trying to say that caring about Ukraine is bullshit. Oh no, it's a white one. I don't think you can actually tell until you get into here, like both the red and the white dragon fruit, or the red flesh and the white flesh dragon fruit. They both have a red exterior. And so you just don't, I don't know. There might be a way to tell from the outside. If there is, I don't know. I do not know it. Yeah, let's open this baby up. We're going to cut up more of the top. But yeah, I mean, so far I can't tell where the color is actually going on this, right? In the sense that... the Ukrainian war never should have started. It is bullshit. But I don't know if you're saying that like Putin was right, then okay, fuck you. But again, they tried to pin this color to Hasan. The best they've done is pinning this color to Cumtown and to Chapo. Do I have a? Oh, I do. I have a. I didn't cut. I don't think I cut this right. I think you're just supposed to split it down the middle. Anyway, it's gonna juice, chat. It's gonna juice. We're gonna deal with it. Hopefully, I don't get it all over my laptop because that would suck. Here, it's a good time to take a little bit of a break because I haven't even looked at the bonus poll. I do see that we're at 55%. That is, like if we get to 100%, I stick around here longer. Other than that, I'm gonna make haste and end the stream pretty abruptly when we get done with the Ethan content, since I don't even have Twitch to raid into today. Feel like mixing Ukraine into the conversation. That is weird. Yeah.
Sarah super chatted $49.99.
Sarah,
souvenir fund
you just
heart.
crushed it. You just crushed it. Well, it looks like bonus content is on the menu now. Thank you for the very generous super chat towards a souvenir fund. If you want to suggest a souvenir, I'm all ears. I would say I'm all ears. Actually, you know what? I got to be half ears, right, chat? Let's see, which ear do I want? Yeah. Wait. Yeah. I'm taking one headphone out right now as a preventative measure against them both losing power at the same time, right? So I'm charging one so that when this one loses power, I'll be able to put in the other one, because yeah, we're on the Bluetooth headphones today. But yeah, like as far as souvenirs, like the one that I got in mind right now is a power strip actually, or a power converter, which I think I can get for like $20. Here I did see one for sale for $20. Bonus content is back on the menu, boys, says Rave. That's right. We got the bonus content is absolutely back on the menu now. And then oh my god, chat. So what am I trying to do? I'm trying to read out the oh yeah, wait, it's usually so easy to find. Gotta switch over here. All right, so I'm looking at long last. I'm looking at the poll. Leftist Mafia fighting over the chorus situation is at 50%. That is the leader at the moment, right? Second place by a long shot is Lonerbox versus Anthony Fantano. That is a Twitter fight that erupted between the two of them. Third place, we have Taylor Lorenz talking to the Vanguard about Ethan Klein. And third place, we have Alex Jones calling himself mom. Souvenir show and tell when I get a chance to actually, the only thing that kind of sucks, chat, is that the time that I'm awake and you might be awake is basically in the early morning and in the late evening for me, right? So my normal streaming hours, I end up sometimes going through the sort of business hours here in Hanoi. Mango? Wait. Saganiano? But yeah, I just wanted to so that's the result of the poll right now. Remember, you can always let me know when you donate which of these topics is speaking to you, which of these topics do you want to see, which of these topics is sparking joy for you, and I will put your money where your mouth is and add your donation, as I did for Omega Star, to the topic of your choice, right? So we got some bonus for Leftist Mafia here. You can also say Vox Populi. That's this one down here. If you're saying Vox Populi, then what you're saying is like, I want the chat to win. I want the vote to determine what we watch and not the donors. So you can also say that, right? You can also say Vox Populi instead of any of the topics if you just want to leave it to fate, or rather leave it to the chat, which at this point, vote for Vox Populi is kind of a vote for the Leftist Mafia, which is the leader in terms of donations and also the leader in terms of chat. So it looks like it's all coming together. When triple shines the single sun, What's one was sundered and undone shall be made whole. The two made one. By Gelfling hand or else by none. Yeah, that's right. We've got a rare convergence of the donations and the votes, all around one topic today. And that topic is the Dark Crystal, the 1980s puppet movie by what is it called? The Jim Henson Studio. What is it called? What is the name of Jim Henson's studio, chat? No, I'm just kidding because it's Convergence. Anyway, convergences are cool, and we like convergences. I didn't see. Oh my gosh, am I missing out on chat? I read that resin hair sticks are popular in Vietnam. A resin hair stick. They even have a butterfly resin hair stick. Nice, nice. I need to learn how to put that in, but maybe I can. I should ask somebody. Mango Saigoniano? But yeah, thank you for the super chat. And yeah, that's where we're at now. It looks like we're going to stick around and watch some Leftist Mafia with y'all. It's all coming up on Leftist Mafia. Oh, it's all coming up Leftist Mafia. Yeah, correct. I watched the clip of Alex Jones talking candidly about the USS Liberty and then cut to him censoring his channel in favor of Israel. God damn, that's why he's losing to Owen Schroyer. That's part of why he's losing to Owen Schroyer. The other part is that he is fucking supporting Trump through the, for Leftist Mafia. Oh my God, it really is converging. Look at that. So like Leftist Mafia at 60, that is impressive. That is nigh undefeatable, but we shall see. We shall see, chat, what we end up with by the end of the stream. Ogra, is that Ogra? I don't remember enough about the Dark Crystal. To be honest, like, I saw the sequel, I believe, before the original. Anybody ever see this? Which is wild, because the sequel, like, I don't like calling it the sequel, because it's actually a prequel. What's cooking? Good looking? I would love to do a cooking stream sometime. I've been cooking for myself a lot. I got a hold of some pak choi, some walnut oil for cooking, right? It's got some tofu, bean sprouts, morning glory blossoms, morning glory flowers, for a nice little addition there. And what else? Rice vermicelli and rice itself. And then I also got a few mung beans, in case I want to eat something other than tofu as my protein. Not the mung bean sprouts, but the actual dried mung beans, the yellow mung beans themselves. Agra is her name. I love her. Wait, she's the one that says the prophecy? Yeah, because I think I watched the original after I watched the I think it's a prequel, right, chat? Isn't the one that came out recently, the one that came out in like 2020, 2019 or whatever? I think that one's the prequel, right? It's wild that it just rolls off the tongue like that, though. You could tell they had some good writing. You sprout your own mung? Nice. I saw her puppets IRL. Yeah, my mung are split, so I won't be sprouting those. I don't think you can sprout split mung. But if you get the green mung in their whole form, I saw her puppet in real life at the Center for Puppet. Aren't there water puppets here that I'm supposed to see? I'm supposed to go find the water puppets, right? Stoned, man, I haven't heard that for a while. Me too. Yeah. Oh, as far as seeing the yeah, so I guess I saw them in the right order, because I think that the one that came out recently is a prequel, which is kind of fucked up, right? Right. The prequel is like their liberatory struggle of the Gelflings, right? And then like the original, which is technically part 2, is actually in a place where there's only 2 Gelflings left, right? So it didn't end up well. It didn't end well even after they fought their battle for liberations. People keep on telling me, yeah, I'm in Saigon right now. I've been drinking cannabis tea. Wait, what is that? What's up with that? I've never heard of that. I didn't know you could make it into a tea. How does that work, Rooster Rick? Are you maybe steeping it with I don't know, some milk or something? Is it like Bang? Are you talking about Bang? Bhang? Bang? The Gelflings. My favorite part of the old '80s movie, right, is the evil like Skeksis dude that's like trying to pretend to be nice, and he's like, no, Skeksis friends, Skeksis friends, like right, Skeksis help, and it's like, no, dude, I don't think the Skeksis are gonna help. Like you're pretty evil coded, dude. I don't think that. Yeah, like that would be a trip though if they had like a good Skeksis, right? Because just because you're like evil coded doesn't mean you're evil. Take me to Saigon. I mean, I'm not in Saigon right now. I am in, and it's not. I mean, you can still call it Saigon. I don't think that's like offensive or anything, but it is technically Ho Chi Minh City after that city was liberated from the Americans and their puppet government. Speaking of puppets, the puppet government. Okay, I'm digging this. Yeah, dragon fruit was a good call. I definitely didn't need mango. I've eaten enough like high sugar stuff this morning. Like I had some mango. I had some sugarcane juice, and I don't think the coffee was sugared, but Canada tea is steeped in usually. Yeah, it's gotta be. The trick I believe is saturated fat. I mean, I've been told maybe it doesn't have to be saturated, but that would be like coconut milk or like a dairy milk would do the trick. No, I've definitely spoken about the fact that I'm in Hanoi right now. It's a big city. And, anyone would be hard-pressed to find me here, so. Skeksis had a dope design. Oh, yeah, you're right! Yeah, wait, there was gonna be a show? Wait, yeah. That was the second. The prequel was a show. I forgot about that. Yeah, you're right. And I guess it got canceled. Wait, did they have to wrap it up early? Is that what happened? Is it one of? I hate. That's the worst thing about Netflix, right? Is that like when they cancel something and the creator, intends for it to run for a certain time, and then they're like, nope, that's it. That's your last episode. It's your last season. And then they're like, okay, I guess we got to wrap it up somehow. And they got a shitty. I mean, I don't think it was a shitty ending, was it? Like I said, the only thing shitty about that ending was the fact that we all know like what happens since it's a prequel. Right? That's what kind of sucks. Like the sort of like exuberant liberation of the Gelflings we know is only a momentary victory. My parents' friend was a PSYOP agent in a war that fell in love with the city. Oh wow! With it was Saigon. Ho Chi Minh. I guess maybe at the time it was Saigon, or with Hanoi. This stun lock. I mean, we can't just like pull like I don't know. I need it's a stun lock so I can eat dragon fruit, right? It's really what I'm doing. I'm stalling in order to eat something. Although I don't know, I could eat while I'm watching Ethan too. One season. If you haven't watched it, you should. It's a very good from a technical standpoint. I love all the puppets in the drama. It's very well written. Here, I'm gonna eat half of this dragon fruit, and then we'll go again with Ethan. I just needed to take a moment. Okay, I'm starting to come back to earth. Starting to peel myself off the walls. Fell in love with the country in general. I see. Yeah, I mean, it's a beautiful place. It's an amazing culture. And not that anybody should judge a culture by its food, but the food is not bad either. I'm understating that, right? The food is like actually quite amazing, especially the coffee, chat. But if you do come here and you do get some coffee, just go easy on it. You know, take your coffee cup, pour it out into like a smaller cup. You could even like, you know what, like one of those like a shot glass. You could take your coffee, you could pour out a shot glass of coffee into a shot glass and start with that. Start with half of that, right? Practical effects beat digital effects 9 times out of 10. I agree. This is an entire system rewards just shitting out the lowest cost trash. It feels like this has made a attention span issue with the viewers. Yeah, the Mr. Beastification of like media in general. Anyway, let's get back to the Ethan thing. The stun lock. 15 minutes of a stun lock is long enough. Okay, let's do the Ethan.
Your existence as a person just for
talking to you.
And then on the other breath, hand wave without a care in the world. This fucking insane
clown posse.
This absolutely insane warmonger Putin, who's killing a bunch of civilians, who brought war on a peaceful country.
Let the caller
kidnapping children. Tens of thousands of kids are being fucking kidnapped, literally.
Again, you couldn't tell what side the caller was on.
How is that possible? It's scary. It's scary. How you can be.
You couldn't tell what side the caller was on in that. Also, look, it's a different. There's also 2 issues, right? Even like, look, I mean, I don't know. Maybe the caller was saying that. I hope the caller wasn't saying like caring about the Ukrainian people is bullshit. You know, they said the Ukraine war is bullshit, right? That could mean that it could be that the caller agrees with Ethan about Putin. It could also be that I don't know, the caller you know, does not like the United States involvement in the war. That's a separate issue. It could be that the caller thinks that the war is unwinnable at this point. That is, you know, unfortunately, like if winning is taking back, you know, all of the Donetsk and Luhansk and Crimea, then yeah, it probably is unwinnable, right? Realistically speaking. So like, I don't know. We don't know what the fucking caller is saying at this point.
I mean, cognitive dissonance is
yeah.
It is what that is.
Yeah.
Quite literally.
Challenged?
What's that, Nate?
Challenged?
I literally what is it?
Challenged?
I have no idea what he's saying.
Challenge? Challenge? What do you want to challenge? Nothing? Okay.
Whoa.
You don't have
really abstract.
Nate, you didn't have to you did not have to interrupt with that, okay? I'm just
Damn, Nate's not having a good day, I guess. Look, what is Nate gonna say? Like, actually, people say a lot of bad things about Vladimir Putin. I've seen a lot of clips about him. You know, I've seen a lot of people saying things. But if I watch his podcast, and you know, he's not so bad once you get to know him. He's not so bad. He talks about history. Did you know that Ukraine used to be part of Russia even before the Soviet Union? Did you know that? Did you know that bread prices are pretty low in a Soviet grocery store? And when you take the when you take the grocery cart, it makes you put a coin in, and if you want the coin back, you got to take the grocery cart back to the thing. Isn't that great? I'm sorry, Chad. I'm channeling Tucker Carlson too much here. Let's get back to the content.
saying, I don't know why you said challenge. Thank you.
Okay.
It's a soundbite. It was a soundbite.
No, why we're sending money. Like, I really don't.
Are you sure?
Okay, you're telling me that you're a pro-Palestinian advocate because you don't like the amount of suffering.
We were trying to.
Hold on. Let me ask.
Wait, do we know more about this challenge thing? It is a soundbite, says Philadestrian. Nate is the new crew guy. Did he get fired, buddy? I mean, he is. It does seem like there's a bit of turnover going. There's a lot of new members like coming in to the show right now. Maybe because of the potential for losing the old crew. I don't know. God damn, that dragon fruit was really good. I still have half of it left. Dan's little crony laugh is annoying. I've heard at some point, isn't there something where Ethan says something about like Adam Friedland that's not true and Dan hits the button? And in the USSR, they only had one brand of each item in each store. Keeps it simple. Ethan is very culty towards his crew. I still don't understand what's going on. Is it a soundbite? The positive thing. Wait, you said positive? That's a... Oh, you are positive that it's a soundbite. Wait, so they're joking? That's a joke? He's not really calling out Nate? Or is Nate doing the Zach job today? Is Zach gone? Is Zach not there to... What is going on with H3? Dan does have the henchman crew fit. When you say henchman crew fit, are you talking about the look? Anyway, let's get back to this.
It's a question.
Has every yeah.
Let me ask a question, okay? Like you tell me that you don't you watch what's happening in Gaza right now, and you
are you equating that Russia and Ukraine's relationship is mirrors that of Israel and Gaza's?
You know, it doesn't need to mirror each other.
Why do you need to make that comparison? Like, bro, it's evil. He's ignorant but evil.
Hold up, chat. I am seeing that we have very low frames right now. Yeah, I have no clue what's going on. Lol. Is the stream still streaming? There we go. 2,000, 9,000. Okay, we seem to be back. We do seem to be back. Oh my God, 24,000. Okay, we only need like 30,000, 27,000 to power this thing. All right, we're back. Yeah, small F. We definitely had a small F there. I noticed it too. I actually caught it before anybody said it from chat, which is a rarity, right? We know Ethan gotta be losing some money. No way, he's upscale. Well, he lost it to Ryan Kavanaugh. What do we say, chat, when there's an F? Reload and Wait, what is it? What do I always say? Reload and refresh and reload. Yeah. Dan doesn't hit the button. He just corrects Ethan swiftly. Did that already happen? Did I miss that somehow? Did I miss that? I mean, they did talk about Adam Friedland a little bit, right? Does he come back up? Oh no, you're talking about where Ethan is thinking about Felix Biederman, and he's the little bit of anti-Semitism that we saw there from H3, and then just like refresh and reload. Refresh and reload. I might have to type it myself just to make sure that everybody gets to that point. Refresh and reload. Ooh, okay. That's what we're going to do. Let's make sure we get everybody back, okay? Yeah, so, yeah, I'm on not hotel Wi-Fi, but, I don't know how many people are on this router. Also, this happens even in Thailand. Sometimes we have little minor Fs. So, yeah, it hasn't been too bad so far. We have had a few minor Fs, but I think we're good. Literally thought my cat hit the keyboard and it went backwards. Damn. Have we got everybody back yet? I hope so. Okay, anyway, chat. I might have to move forward with this if anybody, like, I don't know, there's too much fucking shit here. Too much shit going on. And I know that there's like a conversation, I thought, between Ethan and Hutch about how to save his reputation. Yeah, it goes to 225. I'm at 133 right now. Fuck me, chat. That is a... Oh, God, I gotta stop saying that. You know why I gotta stop saying fuck me? Also, it's maybe even a weird phrase in English, right? But I'm I'm around a lot of people that speak English as a second language, right? Fuck me, when something goes wrong is a very common response that I have. It's probably a millennial thing, I don't know, that I picked up somewhere going to school. but anyway, so, you know, but yeah, to an English as a second language speaker, that phrase might be misinterpreted if they're not familiar. If they haven't heard people say that as like a God damn, right? they might think I'm saying something very different. So I gotta work that out in my vocabulary.
Evil. And his ignorance, right?
And the ignorance.
I don't think he's evil, but like his ignorance, the confidence he has is evil. And it's dark business.
You know that more people have died in the Ukrainian war than in Gaza?
Yeah, and what do the casualties look like on both sides? What is the share?
Well,
what does it matter?
Wait. Okay, so this might be true. You don't hear a lot about Ukraine casualties, but I think is it around 1 million, chat? It's pretty high. It is actually pretty high. Let's see. And in fact, I watched a video about this that it's also uncertain. Casualties, specifically because I think of the Russian numbers are not, like, you can't really... Yeah, up to 1 million in this current conflict, estimated during the after the invasion. But the other war, or not even a war, right? The thing about the invasion of Gaza is not a war, right? There's not like meaningful amount of forces fighting back. There's not battle lines with like Hamas on one side and Israel on the other side. It's asymmetric warfare. It's asymmetric warfare, and the casualties, I think, are highly skewed towards the civilian side, right? And that's not. We're not even really talking about the same thing here. I want to also point out, though, that, you know, a comparison of the Ukrainian war to the Israeli war done correctly does not redound in Ethan's favor, right? Like, look, if you want to compare something to, if there's a parallel between Ukraine and Israel, it'd be more like this. You compare the, you know, even like the pre-1948 like numbers of casualties, right? Yeah, the invasion began like before 1948, realistically, and has lasted. Is still going on. Is still, you know, in its ethnic cleansing phase now in Gaza, and probably coming soon to the West Bank, right? So, you know, you would compare the entirety of the conflict from 2014, was it? The invasion of Crimea and the incursion into Donetsk and Donbass, the Donbass region, right? You'd compare, you know, that, you know, 2014 to currently to early in the 20th century to currently. Yeah, they're using it as a weapon laboratory. Exactly, on civilians, Sarah. Yeah, you're exactly right. You're exactly right on that. Yeah, I don't know why exactly Ethan is trying to hone in on this. Oh my god. I don't know what to do, chat. There's Galia. Is she going to be talking about Ukraine? I don't know. I mean, obviously she talks about more than just Ukraine.
A lot of the weapons, people are so fucking stupid. They don't know shit. A lot of the shit we send is old fucking military equipment that's going to be recycled.
Now, is he talking about Israel here, or is he talking about Ukraine?
But anyway, you know. Anyway.
Yeah, I'm aware of the Qatar situation. So, if anybody doesn't know, Doha was just attacked by Israel. Was it airstrikes or was it drone strikes? The IDF, not the Mossad. This, it's being called a targeted strike by Israel, but it's not the Mossad, striking and taking and trying to take out Hamas leadership. It is actually the IDF itself making a strike on a U.S. ally. That is what Qatar is. Qatar has been instrumental in many of the negotiations, not just with Hamas, but also negotiations with Iran. So this is it's hard to overstate how bad what just happened in Doha is. Yeah.
Anyway.
By the way, this guy thinks you're so evil, but you.
So chat, I fast forwarded like 30 minutes. They're still talking about you. I don't know how this fucking conversation. You found a chatter with I don't even know. I don't even know. I'm assuming some Putin is doing some Putin apologia, right? And you want to make it like this is Hasan. This is Hasan's community. This is the max left, right? And it's like all you've gotten out of this person is they watch Come Town and they watch Chapo, right? And they used to watch Hutch, like for video games, obviously, and they're not super happy about Hutch's takes, but yeah, they're trying to make this into like a somehow something to do with Hasan. Another boat in the global flotilla was attacked. The Alma was attacked while docked in Tunisian waters. Part of the Abraham Accords, I believe. Yeah, no, I think so, Sarah. That's what I'm saying. Like, and they're also it's a U.S. ally. The United States is like you gotta understand, like you can't treat allies the way that the United States has been treating allies and expect to have any allies. All right. Part of the reason that alliances and treaties work is that there's a modicum of trust in between the parties. That's why, some of the negotiations with Putin right now are very, they're not just doing a negotiation and like, cool, we got an end to the conflict. You take this, you keep Crimea and the war stops, right? The reason that doesn't work, and the reason that they're talking about security assurances from the United States, and although it's kind of doubtful whether the United States is going to participate in that, and for other European countries, is because nobody fucking trusts Vladimir Putin, and for good reason, right? The United States is working their way to like that level of distrust from the world at large, right? When you fucking burn people like this, it was another drone, but all the passengers were safe. God damn. That's fucked up. They're coming with food and they're getting attacked. I mean, it's not like this is unprecedented, though. Israel's been doing this kind of shit to flotillas for a long, long time. But those bombs that hit the water say made in the U.S., no doubt. They stuck to the setup for negotiations. This is what America calls a partner for peace. I mean, look, the Abraham Accords were a fucking disaster. Anytime you negotiate around the, Palestinian people about the situation in Palestine, right? You can expect events like October 7th, to be quite frank. They tried to say it was a cigarette lighter that caught a life vest on fire, except there's video. God damn it. Well, Fucking Hasbara. I'm like waiting for the conversation. Am I missing anything, chat? Did I skip over anything? If anybody's watched this and they're like, you know what, actually, like let me know right now, because it looks like they got stuck. They got to Ukraine and they don't seem to have gotten off it. Like they just want to drive it into the ground. Hasan, supports Putin. Oh, it's a fucking lie. It's a fucking lie. It's always been a fucking lie. But and then they find a fucking rando in chat that's not even. If they're a Hasan fan, they're not saying it. They're saying that they think that Hasan is cringe and performative, right? And then they're somehow trying to tie this to Hasan. That's fucking all we got here. This is so pathetic.
Yeah, those could be VODs. That's true.
Live is too risky.
Oh, wait, are we talking about the?
You know,
you got the button.
I can do either way. I like.
What? Is this what Ethan thinks he's gonna do? He's gonna debate, bro? Like what? Like I don't know. He's gonna debate, bro. Hasan viewers? Is that where?
I was wrong the whole time. I think it's a. Can I even say this? I think it's a shame. I think I can say this. Triller should have won. Triller should have won the war. Dude, honestly, if Triller won the war, everything would be utopia.
What? Triller is Ryan Kavanaugh's platform, right? Anybody got any idea what the fuck bro is talking about? Because I don't. The Abraham Accords is about Israel sharing an oil pipeline with the surrounding Arab countries. I don't think those countries are going to retaliate against Israel if they're in the accords together. Yeah, well, this is what I'm saying, is it was a way to try to isolate Palestine, really. Just cut the feet out from under them, basically. Saw a clip of Ethan and Hila being like, how can Adam know anything about Israel? Oh, yeah, we did see that. Yeah, we did see that. That was in there, so we covered that, yeah. If you haven't seen, if you just joined us, you can go back and take a look at that if you want. Genocide is bad, but did you know that Hasan has a house? And did you know that Hasan worships Vladimir Putin? He's got a shrine to Vlad. He's got a big picture of Vladimir Putin astride a horse, the shirt off, just muscles glistening in the sunshine. Right? Yeah, he jerks off to it. He christens the Putin altar every night after stream. Just like I christened my own Lawrence Southern altar with what? What did I christen it with though?
Fuck. I was feeding myself the whole time. So, I guess maybe put out a tweet or a post like, hey, people who are.
What, you want people to call in?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
We'd probably have to set up a phone number or something.
So here we go, chat. This is the strategy sesh. Now, one in chat if you want me to roll it back further. Let me know now or forever hold your peace. We got 12 minutes left of this segment that of Ethan, right? Obviously I'll take longer than 12 minutes to get through it, but if you think that I should roll back, if you think that I missed something, please let me know. Please protest loudly in chat. Otherwise, I'm just gonna roll right through this.
Yeah, I don't even know how do we screen.
Well, we used to do it. I mean, this is all just kind of happening in real time.
I mean,
right
it
now,
could
so maybe
be
we
like
should
a
talk about it after the
Zoom,
show.
like they reach an email, and then when you vet them and you think, okay, we'll do that.
Did I see Taylor Lorenz and Adam? Oh, what? On Adam Friedland. I knew that she went on JREG. Chat, she's been doing a fucking whirlwind tour. All right? Taylor Lorenz is making tracks. She's all over the place. I can't even keep track of her. Wow, she's a fucking machine. Not literally a chat. I'm not calling her a clanker, but Oh my god, I shouldn't even say that considering what people are doing with the clanker content on TikTok. I don't even want to talk about that fucking that weird dog whistle shit. But no, I mean she's not, she's not I'm not saying she's a robot. I'm saying she is she's got amazing stamina to do multiple appearances on multiple shows. But yeah, I did not realize that she's on Adam Friedland. Play Something's Letting Me Know. It's available tomorrow for everyone. That sounds like some content. We got so much to watch. I missed so much. Oh my god. I never catch up with it, chat. How? Why are they talking about this on air? Her appearance. Wait, Taylor's appearance on Sabby Sabs? I did not know that she talked to Sabby Sab about this. I was not aware. I haven't been keeping track of the Sabinator. But maybe I should.
Then you give them a Zoom link and we do it at your time, instead of like
This is
live accepting
madness.
calls.
Yeah, I don't think live
This is
accepting
fucking
too
madness.
messy.
Yeah.
Probably not. No.
Nicholas Diorio, the Pope,
I'm
is
sorry.
in chat.
I'm
He
sorry.
says the Godzilla collab is sick.
Aw.
The Teddy Fresh order, my Teddy Fresh order has.
Did you hear what they just said? Look. I said it was a ridiculous, harebrained plan to do what he's saying, to debate bro his way out of his PR nightmare by like taking on the people that hate his guts like one by one through debate broing them, right? When I assumed that he was talking about bringing them on live, right? Ethan doesn't even understand the fucking meta of debate bros. This is not how, this doesn't, oh my god. Chad, do you see the problem here? Do you see the problem? This is like a Kamala Harris, idea, right? Somebody that wants to be seen as, putting themselves in places where they're going to get asked uncomfortable questions without actually putting themselves in a place where they're going to get asked an uncomfortable question, right? The whole point of the debate bro thing is that you do it fucking live. You do not especially you do not record it off stream and then put it up as a trophy. Look at this. This is a Hasan viewer that I successfully debated. This is one that didn't know that got some fact about me wrong, right? Yeah, that doesn't prove fucking anything. Holy shit, this guy's oh my gosh, I don't know what to say. I do not know what to say. And why are we talking about fucking Nicholas deodorant?
Shipped, he said.
Oh my god, Saint Nicholas.
We need to get him on that website.
You placed an orgy stuff.
Zach is back. Zach is there.
Nikki boy, Nikki baby, talk to me.
That's true.
Live is too risky, in my opinion, with Collins.
You got the button.
I can do either way. I like people to know that I'm not.
Look, all right. There is an argument that live is too risky, right? And that argument goes that if you bring a random person into your, into your Discord call, they could start shouting the N-word. They could play copyrighted music. They could do any number of things. Now, it's not... The Majority Report does this every day, right? Majority Report does this every fucking day. They screen their callers. It seems to work out for them. I've never seen anybody, come in the Majority Report, to talk to Sam on the phone, and Dan can't figure out how to set up the noise gate. What makes you think they know how to set up callers? No, but I'm talking about look, I mean, there is a way in which it's risky, but people do it. This is Vosh's bread and butter. This is Destiny's, even more than Vosh. This is Destiny's bread and butter. There is definitely a way to do this if you want to, but the whole thing that makes it impressive, to the degree that it is impressive, which I don't think that a fucking broadcaster debating randos from the audience, I don't think it's all that impressive. But the degree to which it is impressive is the fact that you do it live with no net, not because you're risking somebody saying the N-word, but because you are risking someone asking you a question that you can't answer, making a point that you can't reply to, right? You're giving up your platform, you're giving somebody else access to your platform, and that's the risk I think that they're worried about, right? The majority report has issues almost every. Wait, EZZB. When you say the majority report has issues almost every day, we're not talking about the issues where somebody calls in and says N-word, N-word, N-word to Sam, right? I've never heard that happen. I'm sure, he's taken so many calls. I'm sure it has happened, right? But that definitely doesn't happen every day. But what do you mean they have issues almost every day? You mean tech issues, or a caller having their radio, having their having the stream on and it feeding back? You mean to tell me this is a VOD of this much goddamn dead fucking air? Wait, we already did it twice. He lost twice. I think we're done debating this moron. Oh, you mean with Sam and Hasan? Counterpoint, look at the board behind him. The board? Wait, what is the do it for her? Do you mean that board? Definitely knows how to set up a burner account. Wait, what? Ethan is bad. Yeah, is bad at debating. He feels like a pro because he beat that one goofy lady. Wait, what one goofy lady? Pearl. Oh, that's right. That's what gave him the false confidence. Yeah, Pearl and Fresh and Fit. He had good debates against those two. But yeah, you're right. He's not a good and PewDiePie, I guess. But PewDiePie basically just gave it to him. He was like, "Oh yeah, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do the worm," which isn't even the worm, right? The actual worm is a more impressive breakdancing move.
Editing or doing any trickery, but I've done these so much times live. I reacted to iDubbbz content com live, like there's no tomfoolery.
Yeah, that's the next code. That's the next chat. He just mentioned the next host of the Leftovers after he invariably has a falling out with Hutch. You heard it here first, chat. Tomfoolery, future co-host of the Leftovers, right? They can talk about digital, ethical CSAM as a means of harm reduction. Tom's favorite subject. They can talk about linguistics too, and they can talk about Reddit and how to make burner accounts, because that's something they have in common. Honestly, I feel like Ethan and Tom would be a natural fit. I think I still have that dude on Discord. Yeah, I should let Tom know. Hey, Ethan shouted you out today. Congratulations, bro. You really made it. Or everybody called you a lol cow. Said you were just a joke. They were wrong. They were wrong, Tom. You're the real deal. You're the natural. PewDiePie? Wait, did I say PewDiePie? What? Chat, that's fucking slander. That's terrible. That's racism. I just did racism. I just did anti-Scandinavian racism of some kind, didn't I? Or are they both from the same... No, I did. Oh my god, it's terrible, chat. I compared a Quebecois to a Swede. They look like they could maybe be related. Maybe they could be related. I didn't even notice that, chat. I actually said PewDiePie. Fucking PewDiePie does the worm. Oh my god, no, chat. If you did the worm, it would be like the worm with a swastika or something. It'd be some like, and then people would be like, "Is he racist?" And everybody would like attack them. No, of course he's not racist. Of course he's not a Nazi. He was just saying it was from the heart. That's all. He just did a Sig Heil. That's all. Who knows who wins in a debate with XQC? I can't understand what he's saying. That's true. That's true. That's so true. Never heard you make that sound before? Which one? Oh, I'm asking you to describe a sound. That's wild. That's probably hard to describe. How do you put a sound into words? I don't know. Unless it's an onomatopoeia. The blonde, fast-talking white boy. Exactly. That's how I confused them. That's fucking slander. I can't believe I did that. I can't believe, like, I've just pissed off all my Swedish fans and all my Quebecois fans. And I've already pissed off the Quebecois fans when I did my, whenever I talk about JFGRP or Monsieur Girl. Monsieur Girl? No, what am I talking about? Monsieur Geek. Oh my god, chat. For the record, chat, I have to say this now. To my knowledge, Mr. Geek is not a is not a pedophile. He's not pedo posting. I'm not trying to imply that by confusing the former or maybe even current editor of Dylan Burns with the former Destiny orbiter that is responsible for the song titled "I'm a PDF file." That is the name of his song. And that is going to get clipped. Multiple-limbed mutant worm. That sounds lovely. Maybe Geigerian. What do you call something that's like of Geiger? Is it Geigerian? Get it together, girl? A time for more coffee? Are you sure? Time for less coffee? I don't know. Let's watch the rest of this. Something just happened. Something just happened. Not Spencer with the super chat. The Queeman versus Nicholas Diorio followed. Did they debate? Has actually resulted in about a third of the drama slot viewers, especially Nick's old audience, moving leftward on Israel-Palestine. Wonderful. Good job, Queeman. That's praxis. From a Groiper. I don't know, chat. What is the story behind Queeman and the Groipers? I've heard it stated so many different. Geigeresque, that works. Yeah, Geigeresque. I like that one. You don't know Mr. Girl? That's okay. You didn't miss anything. Mr. Girl is a fucking creep show. That's all he does is fucking pedo posts. Like, I don't even know. And then he gets out of it with these technicalities. Well, technically, I didn't say that I like that was a parody, or you know, I was just making an argument about age of consent. I don't know. It's fucked up. It's fucked up. It's fucked up. And the Destiny fans, they loved it. They loved it until Mr. Girl turned on Destiny and started getting critical of Destiny. And from what I've heard, Mr. Girl's critique was kind of on point. So, hate to give a creep like that who described the movie Cuties as hot. I hate to give like a guy like that his flowers, but I suppose he did in the long run win the conflict with Destiny. Nicholas is running from Queeman. Wait. So what happened? Did they do the fall? You're just saying the back and forth, right? You're not talking about a debate. Okay. Yeah, domestic. Yeah. It did seem that he did something akin to domestic abuse, like live, or not live, but was it in a video or something like that? It looked like that. It's hard to say, and the Mr. Girl fans will always make excuses for him, but I don't make excuses for him. I think he's gross. Queeman is like a heterodoxical. That's one way to describe it. Leftist. Yeah, he's oh my god, I'm trying to think of like what if we talked to Queeman chat and he started telling me about Jonathan Haidt. He started rattling off like Jonathan Haidt. I was like, oh, I see, there we go, that's the Anna Kasparian school of thought. No, I don't even know. Wait, Nicholas? You mean Diorio, right? Not Fuentes. When you say Nicholas, because I asked you about the Groiper allegations, which I still don't understand. I haven't actually seen Queeman endorse. He does know some memes, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean anything. Nick isn't equipped for Queeman. Why do we call him Queeman? He's like a Pokemon, chat. Gotta catch them all. We are in the slop when Monsieur Girl, I was trying to mention Monsieur Geek, who nobody knows about, but he knows about me, and he's made some strangely thirsty thumbnails of me, but that's okay. Don't worry, chat. As soon as Dylan quits, I will hire Mr. Girl as my thumbnail artist, and he can finally do the job that he was meant to do, making me look beautiful on thumbnails. There we go. Anyway.
Right here. So maybe we should set up an email address or so. What do you think? Like, open, I don't know.
We also wanted to tell people that we want to start accepting their stories for like the Reddit stories type of am I the asshole, or kind of like needing our opinion.
Since it's now a Saturday staple over here, the H3 family coming at you.
That's right, Ethan. Rightio.
I'll say this: on Saturday we posted our reading comments. And this was completely unintentional.
Play something. I gotta mention.
We posted it 2 minutes apart from Smosh.
Yeah, I saw.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
They uploaded the reading Reddit comments 2 minutes apart. Completely.
How embarrassing.
I don't want. We're doing a gag. I don't want them to actually think I'm
right. I know it's getting too like real.
Yeah.
2 minutes.
6 inches is literally so much.
Yeah, I know. 6 inches is everything. So, yeah.
More than a mouthful is wasted, chat, I believe. Or more than a mouthful is tasted. I can't remember which one it is. Play Something just sent me a Instagram story from Ethan Klein. Look, I almost want to do the Ariana thing where I show you my phone, but that's never a good idea to show your phone on stream. It always ends with heartbreak. So I will describe it to you. Again, apologies to anybody sending me stuff on Discord today. I had to shut down I had to shut down some apps in order to make the stream work because I'm on my laptop. And yes, unfortunately, Reddit was one of those apps. So I don't have access to it, but I can describe what I'm seeing here, which is an H3 Productions Instagram post. It's a response. He's taken a picture of, or he's screen capped AB's tweet. AB says, "No, fuck this. I'm done living in fear. My wife and I are not going to be blackmailed. I'll show y'all backbone. See you tomorrow. See you guys tomorrow." All right. So, and then H3, Ethan is saying, "Tomorrow's live is going to be insane. We're making it public instead of members because this is a DEF CON red alert situation. Hope you tune in." Oh, it's a reacting to the iDubbbz new video. Okay, yeah. Wait, iDubbbz new video. I'm sorry, chat. iDubbbz new video. Is this like he did a live stream on Twitch, right? I'm sorry to keep on like pause and obbying it, right? But a main thing to take away from Quimon is that for his antisocial, obstinate tendencies, he is someone who genuinely challenges his own beliefs and hates dogmatic or tribal commentary. Yeah, I've always given him credit for, I don't know, what would you say, logical and moral consistency. I guess I don't know the depth and breadth of his morality enough to say whether that is a good thing or a bad thing, but you can say that the guy is consistent. He did a live stream and posted a video. That's what it is. Okay, so the video's up. I'll look into the iDubbbz thing, because I guess that's going to be... Wait, what was the other thing? Taylor Lorenz on... Not JREG, but she also was on JREG. But that's getting bumped by Taylor Lorenz on... What did somebody say to me just a second ago? Taylor Lorenz. It wasn't Sabby Sab, it was somebody else. Who the fuck was it? There's so much shit going on, chat. I don't know. I literally don't know how to keep track of it all. He never unironically endorsed Fuentes or any of the far-right political figures. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to ask Vadim. Vadim's the one that mentioned something about... Like, Vadim was like, look, Vadim literally, like, sent me Quimon's content and was like, this guy's cooking. This guy's fucking cooking. This is fucking awesome. This kicks ass. But then he was with this caveat of, like, I don't agree with the guy. I don't like the guy. He seems to be a groiper. I haven't seen him groiping anyone. Like I haven't seen him doing a gripe review or anything like that. But yeah, apparently I don't know. Maybe Vadim misunderstood a joke of Clemons. I do remember on the Adam Friedland. Thank you, God. Thank you. Oh God, that's gonna have to be. I think that's what we're watching, chat. Oh. And don't anybody tell me to drink more coffee because I actually need to drink less. I'm fucking still spun out on this Vietnamese coffee. It's I'm gonna have to eat some food in order to just like settle down. All right, let's lock in. Let's lock in. I know that's the problem is I'm not locked in. Right, let's lock in.
You want me to show the butt? Tamara was working on something that I had to. I eventually just had to veto it. It was just too weird.
She's wild over there, man.
The butt thing, yeah.
She pushed it too far. Tamara.
It started too far. It started way too far.
If you had just
She's
kept
screaming,
it subtle.
"You let me, Dan."
She was getting too weird.
What did I do? She said, "I let her."
We'll play it now.
Yeah, let's
We'll
show
send
it.
it.
Oh,
okay.
I choose you.
I'll show it.
She was
Ethan
just
versus
following
10
orders.
snarkers, bro. I would do that. I would so do.
You know how Jubilee works, right? You don't get to debate 10 low information randos from the chat on Jubilee. You get, I don't know, it's surrounded by 20. Yeah, there might be, like, there's a lot of ringers in Jubilee. And if there's somebody that's got, some sort of platform of their own, Jubilee will actually preference that person. I mean, you're not gonna be like, Sam Cedar and they're gonna bring in like Matt Walsh or something like that. It's not gonna be like that much of a, but yeah, there will be like content creators mixed in there, aspiring content creators and, moderately successful content creators. He would get roasted. He would get destroyed. And chat, that it'd be like you. It would be my chat. It would be the high information chatters, and they would absolutely fucking destroy this guy.
Do that.
That's such a banger VOD on demand, bro.
How do we get
that's
10?
such a cool title. Just start your own Jubilee
Yeah.
with all the snarkers.
Yeah.
You have enough for like
Do I have
2
to meet
seasons.
them in person though? I don't think these
Yeah.
people would show up in person.
You'd have to do it in person. That's
For
the
it-
conflict.
for it to go
next
viral?
live show,
Yeah.
brother.
Oh man.
Ethan, you're not gonna go
Those
viral.
would be good clips.
I mean, we could do it in
If you
person.
go viral, it's gonna be locals content.
I would if they would show up. I don't know if they would.
Maybe like a season finale
I'll meet them.
in
Yeah.
person.
Yeah.
If you're in the LA area and you're a bona fide snarker, I would love to chat. But this isn't a ruse, right?
No.
I was gonna say that.
Here, I'll even.
Sounds
I'll
like
say
a
it.
trap.
I'll say it. Yeah.
If you're a mod,
Get served with
come on
gas.
by.
This isn't a trap. In fact, I'll say it right now. This is Ethan Klein. I'm not. I promise here.
You're
Contract.
gonna go there,
You could be
and it's gonna
crossing
be
your
his
fingers,
lawyer. It's gonna be Ron Barnesom.
True.
You're crossing your fingers, hoping to die.
You're crossing your legs.
I
Sticking a
promise.
needle in your eye.
No, hey.
Speaking of Ron Barnesom, chat, are we aware of? I guess there's another lawsuit against Kat Tenbarge, by oh my god, I can't remember her fucking name, but Ethan is sponsoring this lawsuit against Kat Tenbarge, and Adam McIntyre is mentioned. VOD is video on demand. Oh yeah, they like to make it recursive. That's the one thing the show's got going for it is recursivity. It's a bit recursive. It's a bit meta in that way. I would love Ethan versus a bunch of Reddit comics. Ooh, that'd be brutal. Ethan versus tanky Twitter, even better. Let's get Chaos and Ismel in here. Just no, she still exists. Let's finish this. I'm sorry, Chad. I need to eat something.
Don't show that. No. I promise now. This is not a ruse. This is not. I will not punish you, sue you, I'll be nice to you with everything in connection with the 10 snarkers.
It's just a
versus the
conversation.
combo.
Let's be real, he'll dox you, is what he'll do. He'll fucking dox you.
To win you over.
This is it. I don't think you guys are assholes anymore. I just think you're fucking.
Okay, so you want to
Lulu?
show it? Tamara
here's
made.
So for we're doing the Saturday shows. Am I the asshole? So this is what she made, and I mean this was the less weird one, if you can believe that.
Well, they don't have a butthole anymore.
Wait.
Not beating the fecophilia charges. Not beating the corpophagia charges. Chat. We need to get Ethan together with the therapist from Rick and Morty, don't we?
Show the
That's what she
other one.
specializes
Totally
in.
fine if I'm
Show
being
the
honest.
It's
other
just so
one.
my thinking was that I'm looking for some more. I'm looking for some mythical morning type of shit.
Yeah.
I'm
Well, what
trying to
about this?
appeal. I'm trying to like get a
Family
new audience.
friendly, Tamara.
Well, what about this one?
You are not the a-hole. This one is fucking insane.
Is Tamara learning Blender? This looks like somebody, like the baby's first Blender.
I think that one's good too.
I mean, listen,
I'm not really seeing the problem.
It's good for something else.
Where's the one with the butthole?
We can't show that one.
And the first version had an asshole.
The first version, I felt like I was like, this is not
Good
safe
thing
for
we're on
work.
Twitch today.
I don't know if we can show it.
I don't think. No, we can't.
She has it coming out of a human asshole.
She was fighting for the butthole one.
Yeah, she was fighting me on the butthole thing.
She was asking me if I could approve it because I was editing it. I was like, that's an Ethan thing. I can't. I can't deny her.
That's like
her
going to
firmness.
mom.
Yeah, yeah.
Dude, what is that sound? That sound was driving me
Can I even
crazy.
show this one, Dan?
This one's fine, I think.
I think, yeah, you.
It's slowly getting towards TOS though.
Dude. So yeah, it's funny, right?
Yeah, people dig it.
It's just a
Chat's
little.
loving
It's
it.
just a little weird, right? I mean, it's just a little weird.
You Jessel.
But it was fun just to talk about like this. Anything you want to say in your defense tomorrow? You don't need to. She said
the art speaks for itself.
Yeah, true. Sure does.
True. It's true.
So Morgan prepared a link. Is this how we want to do it? How do we want to post it on the subreddit or something?
I would post it on Twitter, and that's where all the.
Oh, this link is for advice
for
and
the-
story
yeah.
submissions.
Yeah.
But we could do something similar like that for this if you want.
Yeah.
Do it
Can
as
we
a
do
forum.
like a Reddit tag?
Oh yeah, sure. Snarker application.
Oh no, I was talking about the Reddit stories.
Snarker application tab.
Oh yeah, true. If viewers want to submit their own stories, they should just make a Reddit post on our Reddit.
Well, we
That's a
wanted
good
it
point
to go to one place so Tamara could easily like.
Yeah, you
go
could
over
like tag
them.
it, and then people in the we can like review. Just do an.
I don't want to invite people to come to a subreddit. And
No, no, no,
bitch.
no. I'm talking
No, hold on.
about.
Now we're talking about two different things.
I'm talking about the
stories.
the stories, not the hate.
Oh, the stories. Yeah, yeah. That might. Yeah.
So
So there-
okay, so
there is
every
like
Invite
a-
all snarkers to
There-
come join us.
There is a large audience who is not on Reddit and they don't want to ever post there. So maybe
That's
we
true.
just do like a Google form and anyone
That's
can
what she prepared.
anonymously fill it out and that's all.
Yeah, of course, why not?
Thank you, Nate.
Oh wow, are you
By the
gonna
way-
do it, Nate?
No.
Debate.
Can I debate Giardia? I feel like Ethan. I would sign up for this chat if they're really going to do this. I would. Oh my god, it would mean I'd have to come to the U.S., wouldn't I? God damn. I would consider it. But like I wouldn't do it for Ethan, right? It would have to. I want to. Like, I don't think Ethan would be a challenge to me, right? It would be embarrassing for both of us, especially for him. But I would debate Giardia. I think Giardia might be a little bit, she would at least pose a challenge, right? Like she would probably have some I don't know, Dylan Burns lore, anti-NCC. Well, what about that time that you told Dylan to unalive himself? You know, it'd be like that kind of shit. It'd be like, well, what about that time that you blackmailed every content creator on YouTube with the secret files? What happened to those secret files? Have you got the files with you? I don't know. It'd be ridiculous shit. It'd be beautiful.
Me as a snarker?
No, but help.
Nate's not a snarker, are you?
No.
I promise.
I know you're a Philly D fan.
Not anymore. I chose a side.
Ooh.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
That's my boy. He knows what's up. Nate knows what the fuck.
He didn't say what side. No, he said not no more, I guess. Yeah, so.
Nice try, AB.
I'm so
nice
Philly
try.
fan.
Not coming between us.
Nice try.
Come in between us. Another attempt by AB
to undermine me.
To ruin my environment.
Challenge?
What?
I will say about Reddit too, I've noticed. So, like, I sit down.
Chat, Hila's probably got like, I don't know, like, she's probably got like 5 inches of reach on me, right? I don't know. Hila's pretty tall, right? What is Hila, like, 6'5" or something?
My computer, I'm not logged into Reddit. My homepage
Like saying I should
is full of snark
like one-on-one
subreddits.
against her.
Like niche snark subreddits. It's like they're pushing these, not just ours, they're pushing snark subreddits in general. I don't know if you guys have noticed this. It's like
It drives me crazy.
It's not even snark. It's just all the.
I'm sorry, this is cope. This is cope. You don't know what the fuck they're pushing. You're talking about what, the algorithm of Reddit? From what I can say, look, here's the deal. Is Reddit fair? Is it representative? Are the posts that pop up representative of people's interests? No, probably not. But it's not because, like, as far as I can tell, it's not because Reddit pushes something. It's because people brigade Reddit. And Ethan, you should know this better than anybody. Are you and our H3H3 and our Destiny are two of the biggest brigaded subreddits. There's an algorithm? For real though? I thought the algorithm was just like updates.
Hate subreddits. I just don't like that
comments.
environment. I agree with Zach that Reddit should be nuked.
I have an unbelievably like curated Reddit experience because my account is like so. I don't even use the new interface. It's not even that new anymore. It's like been like the new one for like 6 or 7 years. I still use the old one, so I don't get like suggested subs or anything. It's just the ones that I follow. You know.
Does it not force you to use it?
No.
Well, so
I
I
hate that fucking website with a passion, dude.
Yeah.
I think it just needs to just go bye-bye.
Well, it's very much like the other social medias. Like if I leave,
right?
Yeah.
Then a bunch of dirtbags are gonna fill the void.
Yeah.
You know.
One of the worst things about Reddit that it's the core for all AI. Whenever AI does
True.
any research, 40% of all the data that AI gathers is just Reddit.
Which should concern us all.
Yeah.
Fucking Reddit? You're trying to turn this AI overlords into Redditors?
Sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't do that.
Exactly.
It's not Spencer with the super chat. Quimon, went easy on Hutch initially, but then Hutch blamed Quimon for the hate that he gets on X now, and Quimon is relentlessly A-logging Hutch. I need to get back on X, chat. But I don't know, what he's saying is not true. There's definitely a lot of people on Twitter that hate my guts. I've seen anti-me threads get like, hundreds or thousands of like updates. But like leaving Twitter has not resulted in, I don't know, like an increase. It's actually kind of like not seen. Like I don't know. It's just like I don't know. I don't buy what he's saying. And also, this is frustrating the fuck out of me, right? Because while this is probably good for numbers and it's probably good for content, right? It's probably good for my bottom line. This means that he is actively engaging with the communities that hate his guts, which means more lolcow behavior, and that is something I'm going to have to cover. But yeah, thank you, Not Spencer, for the super chat. Hutch said that Quimon refused to lower the heat because Quimon didn't tell his audience Hutch wasn't a Destiny orbiter. He intimates, I'm sorry, if your fucking audience is like retreads from DGG that maybe just don't like to fuck with molesting anymore, that doesn't mean that you're not an orbiter. Like, you got a fucking community built from. You wouldn't be a political streamer if not for Destiny's community, Hutch. I am convinced of that. Hutch just, like, if Hutch just went out on his own, did his own thing, he would have no motion whatsoever, chat. I have Reddit, and almost everything I see about Ethan is from YouTube, not Reddit. Yeah. And this is the thing. The reason that he gets fucking roasted is that he makes stories, people screenshot the stories, and yeah, it's like it's because he's trying to hide behind, I don't know, a wall of Instagram stories, right? That's why.
Well, the thing that I noticed about it was my homepage is quite curated as well, Dan. I was logged out. I wasn't logged in. And you would expect to just see like main like pics and videos and all that shit. It was showing me snark subreddits, man.
It does that to me all the time.
It doesn't surprise me that they push that shit.
Because, Ethan, you're a narcissist. You're obsessed with yourself. You name search yourself. If you name chat, I don't know Reddit, but please correct me if I'm wrong. If you search for something, does that increase the amount that Reddit serves it to you? If you're searching for Ethan Klein and you're clicking on snark subreddits, what do you think it's going to give you? It's going to give you what it thinks you want. Just saw AB supposedly growing a backbone. Oh, wait, what? What? Wait, what is this? What is this? Wait, is AB coming out? I couldn't tell from the Instagram story that Play Something sent me. I couldn't tell. Like, I assumed that it was AB was going to go up against, I don't know, Snarkers or something. He was going to show backbone against Snarkers. But is he going to, what, argue with Ethan? Is that what's going on? Play Something. I keep seeing teenagers dancing on TikTok. What's this about? Yeah. It's like Benny Johnson. Like, why am I getting so many ads for gay cruises? I don't understand. Like, right? Cookies preserve your preferences even if logged out. Wow. There's so much I don't know about Reddit, chat. I don't have time for all platforms. Maybe I should.
It has high engagement, I guess, but it's really...
It's following the same pattern as all social media. I think it's become readily apparent that all the social media companies have figured out that rage bait and like divisive, argumentative shit is the best thing for their business because it keeps people engaged for, like, you don't have to look any further than the behavior that you're describing with the people that spend their time all day, every day on the site. That's what they want. And this is the type of content that sucks people into that vortex where they just become obsessed and with arguing and being mad all the time.
So we need regulations. We have to regulate these scumbags. They're going to destroy.
Jonathan Haidt. I'm telling you, folks. I'm telling you. I'm just kidding about associating Quimon with Jonathan Haidt, by the way. That was a joke. If that's not clear, I don't want that. I don't want to get that getting clipped and shipped. And then Quimon being like, I don't know who she's talking about. He like looks up Jonathan Height, like Jonathan Haidt. What is the? No, it's Haidt, Jonathan Haidt. And no, I don't actually. That was a joke. If that wasn't clear. All right, it's bad enough that he's getting associated with Fuentes, despite apparently not being a Nick fan. But yeah, associating with Jonathan Haidt is a bridge too far, even for me. Even for the evil NCC. Okay, anyway.
Everything. And I'll say, it's been so nice not being on Twitter and TikTok and not, like, thinking about this shit or getting sucked into it. But now I feel like, they sucked me back in or whatever.
When they thought it was out, they pulled me back in.
Yeah, exactly. But I'll be very tactical, Dan.
Tactical.
I'll be very surgical with my usage there. But at any rate, let's look at some of the other fun stuff we've got.
And that's the Ethan content for today. Again, chat, if I missed something, hit me up. Oh my god, we're pausing. Okay, we're back. Sorry, I had like a frame drop off for whatever reason. If I missed anything from the Ethan content when I skipped over a bunch of stuff, hit me up with it. Best way to reach me is nocommentcheck.gmail.com. All right, so feel free to send me timestamps if I missed anything. We'll try to catch it up as we can. That being said, it looks like we got some bonus content today, right? Also, I believe, what are we supposed to be at, 111 now? I missed a few super chats there. I should make a crazy, like, super chat goal. Yeah, we survived the H3 segment, I think. I don't know, I skipped a bunch. I cheated for us, but yeah, we're only 4 hours and 43 minutes into the stream, so that's not bad. That's not bad. This is pretty good for me, chat. Finishing the main content. And it's not 6 hours into the stream quite yet. But don't worry, chat. We'll get there because we got a whole ass Leftist Mafia thing to go over here. And Dan's, please stop just making people angry. Wait, Dan, is that what he said? Isn't blackmail a crime? So if he's lying, oh yeah, if he accused somebody of a crime, especially if they're not a public, I almost said public citizen. Chat, if you wonder what I'm eating here. This is the forbidden rice from the breakfast stream that I was unable to finish. All right, you remember I ordered some breakfast and I ate it on a phone stream. You know, when I think the day after I had gotten to Vietnam, and yeah, it was kind of expensive, but they ended up giving me a shitload of food. I got a banana flour salad, right? Which banana flour is almost like a vegetable, right? It's like you can chop it up into little chiffons and eat it in a salad along with mung beans and peanuts and this Vietnamese lemon balm type thing. It was actually pretty good. And then I ate soup. Oh yeah, chat, I gotta show you this. Wait just a second. Got some more of the soup. Okay. So look, this is the soup that I got, and there's these little things on the bottom. If you see them, they look kind of like eyeballs, right? But I promise, they're not eyeballs. These are lotus seeds. I said before I thought they were sorghum, like it was like giant sorghum. It does look a little bit like sorghum, only bigger. But yeah, I re-looked on what it was. It was lotus seeds, right? So that if you're watching from the breakfast stream and you wanted to solve the mystery of what the little eyeballs, they almost look like they almost look like earbuds, right? They almost look like, you know, little earbuds, right? Oh my god, I gotta clean that one. Fuck, that's gross. I'm sorry, I just showed you my unclean earbud. But whatever. But yeah, they almost look like white, like iPhone earbuds or something. And I searched for hamster care. Now I'm subbed to a bunch of hamster-themed Reddit communities. Oh no. Oh no, that's gonna go in a bad way. It's a wholesome hamster though. It's not like the Richard Gere hamster stuff, right? It's not any of that content. But yeah, so we finally did figure out what was in the tofu soup. It's lotus seed. Who knew? I mean, I knew that lotuses have like holes inside them, and I think I've seen seeds in them. But I didn't know you could eat the seeds, but apparently you can. And yeah, they're almost like a grain or something. It's weird. And then what I'm eating now is the forbidden rice with stuffed tofu. This is the item that I didn't finish because the breakfast was too damn big. So it's a expensive, kind of expensive combo that I ordered. But it turns out there's just a lot. Like, you know, it's more than one meal, right? So it worked out pretty nicely. And now I'm eating the stuffed tofu, right? They stuff vegetables into the tofu and then deep fry it. And I'm eating it with this black rice. It's forbidden rice. Which is pretty damn good. But not as good as being able to share a little bit of bonus content with friends. What do you say? Shall we? It's not the eyeball zone. Wait, the eyeball zone. Oh, wait, Thought Slime. I forgot about the eyeball zone. Cheerful Moon, it took me a second. But then I remembered, yeah, the eyeball zone was like in old Thought Slime videos. Thought Slime would feature creators that maybe people didn't know about. Try to put eyeballs on the creators, and that was the eyeball zone. Okay, so but this is gonna be the left. I miss Mildred. No, Mildred is still making videos. Like Thought Slime still exists. There was a pretty recent video. We didn't watch it on stream, but I heard it was pretty good. Mostly people asking if their hamster is a boy, and showing a rodent with big balls. Damn. Oh, those are exo ovaries, actually. No, I don't know. All right, Leftist Mafia, it is. Who shall we watch it through? How about? I mean, look, Matt Bender. Actually, Matt and Mike are both friends of the VOD. I've talked to Matt Bender on Stream Report. Yeah, we'll just go with Matt Bender. I think I know where the timestamp is with Bender's. Matt Bender. I think I know where the time. I think I know how to find the time zone. The timestamp on Bender's video. I was thinking though, like before we start, should I put up a? Should I put up like a super chat goal with a crazy like a reward, like I eat or like I drink the rest of the coffee? Oh my god, chat! I don't know if I can handle this coffee. I am still feeling the coffee. I am just now starting to come back to normality. The whole stream, I was spun a little bit. Yesterday's stream, I was sticking to the wall like a gecko, chat. My fingers turned into little suction cups, and I was just up the wall on the ceiling, and it was a bit difficult to handle. So I almost don't want to put a coffee, like a super chat goal for coffee. And I shouldn't put a food one either. I'm full now. Oh my god. I needed to eat because the coffee was like, like sometimes coffee has a greater effect if you haven't eaten, and like eating something with protein in it is helping me chill the fuck out. I don't know. I'll try to think of if anybody comes up with what should be the super chat goal, let me know. I was thinking about doing a blue super chat goal. So this is the end of the. Did people see this? This is Drewski, right? Do we all know Drewski? Could have been love. Or wait, what is it called? And I know what you're saying, chat. Drewski's not a white guy, but you'd be wrong. You'd be wrong. Sometimes Drewski actually is a white guy. Drewski comes in many forms. And you gotta catch them all. Yeah. It's a character that Drewski plays, who is a good old boy, like white southerner. You posted a 2-minute clip that encapsulates, says not Spencer, Diorio's flailing and squirming. Oh, in the Discord, the problem is that the Discord is... So, I'm on my laptop, and it doesn't run as many programs at the same time. like, so I can look at stuff that's posted to the Discord in my phone. No, it wasn't Flavor of Love. It was after Flavor of Love. Flavor of Love was like the Flavor Flav show, right? But yeah, Drewski it was a similar show. I guess it was kind of similar idea, like the bunch of a house full of women, and Drewski, eliminates them, either gives them roses or doesn't give them roses, and then eventually settles on one. Yeah, Drewski ditto art, exactly. Honestly, I had no idea it was Drewski, or who Drewski was, until that terrible dating show. And then I didn't see him again until this. Well, yeah, you're in for a treat. No, we're not really watching this. This is just like the end of... They start the segment talking about Chorus right after talking about Drewski.
That's how he made friends with one of the, and I don't want to keep calling this person Hilly Billy, but Hilly Billy that he's been friends with for a year. And this is him just being himself, but doing this as himself. And he became really good friends with one of the Hilly Billies who became a bit in his stuff, but who still believe that he is a nationalist, but just black.
God. Please tell me that the guy he spit towards was in on it. Please tell me that.
I believe that. I want to say he was in on it.
Oh, thank God.
But with Drewski, you never know. I'm telling you, you just never know.
That's true. You just never know.
I was hoping that they were in on the bit, because if not,
it pissed me off too when I seen it. I ain't gonna hold you.
It was a lot.
Can you watch it? I mean, we keep talking about it.
Yeah.
Ariana, with the very saying the thing that everybody's thinking. Saying the thing that everybody's thinking here. I'm a little bit confused here, though, because I'm not trying to watch the Drewski content. I thought this was where... Oh, I guess it's just a short... I mean, they set it up, but if you don't know, I don't know. We're not gonna... When we watch Drewski, we'll watch Drewski. It won't be through Leftist Mafia. Basically, Drewski dressed up like a white good old boy, and a hilly billy, as Rebecca is terming it, and Theo Von got offended. Theo Von was like, "Wait a minute, we don't get to do blackface, but he gets to do whiteface, right?" I don't know. It's classic Theo Von, I guess. That's the TLDR. But yeah, they're talking about the spitting thing. He takes it so far that he pulls up in a car, in a truck or a car or something, to a black guy that's just walking, and he's like, "You from around here, boy?" Just kind of treats him like a racist would treat him, and the makeup's really good, right? The makeup's really fucking good. It's really fucking convincing, right? I don't think anybody in the video realizes that this is not a white boy, right? And then he eventually spits. He fucking spits at the guy, right to try to just drive home and they're speculating, was this guy in on it? Was the black guy that Drewski spit at in on it? Did he come back later and be like, hey, just so you know, I'm actually Drewski, here's what I look like without all this makeup on. Sorry that we used you for our bit. Is it okay if we publish this clip with you in it? I think it's kind of funny, right? I don't know. We don't really know. We don't really know if the guy was in on it, but anyway, that was the video, kind of controversial, and Theo Von did not like it. Theo Von was not a fan.
It's like an expose but I don't think that was Drewski's intention at all. Drewski just likes
like in those clips where he spits in the direction of those.
God damn it! I'm trying to show you that we don't have time for
Sam
Drewski.
Cedar is an influencer. I mean, no, influencer is a whole different thing than some routine podcast. Doesn't make any sense. Weird going on here where people think that if you do something online, you're an influencer. Then in general, he's just always been one of those people. I think
followers or whatever, I don't fuck with you. That's just my personal. It's not my cup of tea. And I think Drewski is one of those people. Just in general, he's just always been one of those people.
I think, but I think there's something weird going on here where people think that if you do something online, you're an influencer. Then every single individual, but that doesn't make any sense. Like Mark Maron, who is an influencer, a guy, famous comedian who started one of the most popular early podcasts there is. No one calls
Mark Maron. I didn't actually know that he was a comedian. I just know him from the podcast. I just thought he was I don't know why I thought he was famous, but he had a show on Air America, right? Back in the day when Sam was on there. Maron in the Morning or something. I don't know. But Mark Maron, if you look at the dude, he looks like what I would imagine a porn director, like not a porn actor, okay, but a director. The guy, I don't know, behind the camera, the guy that's the guy that's in charge of the production, right? I don't know how that works. I've never been on a porn set before, believe it or not, but yeah, that's what Mark Maron looks like to me. He's doing what is it called? Like the wholesome sleazy. What is that called, chat? Safe sleazy. It's kind of like the safe sleazy look, but without the mullet. Anyway, we're looking for a discussion of chorus.
But I did read the piece, and it's a good piece. For me, I can see where it was leading to. Fine, okay, but Hold
on, I received so many messages. Well, not so many, but more messages than I thought. I'm sorry.
So okay, so I think this is a good segue into one of the stories that I don't know if this is y'all friend or whatever, but I think her name is Taylor Lorenz, and she did a piece, and it.
Oh boy, we're gonna talk about this conversation.
I'm sorry, I'm not engaging.
No way,
is that your friend?
You can't leave.
No, is she your friend?
Absolutely.
I don't know her.
Hold on. I received so many messages. Well, not so many, but more messages than I thought I would. About
y'all don't have to talk about it. I will.
Ariana's opinion on this.
Speaking of debates, let's go.
Really?
Yeah.
Listen.
Why?
Y'all don't have to talk about this because I don't know her. But I did read the piece, and
it's a good piece.
For me, I can see where it was leading to. Fine, okay, but the people and the influencers or the people that were listed and named, to me, I got a problem with that because I've been in this game a long time. There are a lot of people like her who have taken money from so many different organizations, sponsorships, whatever, under whatever they want to call it. And because it's not them anymore and it's a new set of folks that are getting it, to me, and they're mostly Black and brown. Fight me.
They're not. What? Is that true? We don't know that. There's 90 chorus members. We know I think 14 have been identified or have identified themselves so far. And so, I mean, are there Black and brown people in chorus? Yeah. But I don't know, mostly Black and brown. I mean, I don't know. Unless she knows I don't know. Unless she knows most of the chorus people, that's a weird thing to say. Also, this is the just fucking original sin of critique of Taylor's article, right? She received some money at some point. Isn't that the same thing? Is she complaining about people getting paid, right? If I got a sponsorship from Skulls Unlimited, would Taylor Lorenz be up my ass with a flashlight? A spelunking hat and a caving gear, a rope. She's like playing Spelunky in my colon. Chat, would that happen? Would I have to deal with that? A little miniature Taylor Lorenz, exploring my lower digestive. Oh my god, chat. This is turning into Ethan Klein content. Fuck me. I'm sorry, I gotta stop saying that. Don't fuck me. Anyway, chat. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. It's hard for me to even, engage with this, because, like, she's just wrong. Like, it's not that I'm not criticizing her character or saying that she's, like, lying on Taylor or anything like that. I don't think that's what's going on. I think she just heard, shit from the chorus people, and she believed it. That's it. Right? She's just wrong. I don't know what to say here. Again, it's like, I like what I've seen from Rebecca before. As far as I know, the spoiler. I mean, if anybody thought this was going to be drama where like the Leftist Mafia is like breaking up, that's not what it looks like right now, right? That's not what it seems like right now. Like, I mean, they argue, they disagree with this, but this doesn't end up with them being like, oh god, I'm right over. Look, I'm Mike Figueredo, chat. I've got my Dragon Ball Z shirt here. What the fuck? What the fuck? It seemed that Rebecca has a totally wrong perspective. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. She's just wrong about it. I don't know. Oh my god, and David, okay, here, let's fix this. We can do this, chat. Nope. Yep. David. And now, where do we put me? Where do I fit, chat? Oh my god, I got a very narcissistic idea here. Right in the middle. There we go. The head of the mafia. I'm the head of the mafia, chat. I don't know where else to put me. What do you think? This feels too arrogant. I can't do this. Weaponizing black voices against minorities at large, not propping up creators of color. Yeah. Like, even if that was true, right? Even if it was like, and also that's like a caricature of like that's kind of a caricature of like a leftist argument, right? People will always say that leftist viewpoints come from the idea of like that we're just saying like, well, the right side is the right side with the, most black and brown faces. That's not, that's not what, intersectionality is about. That's not the meaning. That's not the point. Like, the truth is still the truth, right? Regardless of where it's coming from. What do you think, chat? Should I, like, this is the only place I can think of to put myself where I'm not blocking off, one of these lovely content creators who, this is, these are, like, I have talked to Matt before, like I said. I know Mike a little bit. Mike's, reached out and been really helpful to me before. It's just like, I'm not trying to put myself in the leftist mafia. All right, I'm not. That's not the goal here. That's not the angle. I'm not angling for a spot in the rotation of guests or anything like that. But here I am, nonetheless. Chat, smack dab in the middle of drama, as always. Smack dab in the middle of drama. We're gonna have to do it like this. I can't think unless somebody's got a solution, another solution. Could go a little smaller in one of the bottom corners. I thought about that, but it's just because, I don't think it worked. I don't know. Just look in the direction of whoever, like you're speaking to. Yeah, people are going to see this. They'll be like, oh, you were on the Leftist Mafia. Congratulations. You finally made it. Not yet, chat. Not yet. But yeah, so, you had a green screen, you could literally put yourself in one of their boxes. Yeah. I mean, like, uncomfortably close to the, like, hey there, anyway. But yeah, I don't know David. I don't know Rebecca or Ariana. But from what I've seen of them, they're lovely people. Beckett of Crabs, Copen Seed, Quimon, and even Chud Logic have defended Taylor Lorenz. That has got to be an uncomfortable conversation for Chud Logic's chat. What Spencer is talking about right now, the chorus piece, not exactly, but yeah, no, you're right. No, Chud Logic hates Taylor Lorenz's guts. Chud Logic is like culturally allergic to Taylor Lorenz and everything she stands for. You could not find two. Yeah, if anybody's chat is a Jonathan Haidt, like acolyte, it would be not acolyte, not like he's learned the dark ways of centrism from Jonathan Haidt. But if he's a Jonathan Haidt enjoyer, it'd be Chud Logic, right? I joked before about Quimon when not Spencer said Quimon is displaying heterodox thinking. Heterodox thinking. That is an interesting way to have your brain broken, but. Well, like I said, the truth is the truth no matter where it's coming from. So I guess we're coming from the middle today. It's like the Brady Bunch? Yeah, it is, kind of. But yeah, also, I think like all of you know Matt Bender, so I feel less bad, and considering I've talked to him, I feel less bad about covering up Matt's name tag than I do of anybody else's who you might not know. But yeah, let's take a look at this. Let's see what we got. And what are we at? So yeah, chat. The way that this works, I didn't. I need to change this to 200 now. We are at 114, I think, out of 200. If we get to 200, by the end of the stream, I cover not just this topic, but the next topic as well. Let's take a look and see what that is right now. Leftism Mafia in first place. Oh God, it's a tie. It's a tie between Taylor Lorenz talking about Ethan Klein on the Vanguard and Lonerbox versus Anthony Fantano. So make sure to vote if you haven't already. 139 of you have voted so far. If only, chat, I had as many likes as I did votes, that would be fucking awesome. We are only at 79, unfortunately, as far as votes. That's pretty sad, to be honest with you. That's pretty fucking sad, right? Because I think this is some good content that I got coming out for you, and less people are going to see it because you failed to hit the like button. But that's okay. You can, if you can live with yourself after that, I can live with you as well. Let us. Oh my God, we're hiccuping. Okay? I'm not frozen. Let's proceed with the content.
And I got a problem with just that being said. I feel like a lot of people are upset because they're not being chosen to go to these events or to be the center.
We're talking about dark money versus money that is out in the open.
I mean, chat, I'll be honest, I could use $8,000 a month, but like I said, I turned down, easy money from the Vosh network. I turned down the opportunity to become, a character, a positive, well-liked character in the Destiny cinematic universe. If I had just, shown maybe a little bit more charity towards Destiny's twisted mindset and his obsessive hatred of Demon Mama, right? As much as $8,000 a month would be life-changing money, it's not fucking worth it. I don't want to live in a gilded cage. I don't want a gilded collar. I don't want to be fucking controlled leftist opposition. And there it is, chat. That's what you are if you're in chorus. Now, does that mean am I saying you're a bad person? Am I saying that you want fucking Hillary Clinton's politics to dominate the left for the next 100 years? No, absolutely not. All right? And that's what's sad about it. You're getting used. You're getting played. You're getting exploited. And ultimately, if you stay in chorus, you will be controlled. Controlled opposition. The fact that you have spoken out about Gaza, the fact that you have displayed, some sense of oh my God, Chad. I'm sorry, my ass is sticking to I have two choices, Chad. I can either sit on my dress, which is uncomfortable, or I can have my ass stick to the chair, which is, that means that when I scoot, it makes a noise. Not an ass noise, but actually a queef. No, not a queef either, chat. It makes what it does is it pulls the chair up and makes the chair slam down. That's what I'm talking about, okay? That's all that I'm talking about. Don't read any more into it than that. But yeah, no, I mean, this is just sad. This is just fucking sad. Like I said, I don't hate the people in chorus. I'm definitely not jealous of them. Like, you know, like whether I was chosen or not. If Brian Tyler Cohen fucking rang up my phone right now and was like, listen, you're so awesome. You know, you're so morally consistent. We'd love to corrupt you. We'll give you $10,000. I would say, fuck no. You can't put a price tag on independence. You cannot put a price tag on, you know, the trust that you have with your audience, right? And whether they mean to or not, they're undermining that relationship. They are selling themselves out. There's a reason that the Democratic Party wants these voices. I shouldn't say the Democratic Party. There's a reason that Chorus, you know, funded by 1630, which is like a Democrat-aligned dark money group. There's a reason why the center establishment wants you as their controlled opposition, and that's because you do have that connection with your audience. You do have that authenticity. You do have that trust. That $18,000, they're not giving it to you for nothing, okay? As much as you might want to believe, I'm doing such good work, I'm so awesome, they can see the potential in me. They recognize that I got the fire in my belly, and I got the potential, I'm going to be somebody big, right? Okay, you know, you're getting played, and that's exactly how it works. They're playing on your ego in some ways, right? So yeah, it's not good. It's not good. But again, I do see the creators who fell for this ploy, especially the leftist, you know, creators who actually have stood up and said the right thing and done the hard thing. I do see them as victims rather than as like villains. Okay, so that's where I'm coming at this from. But again, like, you know, I don't think Rebecca's a bad person. She's just wrong. That's all. She's just wrong here.
Dark money, though. What they're calling dark money by definition, to me, is the same thing that those people were taking at a point in time.
No, because what it contractually says, do not talk about this money.
No, but to me, it's like
the difference there.
Can I just say
ahead,
something?
Okay,
so I know a lot of the creators who are in chorus. I don't know the bigger ones like Pac-Man, but I know people like Elizabeth Houston Booker and a lot of other different influencers who are in this.
Oh shit. Am I back? Am I back? Yeah, that's a hey. That's a good hey. Oh my god, chat. We just weeded out the chaff from the wheat. Alright? Everybody that left, you're chaff. Blow away in the wind. We don't need you. Everybody that stayed, you are fucking awesome. Right? And your patience will be rewarded. If anybody tries to come back, just ban them immediately. We don't need them anymore. If you see anybody, mods, just watch it. Like, you know, if you see a name pop up on there, they're trying to come back and watch the show. Just ban on site. I'm kidding. Don't actually ban them. I am teasing you. That was a very long F. That was an extremely long F. I can't believe I figured out how to fix that. I'm a fucking genius. What can I say? I mean, it took me long enough, right? But I tried a few different things, and one of them finally worked. But anyway, we've already hit the sub goal, so I'm doing all right. I mean, I'm doing all right, right? Like, it could always be doing better, but I'm doing all right. It's okay. It's okay for me. The only one it's not okay for is the people that ye of little faith. Some are learning, right? Some of you are learning by experience that patience is rewarded, and I'm not actually mad at the people who left. It's understandable. It was an extremely long F. So let me stop repeating myself. Close down the poll. I guess we got well, no, do we close on the, no, we don't close on the poll, right? Because they're on the off chance that we hit 200, I'm going to have to cover the next topic on the list, and I want to know what that is, if that in case that contingency actually manifests. But yeah, we're back. Wow. I will remember in the future, like if I was a video game character, it would say above my head, Irene will remember that, right? And I will remember how I fixed it this time in case I ever get that problem again. If I ever, one of the biggest problem, the reason it went down in the first place is the, God, I'm like trying to think of what else kind of closed down. It was a system resources issue, right? So the laptop doesn't have, oh my God, Firefox is fucking me over. We're just going to kill Firefox. I really want to have it open. I kind of low-key need to have it open, but we're going to, oh my God, just clicking on Firefox is causing me all kinds of problems. But I'm gonna kill Firefox for now, at least. Chat, like the if I look at the views on the stream, it's like a straight line. It's like the stock after Donald Trump declared tariffs. It's like whoosh, straight down, right? You are the few, the remaining, and you're gonna get rewarded for that, for your patience and for your loyalty. Is it a memory issue? Yeah, I think mostly. There's also something called anti-malware service executable. That's like my second highest memory hog. Anybody know what that process is? Anybody know that process? OBS browser page also kind of hogging a little bit, and then Google Chrome and OBS are my. But yeah, the Firefox was a huge memory hog. I'm pretty sure it was memory, not CPU. But yeah, it straight up froze. We straight up froze for, I don't know, 3 minutes. And then it unfroze. And I was like, hey, everybody, I'm back, right? And I'm like, I don't hear, nobody's recognizing that I'm back. So like, you know, I type in chat and then I looked down and I saw that we weren't connected. We have 0 bandwidth. And then I look over, it's trying to reconnect, but it's like reconnecting again, attempt 1. And it's like, what it's supposed to do is be like reconnect, attempt 1, and then it tries to reconnect, and it either reconnects or it doesn't. And then it'll be like, you know, waiting for 5 seconds, waiting for 15 seconds or something, and then it'll reconnect, attempt 2, right? But it wasn't doing that. It was stuck on 1. It was stuck on 1. I've never seen OBS do that before, but that's what it did. And I finally figured out that what I needed to do, which is nice. I gotta thank the OBS gods. I gotta thank the devs behind OBS, because it is only thanks to you constantly improving your program that I was even able to get back on. The old way that it works, I don't think I would have been able to get it, right? Since they've implemented multi-streaming, I was able to just, you know, grab the stream. I was able to stop streaming, then manage the stream, then grab the right stream and tell it to reconnect. And it was beautiful. So anyway, you waited 10 minutes. Don't think that you were waiting 10 minutes for nothing. Let's get back to this. Let's get back to me yelling, not at Rebecca, not at Ariana, but at the narratives that they have swallowed. It sounds like from people they're friends with, that just aren't true. Taylor taking dark money didn't fucking happen. This is the kind of, and it's the kind of narrative, it's the kind of like, you know, talking point that you'd expect to see from like Trump forces, right? Or from like, I don't know, like, you know, Destiny's community or something like that, right? It's the kind of argument that you expect like Vosh to make after he gets caught dead to right looking at you know, AI horses doing unspeakable acts to short stack goblins, right? But you know, there it is, right? The idea that Taylor's taking dark money, no, she fucking isn't. No, she fucking isn't. They're doing a ship of thesis. Watch your innuendo studios, please, please, please. Deconstructing, or what is it called? The alt-right playbook? is it is a masterclass in logical fallacies that are employed on people that just aren't quite that fall for this shit, right? That fall for shit that sounds like logic but isn't logic, sounds like truth but isn't truth, right? This is how the right wing plays you, and this is the playbook that Brian Tyler Cohen's going to, right? It's bad enough that they're like, we need to fight fire with fire and get our own dark money group. It's even worse that they're using Trumpian tactics and talking points and fucking PR to try to pull the wool over people's eyes, and it's working. That's sad. We're in an information war, and we're fighting for our lives, okay? I know that sounds overblown. I sound like Alex Jones, yada, 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 InfoWars, right? But it's true. And if we're going to be competent info warriors, if we're going to have any chance of winning, it's through recognizing bullshit like this, whether it comes from the right or whether it comes from Brian Tyler Cohen. Or Gavin Newsom, or Alyssa Slotkin, or Pete Buttigieg. Come on, we gotta get with it. Drink your coffee, chat. Drink your motherfucking coffee.
But third of all, the article kind of gave us this idea that they were getting controlled on what they can say, right? There have been multiple creators that have come out that have said that this is categorically false, regardless of what that contract has said or not, right? And so the fact that people are not listening to the creators themselves. Also, fourth of all, there's a lot of people on Twitter who are like, which ones have talked about Palestine? Which ones have talked about Palestine? Y'all, I'm gonna tell you this straight up. I am a Middle Eastern woman. I don't fuck with creators that don't talk about Palestine. Every single person I know that is in chorus has categorically been against the onslaught on Palestine and has spoken about it before publicly. So I personally know people within chorus, and I know the kind of upheaval it's caused. And I just think that article was written in a way where I believe it was intentionally written in a way to cause a rile, and it did. It did exactly what it was meant to do. You can be mad at dark money, but what is dark money? Chorus is a 501c3. What are we?
If you want to participate in this argument, you better have an answer for that. And it better be the right answer. Otherwise, there's no point. I don't know in what way, like, is that a rhetorical question? Like, what is love? What is dark money? Is this even a real thing? Like, is this just something that people make up? Or are they just like saying, I don't like this? I don't like Brian Tyler Cohen, so I'm going to call what he's involved with dark money? I would like look. Let's hear Ariana out, okay? I'm not trying to. I want to hear her out.
Chorus, and I know the kind of upheaval it's caused on Palestine and has spoken about it before publicly. So I personally know people within chorus, and I know the kind of upheaval it's caused. And I just think that article was written in a way where I believe it was intentionally written in a way to cause a rile, and it did. It did exactly what it was meant to do. You can be mad at dark money, but what is dark money? Chorus is a 501c3. What are we calling a dark money here? Because if, like...
501c4. And that's not a distinction without difference, okay? This is what I'm saying. This is what I almost don't want to do this, right? Because, like, I'm not... Please don't take this as me calling, Rebecca or Ariana bad people. That's not what I'm saying. I have seen nothing to indicate that, but I just don't know what to say to somebody that has been fed a fucking narrative. Right? That it's just like we're not engaging with reality here. I mean, I hate to fucking bring it back to Marx, chat, but materialism is important, because otherwise you just end up chasing clouds.
The Dark Money Organization is the company that is the organization that was funding.
Taylor gets paid by 1630 though.
No, she doesn't. No, she doesn't. I've applied to the Reporters in Residence program from Ombudiyar Network. I know a lot about it. Yes, and that program has nothing.
See, Matt, you're not bad because you applied to it. but Taylor actually got accepted to it, which is like she's part of the Omidyar Dark Money Network now, right? Because Omidyar donated money to 1630, money that we know that he donated because he said this money is not going to be dark. Here, I got a flashlight. I'm pure. Now, he's a billionaire. I don't know if he's a good guy or anything. A lot of billionaires aren't, right? But Omidyar took a flashlight and shined the light on the dark money saying, that's mine, baby. That's my money going into 1630. I don't want it to be dark. I don't want you to be in the dark about it. At least my money is going to be outed. I'm outing it myself. There it is. Look at that money. Look at that money sitting over there. That's my donation, right? In 2020, 5 fucking years ago, all right, he made a donation to the, you know, to the 501c4, and outed it, right? And claimed it. And then then flash forward to present day. We got him setting up a writer in. Did Matt say writer in residence or journalist in? I think it's writer in residence. Like, this is the kind of program. I mean, this almost sounds like academic, like, right? What we're talking about here, like, you know, the grants that a scholar or an academic would get.
501c3. What are we calling a dark money here? Because if, like,
the dark money organization is the company that is the organization that was funding
Taylor
Chorus.
gets paid by 1630 though.
No, she doesn't. No, she doesn't. I've applied to the reporters and.
Do you see how and somebody said something about Innuendo Studios earlier? I'll look into it about like personal ethics. I haven't checked in with what went on with the fundraising that Innuendo Studios did, but I'll try to take a look at it when I have a chance. But that aside, right, we all understand what the ship of Theseus is when it comes to logical fallacies. It is that saying like, this 1630 is dark money. Okay, dark money is bad. It's funding Chorus. That's the problem it's part of the problem that we have with Chorus. Honestly, not the only thing, but yeah, the funding is how they gild the cage. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a gilded cage, Chad. It would just be a cage. You know what I mean? No one would sign up for it if it was just like, yeah, you're going to sign a contract that says you can't criticize Brian Tyler Cohen or David Pakman. Nobody would fucking, or at least nobody good would sign up for that, right? But yeah, that's the gilding on the cage. Is the money. And then Taylor Lorenz, this guy donated that Taylor Lorenz receives money from a grant set up by a guy who also donated to 1630. So now what we've done is we've ship of Theseus like this into existence, right? Taylor receives money from the Omidyar Network funded by Pierre Omidyar, and then Pierre Omidyar in 2020 donated to 1630. That sounds like there's like a real direct relationship there. But again, ship of Theseus, if you don't know the thought experiment, the idea is Theseus set sail for the Isle of Crete, I believe it was, and he's got a ship, but he's got a problem because parts of his ship, just like Oregon Trail, they keep on breaking down. His sail breaks, his rudder breaks, this breaks, that breaks, but it's okay because there's a lot of shipwrecks around, and Theseus is an enterprising guy. Every time something breaks down, he reaches out into the flotsam and jetsam, he pulls a rudder, from the wreckage of another ship, and he hammers it onto his ship. And by the time he gets to motherfucking Crete, he has changed out every single part of the ship. And so the question that is asked, the question that is posed, is it the same ship? Is this the same money? And it's not. It's not. It's fundamentally altered. Like Captain Olimar? Wait, what is this from? If you know, you know. I actually don't. honestly, it's a mess. It's a mess because, being the 5-person panel, and I've experienced this, right? It's really easy to talk over each other. Mike's talking over Matt a little bit too. Matt is the one that I'd like to listen to. I mean, I understand. I've probably done the same thing that Mike's doing, right here. Mike's also got like a response that's, that he wants to get in, right? But unfortunately, like Dylan Burns said, when you talk at the same time, we don't get more information, we get less information. Dylan was right about that. It's absolutely true, and that's just a fundamental truth about panels. It's very frustrating. It's very easy to do this, but yeah, for that reason, it just comes off maybe as like a bunch of noise, and maybe some, maybe you don't get Matt's point. Maybe Ariana is not fully able to hear what Matt is saying, right? Because of the panel. And again, no shade on Mike. Mike is awesome. But yeah, this happens with a 5-person panel. Happens even more with a 9-person panel. But yeah, even a 5-person panel, that's a lot of voices. That's a lot of ideas. Like Vision versus Wyatt Vision in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. I'll have to check that out, just saying. Ben Dixon is taking Chorus's money, apparently. So Rebecca's take explanation is causing her... Wait, sorry. So maybe Rebecca's take explanation is causing her issues? Oh, too tired to stone to change it. I think I know what you mean. Maybe? Have I ever made that noise before? That's the question. It's taking courses, but chat, if you're hearing me, like if I'm really making I probably am not. Anyway, I'm not gonna get I don't want to get sidetracked. But somebody said earlier that when I'm really animated, like I've never heard you make that noise before. There's some chance that I did, and it's just that the my mic, the SM7B, rejects what seems like noise, and I don't. My audio setup is different at home, right? Maybe I have made that noise and it just didn't come across because of the difference in the audio setup. Anyway. Rebecca's loyalty is compromised, or is compromising her? Is that what you're saying? That because of the, and Ben Dixon's awesome, right? An Adam Sandler noise? Did I do an Adam Sandler? What is Adam Sandler noise? I don't know. I should know this, chat, because my ex was a big Adam Sandler fan, and I had to watch way too many Adam Sandler movies. Like from what movie? Tearful. I'm curious now.
Resident program from OBDR Network. I know a lot about it. Yes. And
are we sure about Ben Dixon? Then why wasn't he at... Wait, I'm sorry. About Ben Dixon? I don't know. I'm reading that from chat, just to be clear. Somebody said that Ben Dixon was part of this program. Yeah, just saying. I'm surprised that Ben Dixon's comment. Wait, did I get that wrong? Is he possibly compromised? Wait, so is Ben Dixon... Just let's get our facts straight here. Do we know that Ben Dixon's taken, not just the... So I also want to make a big distinction, chat, between people who are just members of Chorus and people that are part of this incubator, right? Incubator means you get money. It could be $250 all the way up to $8,000, but that means you're in the incubator. They're incubating you, right? If you're getting the money. There's also part of Chorus that actually sounds pretty good and not objectionable in terms of skill sharing. That's great. That's great. I want more people on the left to skill share. And yeah, that's something that you could almost not even worry about the ideology, right? I think that a leftist content creator could probably learn something from David Pakman's skill set or even Brian Tyler Cohen's skill set. And I don't think that pollutes you or dilutes your content or compromises you in any way. It's just sharing knowledge, right? And if there's a temporary alliance there, then yeah, you can share knowledge. It's the dark money, and it is the contract. It's mainly the contract. But what makes the contract attractive to sign is the money. That's again the guild. That's the guild on the cage. Can we watch the video? Which video? The Ben Dixon video? Is there a Ben Dixon? Really like Ben too. Yeah, Ben Dixon. I loved it. His video on Cenk Uygur was fucking amazing. That's why Rebecca is writing this hard for... Was it just Ben Dixon? It sounds like, she's got, several friends maybe. From what she's saying, it sounds like she's got several friends that are, and then again, this is what I said, chat. This is what gets people to defend it, right? If you are part of this, you don't want to, you don't feel like you did anything wrong. And like I said, I don't think that people that took chorus money are like necessarily bad people. And you feel attacked by Taylor's article. And when people, in chorus are like telling you she's attacking us, we're getting burned, we got to fight for our careers, then you want to fight back. And that brings people, good people in to do defense for Brian Tyler Cohen. And even more than that, the fans of these people too are feel obliged to do defense. And also this works with friendships, right? If you're a friend of something, it's like the Ethan Klein thing. Ethan, I've been watching Ethan. He's my online friend. I mean, that's a parasocial friendship, right? Not a real friendship, but it works with real friendships too, where the defense is a character defense rather than a logical defense, right? And that's what it sounds like that's what we're seeing. Ben was on Boston Brian and the chat was calling him a sellout. See, I don't like that. I don't think that's helpful. All that does is drive these people more into the arms of chorus. I mean, I don't know. Like if Ben was like fucking spreading the talking points or attacking Taylor, or you know what I mean. If it's like that, then I could see people being mad with him. But again, I just want to remind everybody that the people in the incubator are victims potentially themselves, right? I don't think he's a member's. Okay, that's great. Thank you, Sarah. I just asked Perplexity AI, and they. Oh well, I mean. I don't know. Let me point this out though. I don't know if Ben Dixon's involved in this. It sounds like from what people are saying, he's defending it, right? But I just read that from chat, all right, and I'm definitely not trying to spread anything false about Ben or anybody else. Ben was attacking Taylor in a gendered way. I'll have to look at this. Yeah, I want to be careful, right? And if I've repeated anything that from chat, please don't take it like as truth, right? This is we're in the fog of war right now. We're in the fog of war. The worst part, finding out someone you follow is taking this money is one thing. Having them defend it with either disingenuous, and mobilizing the already existing misogyny that misogynistic attacks, often stemming from right-wing sources against Taylor Lorenz. That's also pretty fucked up.
And that program has nothing to do with 16.5, whatever the hell they're called. That program is entirely funded by the Omidyar network. It has nothing to do with 1630. It has zero to do with it. There's nothing wrong with creators getting funded by. Nothing wrong with creators making money. The
so
fact
we're getting $8,000 a month is okay, but creators getting $8,000 a month is not okay.
Why are you focusing on the money? It's not about the money.
Because the whole article was focusing on the money. The whole the point is about the money.
No, yeah. The point is that Chorus had in their contract that they could not talk about where their funding comes from. They could not talk about. For some people, there was in the contract that you couldn't talk about certain stipulated that you couldn't talk about certain topics without checking with Chorus first. The idea that some influencers still talked about those topics is completely separate from the fact that the article was about the contract from Chorus. The fact that certain influencers felt they could just break that contract, or maybe it wasn't in their contract, is completely separate from the fact that those contracts that did have it existed. Like the idea that
so I want to make one point here. I think I also want to mention I think from what I gleaned from Taylor's article, you weren't allowed to talk about the program without prior approval from Chorus, right? And so, there's some possibility. Matt suggesting that maybe some of the creators choose to ignore stipulations in the contract, but there's also a possibility that, oh my god, that dragon fruit's so good. There's also a possibility that that they got approval, right? There's also that possibility.
This was about, oh, she's jealous of creators making money and not her, is absolutely obfuscating the fact that news content creators were quietly making money without this.
Oh yeah, no, you're right, Viva. This whole talking point that the article has been debunked or refuted is absolutely untrue. And if anything, if you ask them, like the creators, the defenders of Chorus, they either won't have an answer for you. Okay, where was it refuted? They either I don't know, but I'm pretty sure it was refuted. Everybody's saying it's refuted. It's refuted. It's out there. It's out there. People are saying it's been refuted. It's been debunked. It's fake news. It's Trumpian. It's fucking Trumpian, right? But the other possibility is that they saw there was a TikToker who attempted to debunk the article, but only proceeded in confirming certain elements of Taylor's story. Nothing was refuted. A lot was strawmanned, and some of her article was confirmed by this person showing, parts of the contract, right?
Disclosing.
And before I get this question, right? Why didn't Taylor show us the contract? There's something fishy. There's something fishy about a woman that writes a story about a contract that she's seen and doesn't report it. She also saw screen caps of a group chat. She also saw, I believe, video. I don't know. It could be audio of a group call, of a video call. I think it was a video call. I think it was like a Zoom call. Yeah. Right, and she's not showing us those. So pretty fishy. She doesn't want us to see it, right? She did want us to see it, but she's publishing through Wired, and there's other parties involved, right? There's Wired and there's her sources, right? And the determination was made in the conversation between those three parties, Taylor, the sources, and Wired, that the revelation actually showing you the sources would out who's leaking them. Remember, the people that gave Taylor this information were either part of Chorus or they had been approached for Chorus and they were given a contract, right? It's a very common practice in secretive groups like this. And this, from what Taylor says, this is what they did to have little imperceptible differences in the contract. Not necessarily something like a different stipulation or a different meaning for the contract, but look at there's an extra space between those two words there. That's Booker Squared's contract. A little, two extra spaces between that's somebody else's contract. So that if they were to do, and they're already witch hunting to try to figure out who did the leak, right? This is a whistleblower situation. And Taylor is protecting Taylor and Wired, and they've decided to protect the whistleblowers. Now, Taylor mentioned on the debate with Destiny that she personally would favor more transparency. She would like to show this stuff, right? I'm not sure about the ethics of that, but she's the investigative journalist, and I'm not. So I'm sure she had a reason for saying that. But I think what it was is that they had to kind of come to an agreement. And again, Wired Discovering is the one that's publishing the article at the end of the day. So, they kind of have the say, and their determination was, we're going to protect the sources. We're not going to show this. The way that they determined, the way that they tried to show you, yes, there is a contract, and Taylor's reportage on what's in the content, what's in the contract, what's in the group call, what's in the screenshots is accurate, was by having a second party, that being Wired Magazine, and not just like one person in Wired Magazine chat. Their lawyers, a whole bunch of people run through it because they don't want to print something that's not true and get fucking sued. All right. This is why it's a little bit weird that everybody's attacking Taylor Lorenz and not Wired. If there was something unethical that happened, you got a bigger fish to fry than Taylor Lorenz, all right? If there was lies told in that story, that is the buck stops actually at Wired Magazine. Not that Taylor wouldn't already also be responsible, but that's the bigger deal. If Wired Magazine is fucking lying, we got a huge problem, right? And that should be where your fucking ire is directed. Instead, they go for the soft target. They go for Taylor, right? They go for somebody whose reputation has already been poisoned by the likes of Libs of TikTok, Tucker Carlson. The list goes on and on and on. Mark Andreessen, right? A whole bunch of shitty right-wingers have already put out narratives about Taylor Lorenz, and these some of these people trying to defend, they're trying to circle the wagons of Chorus are just repeating fucking right-wing character assassinations. Often tinged with a little bit of misogyny. Anyway,
where that money was coming from while cosplaying as reporters or journalists, and they can pretend they're influencers all they want, but if people are coming to you for their news, you have a responsibility.
Yeah, exactly. Play something. That'd be a huge get for Chorus. Dim political content creator group discovers Wired is corrupt, exposing that would be a huge story. That would be a huge story. A huge get for, and they're not coming forward with that story because guess what? It's not true. They could sue. They could sue, and they got the money if they wanted to. They definitely got the money to be able to get all the whatever kind of legal team they need. Behaving like Republicans, I think so too. Yeah, it's very Trumpian actually. Just saying it's all lies without debunking anything. Yeah, it's fake news. Attacking Taylor, ignoring the actual criticism with dishonest takes like it's all about helping creators. That's right. PR talk.
To your audience to let people know exactly where your money is coming from in terms of what could possibly change your opinion or change your analysis or have any sort of influence on your reporting. I do it with I disclose any single thing that could even be perceived as a conflict of interests. The idea that joining this creator-funded group that's funded by a dark money organization with deep ties to the Democratic Party and other organizations, and you don't think it's necessary to at least say, hi, yes, I'm part of this Chorus group, which is funded by such and such.
That's what I'm telling you. A lot of them posted, a lot of them had Chorus in their bios. A lot of them had Chorus in their bios. I'm telling you, it's true. I know them personally.
The obfuscation, though, is with the dark money group funding Chorus.
Again, yeah, Taylor said this, that Chorus has a public-facing element that is the skill sharing sort of aspect of Chorus, and yes, they did, a lot of them put it in their bios. They were forthcoming. They did talk about Chorus. What they didn't talk about was the incubator program because they were signed to fucking secrecy. Nobody knew shit about the incubator program until the whistleblowers got a hold of Taylor, and she did her investigative journalism, which isn't easy in chat. It's fucking rare. This is so sad, chat. Hardly anyone does investigative journalism anymore. It used to be really fucking common. Or, I mean, not really fucking common, but, there's never enough investigative journalism to go around. But it used to happen. It used to happen on fucking local news, on national news, right? Investigative newspapers, right? And it's so fucking rare these days. It's so fucking rare to see actual investigative journalism. Matt is an ethical journalist. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like I said, her defense, but they said, well, no, I think she's right. They did put Chorus. She's just missing the point, right? This is just like a logical misfire, it's a logical disconnect is what this is, right? Is that, yeah, they put Chorus in their bio. Chorus, the public-facing part of Chorus isn't the problem. People know about Chorus. Chorus was not a secret group. Like, don't tell anyone Chorus exists. It's not exact. Chorus is not Fight Club. What's Fight Club is the 1630 incubator aspect of Chorus that only certain content creators were invited to.
But the point that you just made is that they didn't say. I'm telling you that a lot of them helped fundraise for Chorus. A lot of them had Chorus in their bio. A lot of their pictures are on the Chorus website.
Do you see what's missing here? Like a lot of them help fundraise. Yeah, you fundraise for the skill sharing aspect of it, right? Maybe, but you don't need to fundraise for they weren't fundraising for the incubator program, chat, because that was 1630 money. That was the dark money.
That's well, Chorus also apparently was using pictures of people who aren't even involved with their program. So I don't think you could trust Chorus on this. But the idea
Your
is
argument is that they didn't say that they were on course, and I'm telling you that a lot of their pictures are on the website.
Yes,
I'm refuting your argument directly.
Some of them did, but at the same time, she has internal chat logs of creators discussing that they have issues with the contract, but they just had to roll with it and do what was best. And some creators may have discussed that they were part of it. And like you mentioned, those creators aren't mentioned in the Chorus article. She specifically, it looks like, mentioned creators who never disclosed their involvement with Chorus when they were involved with Chorus.
Elizabeth Booker Houston, for example, was mentioned in the article, and she fundraised. She uploaded multiple videos fundraising. She is square in the middle of the website, and she also has it in her bio, so that's categorically false.
Who specifically did you mention? Who specifically did you mention?
Elizabeth Booker Houston.
So she's not wrong that Elizabeth Booker Houston and others have been transparent about their Chorus membership. That's not the issue. That's not the issue. Like, I don't know, chat. This whole matter seems to be almost like designed to confuse people, right? If you get hung up on the idea that, well, they were transparent, you're saying that they're not transparent, and they were transparent. Yeah, they were transparent about the part of the program that's not problematic, right? Skill sharing, that's a great thing. I'm not even worried about if some of the people are more, centrist or liberal, and some of the people are more leftist. I'm not worried about. It's not a purity testing. You can't get near these people that are, that aren't like, true leftists, right? The issue is again with the gilded cage presented to you through a contract. If you were invited to the incubator aspect of the program, not Chorus, the public, they've got a website, chat. Yes, it's not a secret, okay? That part's true. But Taylor was never trying to imply it was a secret. I think people just made that assumption because she said there was a secret element to it. They got confused and were like, oh, yeah, you think that Chorus is like Fight Club and nobody talks about it? And they're like, shh, don't tell anyone that there's Chorus. No, of course they want to, of course they got a fucking website. They're publicizing this, right? In fact, even using people's faces on their website who weren't part of the program. That's another thing that tells you that this isn't, the most competent organization here, right? And that's me being charitable and saying that they weren't doing it like disingenuously, like trying to raise money off of people, who hadn't given permission on purpose.
Yeah.
I think that there are outliers for sure, but the problem that I have with all of this is, one, not disclosing the dark money. Two, the fact that this is more insidious than I think a lot of people think. So Tina Wynn did a great article for The Verge, and she was in this type of incubator program, albeit for right-wingers. And she says in retrospect, when she looks back, it was clear that they were selecting specific creators. They were grooming them to have certain ideas. And what we've seen from the contracts, which Brian Tyler Cohen, David Pakman, none of these people have released, but what we've seen from the smaller creators who have responded literally corroborates what was said in the article. Like, we just have to, if we're going to interview somebody, we don't have to, get permission from Chorus. We just have to check in. We have to go to 2 meetings per week. We get news briefings. Right, but like over
That's soft
time,
power.
Is that soft power? And
Exactly, yeah. Here, let me show you.
They are.
If you were watching the Breakfast in Vietnam stream, I showed you this. Like it's a little, kind of like oval spheroid object, right, with a hole in the middle. Looks like an earbud. I couldn't figure out what the fuck this was. It's a lotus. It's a lotus seed.
Are putting you in this, in this bubble with people who have a very specific ideology. And there's seemingly good creators in there based on what you said. I don't know all of them, but then you also have
incubator program.
But I mean, you also have, you know, what's the guy, Aaron Parnas or whatever, Olivia Juliana. You have a very specific
you have people
type.
claiming this. You have people claiming that this article was fully and thoroughly debunked when nothing has ever been proven.
David Pakman, and now he's threatening to sue Taylor Lorenz. When it's like, why don't you just debunk what was in the article? If it's actually fake news,
no one has
post
debunked
the fucking
anything
contract.
Their reaction has made it, I would argue, a lot worse. Just
That's
because
what I said in the majority.
But when you call them out by name and something, but when you're calling out creators by name, it's like centering around the dark money is one thing, dark money. But when you are calling creators out like Elizabeth by name, and they may not be one of the bigger creators, but they've shown and talked about or whatever where their money was coming from, how they funded it, they're being attacked. Now their whole platform, all of that whole situation, their credibility, their character is being attacked.
Now here's where I agree with Rebecca a little bit, right? For the content creators that were a part of this, I do see them as having gotten fooled, as being victims, right? As being, you know, manipulated. And I don't think that you should attack those people, right? There's a difference if there's somebody like David Pakman, you know, just out there lying and like attacking, you know, trying to kill the messenger, right? You know, that's fucked up. And David Pakman, since I haven't covered this chat, but David Pakman's done like a Leaving the Left video. We probably should watch that at some point. It seems like a pretty major development. You know, very similar sounding to what you'd hear from Cenk Uygur or Anna Kasparian, or, you know, the list goes on, unfortunately. But yeah, I think that, like, look, I don't think that people should be attacked just for being part of the incubator program. I don't think that's right, and I think that actually drives them into the arms of Chorus. When what we need is more whistleblowers, chat. Look at this. All right. So I said before that you know, Taylor. I told you why Taylor can't release the receipts. It's a receipt culture. If you have the receipt, something's true, even if it's not supported by the receipt you show. Just the mere fact that you've shown the receipt, you know, you implies it's true. And if you don't have the receipt, well, I guess it's not true, and I guess you're lying, right? The reason that she can't show the receipt is because it outs the whistleblowers. It outs the people informing her, right? Any one of these Chorus people, if we were to get them on our side, to make them see how they were hoodwinked, they could release their contract, right? I know it would make them a target, and not everybody would want to do this, right? Just like, you know, that it was determined that the people that were whistleblowing didn't want to be outed because, yeah, they're witch hunting them right now. They're trying to figure out who blew the whistle, and they're going after them in private, right? This is going on right now. But if we were to get, you know, a few of these Chorus people on our sides, chat, that would be game over. So don't just reflexively attack these people. Don't call them corrupt or you know, say that they sold out or anything. That's not necessarily true. Right? They were presented with a gilded cage, and they made the mistake of letting themselves be locked in it, maybe without even realizing that the door is locked, that contract is, you know, like the upside is so great, chat, $8,000 a month potentially, that you might not even notice the bars of the cage because they're so damn pretty.
Like, that's just what it is. You could have centered it around whatever. And I think, like I said, I read the article. I thought that was actually a great take at first. And then I started to see the name dropping and how that affected those people. They may not be big in y'all's world, but the people that I watch, these are some of the people that I do get information from, or I do follow.
They're very big outside of the YouTube, Twitch world.
And so for them to be, it does mess with them as well. And I'm pretty sure, you know, I know there are creators, and here's the thing. I know the way that it works, we may not even know. Not everybody discloses how they get their money. I know that sounds shocking to you guys. It's great that you guys have that.
But that's unethical.
Compass.
That's the problem. Like, they should.
That's what I'm telling you. I agree with it. And I say that is a point. It is very, very unethical. But the people that she named are not the ones that are doing that. Like the ones that are fighting for their life right now, trying to clear their good name, showing their receipts, showing that they did not. There is no dark money connected to them. My thing is, there are lots of people beyond who she named who work within the political space or whatever that Democrats are choosing to go to events, paying for whatever, however they're being backed. But the way that the same way a lot of these creators benefit from these like institutional connections or these backing.
So what is this criticism? Don't name people. I mean, look, this is people, you know. I don't want to say defending their bag, right? But yeah, imagine if you struggled for years and years as a content creator. You're doing good work, you're making connections, you're developing a community, right? But it's just not, you know, quite enough. You're living hand to mouth. You can't afford insurance. And all of a sudden somebody puts this money in your hand and now it fucking works. You don't want to lose that. You don't want to lose what they're really worried about, Chad, is more than just that. Losing the trust of their audience, losing their ability to be sustainable as creators. It hits very close to home at a very, you know, material level. Right? And I heard these same excuses from the dog pile that jumped on me when I spoke up against Twitch poll, right? Of this, well, you know, you did, you know, make a criticism which could potentially result in lost revenue for Mr. Burns and, you know, and for Aristocracy and for Demon Mama and for Kevin Logan and for all the rest of them, right? And they, like, on some level, you know, I had to understand, you know, where they were coming from, even though I know that they were wrong. And I feel that if the criticism had been handled maturely by a more secure person than Dylan Burns, that it wasn't like I wasn't gonna fucking stop until I tear his, like, you know, rotten kingdom down. I just wanted him to do the right thing. But I guess, you know, how is he to know that, right? How is anybody to know that? So yeah, you know, I mean, this is unfortunately an all too common reaction when a content creator is faced with criticism.
You ain't gonna know. Everybody is not gonna show you their pockets. The way that it goes right now on media and in media, and I wish that they had the thought process that we all like, that we have or that we've been going by, but they don't. You think that these names that they called out are the only ones? No, there are probably people that y'all know very well who secretly taking money from or are sponsored by or doing whatever that you just won't know. It's unethical.
I would call them out for it.
Yeah,
that's the whole point. That's the whole point.
Again, the argument boils down to other people are also doing unethical things. So why call these people out, or why name names with, you know? I don't think it should be about like naming names as much as, yeah, the name I want to name is Brian Tyler Cohen, and 1630 and Chorus, right? That's the big deal. But because the members of Chorus have been public, you know, Ariana's right about that. They have been public about the Chorus membership, just not about the, you know, the incubator program. You know, that, yeah, you know, when you call out Chorus, you were implicating, you know, people that have identified themselves as, you know, members of the forward of the public facing, you know, aspects of Chorus.
Call out people that she chose to call out some of the names that are not, that were able to debunk it themselves for their person.
Everyone involved in this, everyone involved in Chorus is funded by this 1630 group, though. That's where Chorus derives their entire funding from, apparently.
Brian Tyler Cohen had posted, like, he was the face of Chorus. So this whole, like, didn't mention, listen, I don't like Brian Tyler Cohen. I'm not a fan of David Pakman. Let's just make this very clear. I got blacklisted from the DNC. I had to sneak in. I got blacklisted from the White House. The Dem establishment hates me, and I have no part in Chorus. So for all of you commentators, let's just make that very clear, okay? I want to just clear my name real quick. My thing is, when smaller creators, or when creators like Elizabeth Booker Houston, who have posted about Chorus, have Chorus in their link tree. They have it in their bio on their Instagram. They're plastered.
I mean, Sarah, you do make a good point that independent content creators are doing is serving the function that journalists used to serve. I would say that we're in the process of becoming journalists, but some of us don't realize that yet, and some of us are not. The implication of that is that there's a huge amount of accountability, and you do have to be, you do have to have ethics in journalism, as you're saying. I'm just, this was a hard thing for me to accept too. When people were fucking destroying me, when people were fucking lying in a chorus on my name, I wanted to just say they're fucking evil. Fuck them, right? Especially the ones that, were ostensibly my friends. I wanted to say fuck them. But it turned out it was important for me to understand their motivation. I'm trying to understand the motivation of these, of these people who, were, I mean, some of whom, like, I just don't want to jump to the conclusion that they did this shit because they're bad people, that all of them did this shit because they're bad people, right? Because I think it's possible for somebody to overlook the implications of a contract when they're you're right, they're in the process of becoming journalists. This is the new journalism, but they don't have that recognition yet, and they're not. They're fucking. I'm detecting naivete from some of these content creators more than I'm detecting malice or corruption or selling out or anything like that. So I want to hold space for the possibility until we absolutely know that somebody is a corrupt sellout scumbag. I don't want to fucking jump to that as my first thing, because this is an instinct that I've had to fight against in my own life, in my own in my own career, right? I've had to fight this instinct, and a lot of people that were jumping on me were scumbags. At the end of the day, I could say that with full confidence, but it was still important for me, even if just from an art of war kind of standpoint of know your enemy, to also understand their motivation and understand that these are human beings, not just a giant fucking mob of opportunistic scumfucks.
On the website, when you are claiming that this person is a part of a dark money group that has never even claimed or said that they're in it, that is categorically false. Now, we want to talk about the contracts and people getting paid and not acknowledging it. That's a whole other concept, right? But focus. But some of the writings that Taylor did, it was shock factor. It was shock factor. That's what it was. Because if you want to argue with me and tell me, oh, Elizabeth Booker Houston was not being honest, that's just false. She was.
Why are you?
But
you're misunderstanding what's even written about Elizabeth Booker Houston in this article. The only area she's mentioned in is this part here. Several influencers who doggedly defended Chorus throughout that.
Of the article was that these.
That's what Matt. It's not about. People didn't even read the article. They got names and they went straight to Elizabeth.
That's not the reporter's fault.
Absolutely.
You guys don't think Taylor writes for shock value? You guys think be honest, literally her whole entire career is based off of shock value.
Respectfully, and I got to do this because this is my livelihood here. Respectfully, it does feel like you two are defending people that because they're involved.
No, I don't. The thing is, like I said, no. Let's be clear. The thing is, if my name, like say if my name were mentioned or whatever in an article, and I know damn well I did not do whatever is being stated about me, and everybody is coming to me, my credibility, all that shit is like being like they're saying, oh, you did do this, we can't follow you, we can't trust you, we can't do this, you're taking dark money.
See what?
That
See it. This is the reaction. This is the reaction, right? This is the panic reaction. This is the self-defense reaction. Like this is, you know, what's going on with at least some of these creators, right? Chat, like I always say, chat, we can't look into people's heart of hearts and see, you know, what their true motivation is. But as long as there could be a, you know, like an understandable, motivation at their heart, I want to like hold space for that. And I know it's frustrating. It's frustrating because this shouldn't be happening to us. I don't want the Democratic Party to run game on us. I don't want Brian Tyler Cohen to fucking run game on us. All right. And they've been doing that since since probably before the 1980s, if I'm being real. All right. You know, the Democratic Party has always sought, going back to the 40s, to control the opposition in different ways.
Fight for my fucking name. That's just on period. Nobody,
of course,
but that isn't the fault of the report.
You're not. But the thing is, you're name dropping these people.
She's name dropped as someone who's defending Chorus, but not as somebody who's defending the.
We know how social media goes, right? And there's no way or in hell that, to me, I like where the article, the basis of where it's going. Of course, the stay on topic, right? Because now everybody is and to me, people who swear they read it are using these people's names that did not do what was said, right? Or are trying to save their reputation online or the work that they do. And it's all because of this article, because names were dropped. That's it. And that's what everybody goes with. We know how this goes.
So again, like if you read the article, you'll understand that your problem isn't with Taylor Lorenz here, and you shouldn't be attacking the messenger. Your problem is with the, people's knee-jerk reaction to misinterpret. And I do feel like, Taylor said as much on Destiny streams and in other places that she has definitely seen her article be misinterpreted by well-meaning people that then turn around and their attack is directed at the content creators, maybe because they're the easiest to reach, they're the easiest to affect, they're the easiest to scare, and again, I don't think this is helpful. I don't think we just need a few of these people to flip, chat. This is this is corruption, okay? And we're trying to uncover what's going on. And we need inside sources to maybe just, I say confirm it. I'd say Taylor's article is pretty well confirmed, but to just make it super clear, if they want to see a contract, right, let's get somebody in Chorus to flip and let's see that contract, right? Because I swear to God, whoever from Chorus, takes that risk, let's a target be put on their back like that, I'm going to look at them as a hero. I mean, they made a fucking mistake, very, naive mistake even, but, a mistake that you could even say we can't afford mistakes like that. We can't let the Democratic Party run game on us, but if they will put themselves out there, if they will show their contract in full, oh my God, chat, game, set, match. Game, set, match. Brave New World where content creators can be broke? Wait, what? She literally said, I'm not saying any of the creators did anything wrong. Yeah, that's, she said a lot to that effect. People just are not listening. You don't get to build a platform on leftism and fighting the establishment while taking dark establishment money. I mean, I think we can see from Ariana, some people don't understand what those terms mean, right? I just want to hold a place. I just want to hold space for the possibility that some of these people, didn't do what they did out of corruption, but they did what they did out of naivete. And it's even if you don't believe that, even if you think they're all corrupt, I swear to God, chat, flipping some of these people is crucial to winning this information war against the forces that have been holding back the actual left for years and years and years.
And it's not that I'm just trying to defend people that I know. I'm just saying, like, that part about the fucking article, regardless, just was not, I couldn't fuck with it. Like, these are people that are doing the work, now having to fight for their reputation because of this. They have, there's no alignment to that. They are not those type of people. But yet, no, I can't.
Doing the work though. I don't doing what work though? Like, I don't understand what these people are doing other than getting paid themselves. Like, I mean, like,
have you watched the creators' content? Because
have you watched the content from literally all of the 90 creators that are in the most of whom we don't even know? Have you watched the Oh my god, I'm sorry. Matt, you lose the argument for not being on TikTok and Instagram enough, I guess.
We're acting like so they're doing something. We're acting like they're doing something to better society.
No, but have you watched their content?
Like, some of them I have, some of them I haven't. I'm familiar with some of the people involved in this, mentioned in this article. I'm not familiar with some of these people in this article.
Are there like 90 of them or something?
There's a whole bunch of people involved in chorus.
The big ones like Olivia Juliana. I'm talking about the smaller ones like Pari, Elizabeth Booker, Eliza. Have you watched this?
Oh my god. No, that wasn't I don't think that was fat phobia. It's big. I'm a little bit surprised that Olivia Juliana is the woman that posed with what does Olivia Juliana do? I'm trying to remember. Like, I feel like I used to know what. I mean, she's like a very, very centrist Dem. That's all I like know about her, right? I'm busting my brain to figure out how that content is like appealing to people. I don't know. It's a little bit. What? Oh god. See, I don't know Olivia Juliana's content, to be totally honest, or if I do, I can't remember it. I just remember that picture of her with Hillary, and I don't know.
Smaller people's content?
No, I haven't. Some of them.
But I feel like the point about for the smaller creators, here's why I think this is nefarious. Because if you are a smaller creator, we all know how difficult it is to make it, to go full time, to support yourself. And so these kinds of programs, especially like the ones where you don't know where the funding is coming from, like, they are scooping up these small creators. They're trying to get them basically attached to this money that they desperately need, making them sign these incredibly predatory contracts. And the whole thing itself is gross, and the fact that they
so BCAT K is so you're familiar with Olivia Juliana? It's like Pac-Man, but in short form TikToks. Okay, so I mean, like, I don't know, she must have something, like, I'm not saying going for her like ideologically or anything, but it's compelling content for someone out there, I guess. I just like, I didn't think, I thought I had heard that she was kind of like just astroturfy, right? Not turf, TRF, but like that she was like somebody being propped up by the Democratic Party rather than having her own organic following. But the fact that the fact that Olivia Juliana, like, given her takes, might have a following is a little bit depressing. She blames the pro-Palestine movement for Kamala's loss. Oh, that's yeah.
Are getting defensive is a problem, because I think that you have to understand, look, if I were in a position to where I was just starting out and I saw this big offer where it's like, hey, you can get X amount of money per month, but you've got to sign this contract. It requires 2 check-ins per week. It requires you.
The conservative troll that was part of the incubator program, who was that?
To
it sounds. Did we watch that?
Just check in with us about people you're interviewing and whatnot. I would think that's suspicious. And you have to make a decision. Like, are you going to take that money that comes with terms? Maybe the contracts are different, but it does come with terms, and jeopardize your principles? Or are you going to turn it down? And that's the problem. I think that if these creators were just like, listen, and maybe this is true for like the smaller creators. I'm speaking more of the bigger creators that I'm familiar with. Like if they were just like, you know what? This is something that we have to do because the right is killing us. So we've got to compete with them. We have to take dark money too. I disagree with that. I don't think that we should be taking dark money because you can't beat Republicans by becoming them. Having said that though, if they said that, I would at least understand where they're coming from. But all we get is defensiveness, which makes it look so much more suspicious to me.
Right.
And again, this is speaking more about...
The reaction was so much worse, yes.
It's like the bigger creators like Brian Tyler Cohen and David Pakman are trying to swoop up these smaller creators and like mold them, you know? That's my...
So I'm even 100% on the side of transparency, right? We're talking about, here are the two things that I'm saying that I got from the article, that I was getting from the article. Transparency and the strategy that people are using on the left that is problematic now. I talk about this very often on my show. I talk about this, you know, on different panels. I talk about this very often. I think that, you know, some of the new creators and all of those things, but the ones that, you know, she mentioned that are fighting for their life right now about, hey, I never took no dark money. Any money that I've taken is, I didn't even know X, Y, and Z, or these people are showing and telling and trying so hard to clear their names and their reputation. I know you said, Matt, like what kind of work are they doing? For a lot of people, that's the only place that they get their news, or they get their content, or they get whatever. These people are the ones that are actually invited to these bigger events when Democrats are inviting them to. And I've even seen where some of these people aren't even, in my opinion,
again, like, you know, they don't put it, like, it's not in the contract, you're going to accept 8K of dark money, right? They don't put in those terms. They don't say you're going to sell out the, you know, progressive future to the institutional shit show Democrats. It's not explicit like that. Yeah, you know, if you're a leftist content creator, you should probably figure that out. Yeah, you know, you're in a situation where, yeah, if you sign on to this, it's going to look bad. And the other thing is, it's going to be revealed, whether it's through Taylor or somebody else, right? Can you imagine if it was revealed through like a right-wing content creator? You know, those people have no shame. You know that they will never like look at like, you know, like bring up like, well, you know, there's also the tenant situation. So, you know, it's kind of on both sides, right? And this was going to get revealed because chat, the way that this is a conspiracy, and they're signing a paper to not, you know, talk about, they're receiving money from 401c4, signing a contract not to talk about it. It's very, you know, the incubator program is very secretive, right? But if you got 90 people in it, conspiracies only work when they are conspiracies between a small number of people, right? The odds that nobody will talk about a conspiracy go down as you include more people in the conspiracy, right? So yeah, this was going to come out at some point, and it was going to look bad no matter what, right? So this whole thing of they're fighting for their life, look, I understand, you know, it's probably, you know, very emotional for them and shit, but you know, this is why you got to be really careful about the contracts you sign, even if the upside of that contract is fucking amazing. Did I say what did I say? 401? Okay, my brain is cooked now. Yeah, 501c4. I was correcting people on this earlier. Now I am now I am, I don't know, chat, should I take another drink of coffee? Or is that too dangerous? This coffee is like, it's pretty good, but it's pretty strong. Wow, it did a number on me too.
Some of these people aren't even really politically driven in the content. However, I know that again, the strategy from the left needs to be better. Sometimes they're just looking for people with large audiences and throwing money at them or whatever. We've seen that a lot, but it ain't like your favorites aren't receiving certain money from maybe coordinated campaigns or whatever. I do think, and for people in the audience that are saying that, you know, I'm saying that people shouldn't say where they get their money from. I am 100% for, if you are a bigger platform and you're being sponsored or you're taking money or whatever, let the people know how you get your money. That's ethical. That's how I came up in the game. I think that's how it should be. But these days, even like we're finding out that other people or your favorites faves or whatever, they aren't, and it's unethical, absolutely, but they're still doing it. A lot of people are taking money, especially from, and I think that it's the strategy again on the left, how they've allowed or how they're opening and these doors to where let's just partner up with these people, and that's where I think it's wrong. You were saying, Mike, and
can I vote that you take coffee home as your souvenir? I think I'll be doing that. I think I gotta find a place to buy like a big old bag. What do you think, chat? Should I go full? Should I get the bean coffee, or should I go with the ground coffee because it's easier? I'm sure I could get either. Like, and I do have like at home in Thailand. At home in Thailand, I'll be there in a week. At home in Thailand, I have a hand grinder, so I would be able to grind the coffee. Yeah, just get a contract. Just sign it and trust me, mate. I don't know if these people, like, I mean, I don't know if they have lawyers. I don't know if they, could afford lawyers. We get the coffee. Oh yeah, I got the coffee I like better. It's just a question about how lazy I am. Do I wanna like grind the coffee myself? I probably do. That's a passion. That's a labor of love, right? Whole beans are cheaper and last longer, but you get you can get a electric grinder for cheap. I haven't. Yeah, you're right. I probably could get one for cheap. Think you should get enough to take reservations for subscription boxes. Oh my God, chat, become a coffee exporter? I would, chat. I would love to export coffee to you. Are you willing to pay 20% above cost? Because unfortunately, yeah, chat. Sorry, not 20%. It's 20% for. No, wait, what? Okay, if I took it back to Thailand. Oh my God, am I like getting around like 1% of Trump's tariffs there? Is that legal? I don't know. I don't know if we'll have to look. I'll have to have my lawyer. I'll get a Thai lawyer. And I'll have them find out if I'm breaking any rules by you would, the problem with bringing, sending anything like, that would be the perfect merch, NCC Vietnamese brand coffee. I've always said that I would love to sell coffee, if something like just coffee.coop or whatever would sponsor me. That would be lovely. But I always said that, it's got to be good stuff, right? Anything that I sell as merch, which I haven't sold any merch yet, haven't gotten any merch yet. The one stipulation is I don't want to sell you garbage. I don't want you just, buying stuff because you like me, right? It has to be like a good thing for you too. Give me a trailer and I'll work the coffee bean farm.
And I agree with that as well. We can't do what they doing. At the same time, I'd be feeling like we got to play dirty too. But that.
Oh yeah, exactly. Magenta says they gave them barely any time to decide, and they took advantage. Yeah, they're taking advantage of their naivete, right? Which we all, plenty naive myself.
I'm talking about. That's not the way we should be trying to get more eyes on the left without actually. And I'm talking about Democrats and leaders themselves doing actual work. They're leaving it in the hands of just having viral moments, bringing influencers to the White House, those type of things, different organizations that they're coordinating with. I even worked, before I even know what this was, in my first stages of politics, I worked with the left, who was actually working for, and I don't even want to say her name because that would be, but she's a prominent person, really prominent person, aged, old, need to go, and was doing dirty work in the media.
Wait, I didn't get that part.
A prominent person, really prominent person, aged, old, need to go.
Aged, old, need to go. Is that like a phrase? Is that like a?
And was doing dirty work in the media, on social media for them. I see we were working in the same building, and this person was getting paid to do that work. And this was also a person that had a big name as well. And so this ain't nothing new. This is not anything that is new. Was it problematic? 100%. I thought that was all wrong, all bad. all of it. But to name these people who are like, this is the problem. Like the creators, it's not fair. So the ones that you guys are naming, they may be online not saying anything, like being defensive.
Okay, wait. Like, look, here's a proposition. Like, Taylor doesn't name any names other than the people that spoke to her on record, which, like, the one that stands out to me, Keith Edwards. Keith Edwards, I believe, was approached for the program and said no to it. Keith Edwards is like working on 1 million subs right now. He does your, I mean, it's kind of similar to like Midas Touch's content. He's a lot younger than most of the people in Midas Touch, but yeah, she spoke to Keith Edwards, and he's not going to look bad in the article. But let's say that she didn't mention anybody. All right, like Ariana just said, a lot of these people have got chorus in their names. All right, let's do this scenario. Let's puzzle this out. All right, so Taylor doesn't name any names. She just doesn't say anybody's name, right? But the story comes out and it's about chorus. All right, but all these content creators have chorus, including ones that didn't even take the dark money, have got chorus on their bios, right? And when people start putting two together, they're like, you were fucking hiding this from us. What the fuck? You're part of chorus, right? And some of these people are part of chorus, but they're not getting the dark money. Now they get slimed too. I don't think that this has been like reasoned out too well.
In a way where it's like, so what? Why are y'all calling my name out? Whatever. The other people.
I gotta ask though, chat, a little ADH moment here. Is YouTube ever going to fix the issue where if you have a podcast and you list the number on your podcast, it turns into a hashtag? So I don't know if you know this, chat, but you get 3 hashtags, right? And what those represent is these are hashtags that you can click on. And if I click on this, like everyone that's, got a video with hashtag 138 in it, their videos show up kind of like in the order that they're posted, right? So that's what that is. More often, an intentional hashtag would be like hashtag Hasanabi, hashtag, presidential debate, hashtag, stuff like that, right? But YouTube, you can't put like number or anything without it turning into a hashtag. And it's like never useful. Do you want to watch the 138th episode of like a gazillion different podcasts that are random? Probably not. Like, probably not. That's kind of a worthless hashtag there. Anyway, chat, sorry. I got distracted. Let's finish this.
These creators, it puts them in a place where, like, they're being compromised.
To be fair to them, if they were like getting this money and they thought it was coming specifically from Chorus and they did not know about them being funded by 1630, I would understand that if they explained that, right? But if
none of them are saying that though.
Yeah, and if they had the full knowledge that this was from 1630, they had no idea who the funders was. Could be foreign, could be domestic, could be billionaires, millionaires. But if they had the knowledge that this was dark money and they took it, yeah, people are going to question your
Wait, a hashtag emoji? What, like in place of the number to not make it show up as a tag? I don't know.
reputation. Fuck around, find out. That's my just don't take dark money.
This
then.
is
if they didn't know, they didn't know.
This is exactly like it's a less elaborate version of it, but we all laughed when we found out that people like Tim Pool and what's his face, the fucking guy who used to be on TYT who became a right winger. I know there's a few of them.
Dave
Rubin. When we found out that they were being funded by Russia. Tenet.
Yeah.
But that's exactly how it played out for them in terms of there were hidden fucking companies and fake individuals. And like I said, this is a more elaborate version of what
Edward
Chorus was. But the end of
Gregorian.
the day was they were offered big money. They didn't know where that money was.
They were offered big money. They were offered salvia. They were offered a tour, sushi, and poker with the boys. All right, I had to go there.
It's coming from. So they just believed whatever they were told, looked the other way, and took the money. What is the difference? What is the difference?
Say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
One of my main problems with this article was that she smeared people like Elizabeth Booker Houston and basically kind of made this kind of like she inferred that, oh, Elizabeth Booker, like the people that are named in this article have not been forthcoming. They haven't posted about Chorus. No one knows where, like, they're a dark money group. They're a part of Chorus and they never posted it. Categorically false. Elizabeth Booker Houston is literally on the middle of the Chorus page, has been since they launched. Number one.
But she doesn't say that though. That's also a problem. People haven't read.
How many videos do you want Elizabeth to
Taylor doesn't say that, to be specific about what Matt's saying.
post? That she's in Chorus and she wants to fundraise. Is she supposed to post it every week?
You talking about Taylor doesn't say
videos.
that.
But Taylor Lorenz does not say that in the article.
She doesn't
She
directly
never
say that. But okay, can you? One second though.
Because
if you are named in that article, it is inferred that you are a part of this nefarious group who has not.
To be fair, David Rubin was worried that Gregorian may be woke. Yeah, if you read Gregorian had what is like a CV posted or something, and yeah, because it was from a Russian source, they just kind of took stuff from CVs, right? And yeah, it's very popular to kind of, I don't know, what would you call it, like woke wash in business. So a lot of the buzzwords and a lot of the terminologies read to a guy like Dave Rubin as woke. And but to like a Russian, they're just like, no, we just took like a CV of somebody else and we just saw, what are the words that keep on occurring in these CVs, and we put them in there. And yeah, it was funny. It was a very funny situation.
And you're a part of this whole like almost cabal that hasn't like posted or said anything. That's false.
That's not, but that's not though.
Another thing I want to say really quick. I know a lot of the smaller creators, what they were thinking when they signed it, I can't really speak to that. Okay. But the small creators that I know, the small creators,
yeah.
Go ahead.
Honestly, but the smaller creators that I know, they have all posted about Palestine. They have all been very vocal about Palestine. They have all been very progressive. They have, each and every one of them have posted things about the Democratic establishment that they don't agree with, right? I can't speak for the bigger ones like Olivia Juliana. I don't care for it. But for me, it's like, the problem that I have with the crux of this article is that a lot of left-leaning creators who are small are struggling to put food on the table. They are struggling to make ends meet. And I do hope that one day a group does come out where a contract like this is not needed, where you can just get funded and whatever you post or anything doesn't have to be questioned. Because I remember when I maxed out all of my credit cards and I had to move back into my dad's house. Like, I remember that. I almost lost everything trying to start this.
Shouldn't the
Ariana, Ariana, were you reached out to by Chorus to join the program?
I was.
You were?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Just interested. I wasn't trying to prove a point and like belittle you. I was just wondering.
By the way, a lot of us creators, like, we knew about Chorus because everyone posted about it. And I was invited to.
Why didn't you join it?
Huh?
Why didn't you join it?
Because Taylor Lorenz personally texted me and said that she was going to out me in her next articles. And I was like, all right, I don't want anything to do with this group or Taylor.
That's what Sarah was talking about.
I didn't know anything about their contracts. I just got their initial email. It was like, Chorus, join. And then I got this text from Taylor saying she's sending out me. And she basically sent me, she basically sent me these long paragraphs about, we all knew this hit piece was coming. We all knew for months. I knew for months. I texted her. I told her, I was like, hey, Taylor, a lot of political content creators don't trust you and they don't fuck with you. I'm just letting you know, because I know this piece is coming out. And she basically attacked me. She was like, I'm going to out you in my next article. I'm going to out you. I'm going to expose you. And I was like, all right, I don't want anything to do with Chorus. I don't want anything to do with you. I don't want anything to do with anyone, because my name Bennett, I ain't in it. I'm already Middle Eastern. Half the population of America already blames me for Kamala Harris losing. So I just want no part in it, or a Karen that wants to out me in her fucking articles. So I was like, I don't want anything to do with it. So I didn't apply.
Not the Leftism Mafia exclusive.
I mean,
how do you guys know
that's
each
what
other?
happened.
Why does she hate you? I don't understand.
It's about to really be a Leftist Mafia exclusive. Now, it's not as exclusive as it could. It's not as deep of a divulgement as it could be. But yeah, Ariana is going to show us proof that she was contacted by Taylor. Yeah, she called Taylor a Karen. That's Karening, apparently. I don't know. Taylor was like, there's too many black and brown people making too much money, and something inside me just won't let it be. Like, I got a Karen. I don't think that's a pretty disingenuous interpretation of her motives, but okay.
No, I think it's the other way around, honestly. I mean, confused. Well, I'll tell you, this is what it seems like to me based on the article. And, you know, I know Taylor Lorenz a little bit. I'm not like friends with her, but we've messaged each other before. She got these chat logs where creators are literally talking about, I mean, clearly there were creators who reached out to her who were unhappy with what was going on, because how else did she get the chat logs and literal copies of the contracts they were asked to sign? She has this evidence. If she didn't, she wouldn't have written the article. And if you don't believe she would take that level of care in her reporting, I could assure you Wired would. They, without a doubt, have evidence that everything she has in the article is one.
Oh God, chat! I just realized something. It is 4:45 where I am. I've made a pledge to my hostess to take down the garbage every day at this time. Is it okay if I mean, I'm sure this is Matt's content. I don't think he would have a problem with a little bit of a chair stream. I'm sorry I don't have Waluigi to put up in my place. I don't know. Maybe I'll put a dragon fruit within view. What do you think about that, Chad? I'll move the chair so we'll have it. It'll be a dragon fruit street, or no, yeah, dragon fruit and mango back there. I don't know how I'm going to eat these mangoes in time, chat. I tried to get one mango, and I paid what I thought. I bought what I thought was 1 kilogram. I don't know. I thought it said 1 kilogram of mangoes, which is usually like 1 mango. They gave me 3. They gave me 3 mangoes, and they gave me 4 dragon fruit. How am I supposed to eat that much fruit? Okay, I gotta do this. I'm gonna put this on. I wish I could listen to it while I'm doing it, but I'm gonna be going downstairs. The Wi-Fi does not reach that far. Wait for your hair. Okay, I'll be right back. Again, yesterday it took me like 2 minutes, so hopefully the same thing.
100% rock solid. So clearly there were creators who reached out to her who were unhappy. And I'm assuming that, Ariana's name or some, maybe even her conversation in a public forum or something is part of these chat logs that were handed to Taylor Lorenz. And that's why she reached out to you.
I was not a part of the chat at all. The people who were just
maybe your name was mentioned.
No, the people who were in that chat were people who had applied for chorus, and they were basically the cohort that were given the agreements, and they were all talking about it. I didn't even get to that point. I just got an email. Taylor just fucking hates me. She just has a personal vendetta against me.
I mean, she had to have known you were. She had to have known you were involved.
I put it on my mom who has stage 4 cancer. I never applied to chorus.
No, I'm not saying you did anything.
I had no part in this chat log that she got.
But I'm saying that someone in the chat logs could have said, "Hey, did you reach out to Ariana Jasmine? We're interested in her." That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying you had anything to do with it, but clearly she had some sort of tip that you were on their radar.
Well, and
also, can I just say,
even though the
wait,
whole
I haven't spoken yet. Can I just speak for a second?
Go ahead. No, go ahead, David.
Sorry, David.
There needs to be some anger directed at chorus. Like if there's going to be anger directed at Taylor Lorenz for this piece, I think that at least half the anger has to be directed at chorus for handing money to people like Olivia Giuliana and David Pakman. Like, this is supposed to be an incubator program, and you're giving David Pakman money. Why? Like, isn't that kind of weird? So if I get the anger that there needs to be money for creators, 100%. Then why are you paying complete losers like Olivia Giuliana and David Pakman money? Like, that doesn't make any sense to me.
David,
like,
he's just a small
that's a wasted
bean,
money that should be going to
pronounce
actual
APAC.
people who deserve it.
They got to train him, David. He doesn't know how to pronounce APAC. Is it IPAC? APAC?
I struggle with pronunciation too, though.
Yeah, David, I just want to answer your question. the logic behind that was that there would be a couple of like, not a couple, but like a smaller majority of bigger creators who would essentially mentor the smaller
Why
creators.
those two?
So the majority, I'm not a part of it. I didn't apply for.
I know. I'm just saying, like, it's interesting who they choose. Then,
yeah, that was the idea.
Yeah, no, I completely understand that. I'm just saying it's interesting who they choose. Like, instead of going to like, I don't know, Sam Cedar or like Kyle
They're
Kalinske.
not going to go but that's not what they're doing. And that's my problem with, like I was saying, the strategy that they go by, right? It's like, let's choose visibility. Let's choose people with these, who can, that's what I've been seeing over the years. And again, I've made my criticisms about that, about how the left is just choosing and creating funds for visibility, and influencers are people who have the capacity to give visibility to news or something or a certain somebody or whatever, instead of actually, like, to me, reaching out to, like you were saying, a Sam Cedar or one of y'all or me or us or whatever. They will go to the influencer with more people or more things. But my thing is, and so what, right? It's just a strategy that they're doing, though. If you're going to fund these people and they're not well aware of what's going on or things of that sort, it's problematic. But let me go back to you, Ariana. I don't like the way you say that if we're doing a piece or whatever, coming at you in the way that they came at you for even being mentioned, it's problematic. I don't think that should have been done like that anyway. You can't go around bullying people, and I get it. It's an investigative piece. You got to do what you got to do.
That's why I don't
in this moment.
That's why I don't.
How did she actually say it? I need to know. How did she actually approach?
I will literally pull up the text right now.
Oh, please! I want to see it. It's really interesting to me.
And I got a problem with them
Let
coming.
me just say, people in the chat, please be respectful to the panelists.
People who don't believe me, for people who don't believe me,
I believe she reached out to you. No, I believe she reached out to you.
Let's see.
I believe she reached out to you.
Also, I'm gonna clip. She's gonna clip me tomorrow on Twitter. I just already know it.
No one watches this fucking show.
Why would you say that, David?
Don't tell me to shut up in the chat. Be polite to the panelists, or I will fucking ban you. So don't talk shit about anybody you agree with or disagree with.
Mike doesn't.
I don't care which side you're on. Don't talk shit about our panelists.
I don't know her. I don't really know her work, but I don't disrespect it either. I know Olay has a relationship with her.
I just want to be very clear. I'm so sorry, Rebecca. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
The context of this conversation was that the first article that Taylor wrote about Chorus, it was when it had first launched, and she was making an argument that Chorus was taking advantage of creators. It was on her, I don't know, user mag or whatever. And she had essentially made this argument that Chorus was only taking people's money to scam people. That was her whole entire argument, which is why when I saw the Wired piece, I was like, which one is it? Are they scamming people or are they paying people? I don't know. The angle completely switched when it went to Wired, completely. And so she basically alleged that I was in support of creators getting scammed, which was not true. She said, but again, good luck siding with the rich men exploiting these young women and using their images non-consensually. Apparently, Chorus had put people's images on their website that was non-consensual. That was her reporting. I hope it works out wonderfully for you. I'll be sure, by the way, to make it clear in my follow-up pieces that creators such as yourself are standing with this behavior since you're eager to make it clear where you stand. And I said, hold on. I said, everything that I said is off the record. And if you put it in your article, you will hear from my lawyer, because we were having a normal conversation. She said, nope, sorry, that's not how off the record works. And your lawyer can explain that to you. I said, I don't consent to you using anything I said in any of your articles. I just don't. I'm sorry. It doesn't matter because you said it on the record. You and these, quote, other creators on the left, end quote, are so eager to align yourselves with an exploitive man taking money from young female creators and using their images without their consent. I said, no, I didn't. Everything I said is off the record. She said, nope, it's not. I'm sorry. Nope, it's not. Sorry. Off the record is a two-way agreement. I absolutely would never grant someone off the record status to defend a man exploiting young creators.
I'm glad.
See you in chat. I'm back.
I'm glad you're giving this to us, and I'm glad I went for it, because she's both right and wrong. Number one, I think it's inappropriate
using your power to threaten people.
No, hold on. I think she's inappropriate for the way she talked to you, without a doubt. That's as someone reaching out as a journalist. She added some color commentary that she was 100% wrong, and I think that's very inappropriate. I'm actually surprised.
Oh my God, chat, what do you think? What's your analysis of the color commentary offered? What do you think? Incubator is different. Yeah, exactly. This is what I'm trying to say. What is your assessment of the so now that we've heard Ariana read off at least some of the correspondence? Now again, this is one of those situations that I kind of understand. Like she could have showed us the messages, she didn't. She showed us like that there are messages. She does have, you know what I mean? Verification via her phone that she does have. Where the hell is Irene? Irene was Irene has taken out the trash, and by that, no, I do not mean Ethan Klein. No, I was taking out the we had a well. I mean, you had the. I don't know. Could you see that? Look, I don't have Waluigi with me, but I do have dragon fruit with me. So it was a dragon fruit stream. Ariana is hiding something. Well, okay, so no, like I don't know, like she's worried about Taylor coming after her. I don't think that's gonna happen, but given some of what would you call it, like bedside manner is like what you say with the doctor when the doctor's giving you bad health news. It's not exactly bedside manner, but like the way that she approached Ariana, I don't think she like assessed. Look, you do go hard on people. You do play tough when you're chasing a story, but you also, part of the skill of being a reporter is soft skills and people skills, and maybe Taylor, could have, threatened. A girl threatened Taylor with a legal process after she blew up and probably said regretful things. Okay, no, that's the other. So because we haven't seen the messages, right? We got some of the messages. These are, I'm going to assume, the messages that Ariana thinks are important, but we all got a subjective filter that's going to cause that to be cherry picked, right? Part of the reason she didn't show the messages is that if she shows some of the messages, then potentially Taylor shows more of the messages, and this can go back and forth, and I don't know. So I mean, it seems like she was scared by Taylor, right? And I don't think that's necessarily what Taylor was going for. So yeah, maybe I don't know, there's a better way to approach Ariana. Like I say, what did we determine? Did she got approached? Did she see a contract? Do we know that? What did Ariana think she'd get from this interaction with Taylor? She's not. I don't think she's trying to interact with Taylor. I think Taylor got her name, like Matt said, from the group chat or somebody that was a source on the inside. That Taylor, I think, had been approached, or that they had their eye on Taylor or something like that. So she gets a hold of Taylor. But she's kind of trying to flip her, I think, right? And one of the ways you could flip somebody is describe the downsides. Like, this article is going to go forward without your input. Are you sure you do not want to, there's a little bit of a good cop, bad cop. There's a little bit of an interrogation going on here, right? And this is just kind of, this is how real investigative journalism operates. Why was the story about powerful men using women's images? Oh, wait, why was the story about powerful men? Oh, yeah, why did she, do you support that? Yeah, the implication that Ariana's, okay with that, right? Obviously she's not, but I think that my, steel man of what Taylor might have been getting out there was that she doesn't think that Ariana is okay with that. And she thinks this might be the thing to flip her. No, I don't like that powerful men are using women's images to make money, right? I don't think that she read Ariana correctly, right? And being a journalist at a high level like Taylor Lorenz is all about those kind of, it's about playing hardball, but it's also about soft interpersonal skills. And I don't think that she, accurately gauged where Ariana was like, it's like, oh my god, I don't want to chat. We started off the stream talking about Persona 2, but there's an aspect in most Persona games like called demon negotiations, when you're fighting the enemies in Persona games are demons. And in addition to fighting them, you could also talk to them. You can also try to negotiate with them. And if you know the type of demon that you're dealing with, you will know the right way to approach. This is so weird that I'm using Persona to describe this, right? That they all have like kind of a different nature and like different approaches like work on them. And I think that Taylor thought that putting a little fear of God in Ariana was going to be the right way to make her flip. Obviously, it had the opposite effect, because I don't think Taylor was trying to push her away. That's the now Ariana thinks that Taylor's like fucking hates her guts and she's coming for her, but she didn't get mentioned. And I don't think she got clipped either. Is that right? She might have responded to was there like a back and forth between Ariana? Maybe that's the part we're missing, chat. Is there's something that happened on Twitter? I don't know how much of that was Ariana arguing with with other people on Twitter, and how much of that might have been an interaction between Taylor and Ariana, because I'm just not on Twitter like hardly at all anymore. I think Taylor was being professional and giving her a heads up. Yeah, that's what she's trying to do. Asking if she wanted to talk about her experience, Ariana decided to assume everything and started. Well, she got defensive. She got scared, and she really thinks. Well, she really thinks she was the main character. Was she the main character though on Twitter? Did that happen? Yeah, I don't think that Taylor clipped her. I also don't think it's because no one watches the Leftist Mafia, even if they're not, the leader in views. They are somewhat influential figures, and they have, more reach and more influence maybe than David. Look at this. We got Mike from the Humanist Report. We got Matt from, she was part of the Majority Report, also a journalist in his own right from Mashable, and produces an amazing. His own almost investigative journalism in terms of the scam economy, and really on the beat of a hugely important topic, and this is becoming more and more pertinent these days, right, with more shitcoin rug pulls and all the rest, right? Maybe in a different chorus piece. Okay, so there was a previous chorus piece where I think she was talking about the public facing aspect of chorus. Ariana probably thought Taylor just hated her, judging by how hostile that interaction got very quickly. I could see that. Anyway, like I said, there might be more to the conversation. We don't know that. But it doesn't sound like Taylor's got her hands full, all right? She's more concerned about attacks coming from the likes of Pacman and Cohen and all the rest of the high profile chorus people that have really gone the kill the messenger kind of route, and also doing media hits media hits and the Adam Friedland show. Yeah, she's gonna be on the Adam Friedland show tomorrow. I think that's what we're covering tomorrow. I have got to do a much shorter show though tomorrow, so I'm going to be trying to. It's weird though, because when I have to how I didn't stream Saturday, I didn't stream Sunday. I gave you a short stream, a breakfast stream on Monday. It's like when I feel like I've been away from my audience a little bit, it makes me want to just check in and talk to people more at the beginning. So, as much as I say I'm going to try to do a short stream, yeah, this is becoming a meme. This is becoming a joke. NCC says she'll do a real short stream 6 hours later, 8 hours later. First article about Chorus was about Chorus taking advantage of creatives. Okay. Yeah, I should have gone through. I'm surprised I did not go back and read that for us. Everyone is very defensive, ready for a fight. They are dead to us. So does anybody want to try to characterize the Twitter? I know that there was like, what was like, I've heard people say Ariana kind of got cooked on Twitter. I don't know, the full nature of that. If it was like started off with an interaction with Taylor, or if it was just that, she got defensive and became the person of the day, Twitter's favorite person, so to speak. They're still getting paid. As far as I know, Heidi, yeah, they're still getting paid.
Why she did that. Second of all, though,
I'm so sorry, not to cut you off. I am not the only creator that she's spoken to this way. She has spoken to a slew of creators. She has gone off on them. She has threatened their power on them. I'm not the only person.
And look, part of this could just be like, there's a huge difference in the world of an investigative journalist and the world of a TikTok creator, right? Just being real. Like, yeah, she may have rubbed like a number of people. I don't know though. I don't know, because that is, look. I mean, I feel like TikTok is, Taylor probably knows TikTok better than I know TikTok. I mean, new media is kind of her beat, so I'd expect her to. Maybe it's a journalist, content creator, culture clash. I'm not sure, but yeah, she's coming off as. I guess Taylor comes off as intimidating. Maybe she's doing that to try to bad cop, people into, giving her the information that she needs. Obviously, this had the opposite effect on Ariana. Ariana became the person of the day on Twitter thanks to the Cavernacle attacking her on that Twitter thread. Sorry, which Twitter thread, Fallen Gemini?
No, absolutely. The tone was inappropriate. However, though, she is correct that you gave her that information and you didn't say off the record until after you already told her that. So unfortunately, everything you said before that,
I didn't say anything to her. I said
whatever but you said,
which is why I wasn't in her next article, because she couldn't find shit.
Yeah. You did say that don't use any of this, don't report on this. This is off the record, right? Some people think that off the record works, like that if you just say off the record that a reporter can't use it. That's not true, right? To be off the record, you gotta establish that up front, right? Before you say anything, when you get approached, you gotta be like, is this off the record? You sure about that? And even if they say yes, if you give them something that's like in the public interest to know, that's important enough, it won't be off the record. You can't say off the record, I am engaged in major illegal corruption, right? Off the record, I saw Donald Trump, abuse like 6 children, right? That's gonna be reported on, all right? So there's limits even to off the record, even when it is invoked. And sometimes you'll say, can this be off the record? And the reporter will say, fuck no, it can't be off the record, right? You almost have to have a little bit of power, a little bit of leverage to get a reporter to agree to go off the record. A reporter doesn't want to be like your friend and fucking get compromised and not report on important details that are integral to the public record. That's a reporter that's fucked up if they do that, right? So yeah, it's a concept that people see on movies and stuff like that. And I don't think that a lot of people, completely understand and grasp that. And like, I don't know, although I feel like on TikTok or YouTube, like, I mean, I don't know if I like talk to, I'm trying to think of who. Right? I remember Cherry contacted me about the drama that I was involved in. And, Cherry was at the time reporting on like lore, right? Stories of the space, controversies and stuff like that. Now, off the record, I never requested that, or, it was never, like about that. But if Cherry had told me yeah, just speak freely. It's off the record. I wouldn't have necessarily trusted her, and it would have been smart to trust her. I know what the fuck Cherry's about. You know, at that time, I don't know what she's like now, but at that time, she was an absolute snake, an absolute garbage person. And I would have never, you know, told her something with the expectation that it would not be talked about on stream. But, you know, I mean, like, we kind of do this in content creation too, and it's even a little bit more nervous than it is on, you know, like if Taylor Lorenz, you know, tells you that you can talk to her off the record, assuming that you're not saying, like, given some huge revelation that's like in the public interest to know, yeah, it's probably going to be off the record. With a Twitch, you know, fucking drama leech, it's anybody's guess. But
I'm just saying though, because you said you didn't give her any, you didn't consent to anything being used, but she is correct. That's not how it works. You have to say that this is off the record beforehand.
I'm okay with that. I really am. My thing is, do not wield your rinky-dinky fucking Twitter cult following and threaten them against me. Like, I don't like that. I don't fuck with that.
So was it Taylor's cult? Was it Taylor's Twitter following, or was it like Cavernacle's Twitter following?
Unprofessional. You're kind of crazy. I don't like it. It's that simple.
I'm glad. What's the motivation from her side? I don't understand. Even like I don't know enough about Taylor Lorenz to have any opinion either way.
But
like, we follow each other on Twitter now, but I'm not like, you know, I'm not engaged.
Yeah, no, but that's the thing. I think that she has a big following. People respect her. Again, she's been on Olay's shows a couple of times. I've only seen her there. Whatever. A lot of creators that I see who they're afraid or just saying they don't want to speak about it because they don't want to align themselves with what would come from it. So they're just going to be quiet on it. They're not going to pick a side, or they're not going to speak about it. They're not going to have an opinion or a thought because her audience and she's a bit powerful in the audience.
The other thing that's annoying about Twitter and following that stuff, and the reason that I don't do it as much as maybe I should do, I think it's like a little bit boring for stream to cover Twitter stuff, and you know, although sometimes that's where the story is, right? And also it's so frustratingly hard to try to track down, because when something happens on Twitter, right, it's gonna like maybe start on one thread, and then, you know, you cover that, you look at all the replies of the thread, you find like a quote retweet, you go look at that. Now there's a thread under the quote retweet, right? But there's always going to be stuff like, yeah, then somebody made a completely new thread. And, you know, I don't know, you could try finding it by searching Taylor Lorenz, Ariana Jasmine. But even then, sometimes, like, you know, the thread will be like, you know, like the Twitter people are notoriously like it's insular. It's insular, right? It's written for people who are on Twitter all day, and they, you know, if you mention like a circumstance without mentioning the name because you don't want, say, Taylor Lorenz to find the thread, it might be, you know, you're gonna mention it, and then people that are reading you, oh, you're talking about Taylor Lorenz there, right? You know, and then, you know, how am I supposed to find that thread that now does not contain the keyword that I'm looking for? Maybe that thread is like the most relevant thing out there, and I just totally miss it. So frustrating. But yeah, if you're on, does Taylor have a huge audience? I mean, altogether, she's got a lot of reach, right? She's written for the New York Times. She's written for the Washington Post. This article was for Wired magazine. This article had a huge you know, impact, and because of this article, Taylor is doing media hit after media hit after media hit. So yeah, she's you know, it's not so much about like how big is Taylor's YouTube channel, how many views does it get, how many likes do her tweets get. It's more of a, you know, like she's on Adam Friedland. She's on like you know, the Vanguard. She's on, and you could say like with the Vanguard, like, it's kind of small beans, small boar compared to some of these other content creators. But that is a niche audience that Taylor obviously finds important. So she goes and talks to them, right? She's covering all of her bases and trying to on one hand sort of mobilize her support against this fucking army of parasocials for all these content creators and Brian Tyler Cohen, who is huge in his own right. And on the second level, get the story out to more and more people. I mean, this is her career, and she's pretty good at what she does, I would say. She she has reach, but I don't know if she has stance. Okay, so that's a good yeah. Does she have the engagement? Does she have people that does she have people that will fight for her? But that's why she's making the rounds to not just areas where people hate her guts like Destiny's community, but also to places where she's gonna find people that agree with her, like the Vanguard and like a lot of the other. She thought Chris Christopherson was Marshall Applewhite. Does he look like Marshall Applewhite now? I can only think the oldest version of Chris Christopherson I can even picture is his movie, this mini-series that he was in called America, spelled with a K, where the country is taken over by the Soviet Union, right? There was a fucking Cold War madness in the late 80s, right before the Soviet Union collapsed, right? Where they were like, oh man, we're going to get fucking rolled over by tanks, and they're going to use the UN to come and, like, I don't know, this fucking crazy movie called America with a K. Chris isn't Marshall? Oh my god, I didn't know that. Yeah. Maybe he looks like Marshall. I don't know. Maybe that's what we watched it there. I mentioned it. Wait. When did when did she say Marshall Applewhite is a we did watch something, Elephant Graveyard, I think, mentioned Marshall Applewhite in his latest Joe Rogan video. That's the only time the AI cult AI cult video? Oh wait, did Taylor do an AI cult video and she misidentified Chris Christopherson as Marshall Applewhite? Is that what happened? My dad produced an album for Chris Christopherson's ex-wife, Rita Coolidge. Mike from PA is a big fan of her. Sabby Sabs. Katie Halpert, yeah, Ryan Grimm, Crystal Ball. Now, I want to point out that Ryan Grimm and Emily, what's-her-fuck from Emily what's-her-fuck from Breaking Points, I wouldn't characterize them as being fans of hers. Also, she didn't go, I don't think, did she go on there to talk about this? I feel like so Breaking Points talked about this story maybe independently, but I feel like her most recent appearance on Breaking Points was to talk about the cell phones in schools issue, which recently she got shit on by the PodSave bros for.
In space where she can just say something and everybody will attack that person that either spoke against her piece, or whatever.
Her mom loves Chris Christopherson. He's kind of a legend for a certain generation, right?
So they got Beehive, everybody got their little hives, and she has her hive. But in this case, again, I know people who go for investigative journalism, and they'll, who are investigative journalists, and they'll go after people and they do all the things. But it is unprofessional. It's still a way to get a story, but I hate that she was just coming at you in that way, Ariana. That's terrible.
Right. It's not so much like the attitude or even the tone. It's the color commentary she added in terms of, oh, I guess then have fine. I guess you're fine with creators being scammed. That's the part that she should not have said, and I think that's inappropriate.
Again, that's like bad cop. She's doing like a bad cop tactic, right? The good cop, bad cop thing. The good cop is like understanding and is like, now listen, I've looked at this case and I can totally understand why you'd want to murder this victim. This person was a piece of shit, and it's totally understandable. Yeah, of course, somebody comes up and says that to you, you're going to kill the fuck out of them, right? I think that if you're open and honest with us, we can probably get you a pretty good plea bargain. I just need you to work with me. Here's a donut, here's a cup of coffee, here's a cigarette, and then the bad cop comes in, smacks the cigarette out of your mouth, spills the coffee in your face, and says, you're going down for life. You'll be lucky if you don't get the death penalty. We're coming at you. We're going to throw the book at you. You're in deep fucking shit. And your only chance is if you're totally honest with me, right? You know what I mean? It's like that kind of shit, right? I mean, I'm exaggerating, of course, but yeah, I mean, that's what Taylor was. It sounds like, bad cop, like, shit that Taylor was doing. I like Rebecca's take on this about the beehives.
Approach it that way.
Wait. Chris Christopherson played Whistler in Blade. I don't think I've seen that.
But
I understand with that in mind. Like, I understand why you had this response to the article, Ariana, given that
given your interactions
between
with
you
her.
two. Like, I would have felt the same way probably, where it's like, okay, well, I'm not gonna automatically. It doesn't matter that it's published by Wired. It's just this person in general I have a problem with, so I'm gonna dismiss it outright. I think that's a very human response. So I don't blame you for that at all. I would have done the same thing,
It's just that the reason why she was not able. So her first article about Chorus, she interviewed multiple creators. She quoted multiple creators. After that article, when every single creator within that article felt misframed, they messaged her. They were like, hey, can you take our quotes out? She said, no, that's fine. That's well within her right. Then it became a thing amongst, by the way, this is something that's more on the Instagram creator side, not on the YouTube or Twitch side. Like a lot of the
not
people
our world,
within
so I'm
Source-
so oblivious.
Yeah, a lot of the creators,
That's
and it's like 95%.
I only found out
of them
about
are
it
on the
because
Instagram side.
I logged in.
Yeah.
Just so you guys know. But then the second article, I don't know if you guys could notice, she was not able to get.
So just in case anybody's curious, I heard people mention the first article and the second article. First article was like months ago, early 2025, I think. Second article is the one that just came out.
A single quote from a single creator, because there is not a single one of us that trusts her anymore, because the interaction that I had with her has been the interaction that many creators have had with her. It's been very polarizing. It's been very mean, quite frankly. And I don't like getting spoken to that way. I'm sure many other creators didn't either. And so she wasn't able to get any quotes from anyone because no one felt comfortable speaking to her. So I really just wish Taylor would move more respectfully. I really do. Because I think if she did, she would have been able to get quotes. She would have been able to have creators that work with her.
Okay.
But unfortunately, the way that she speaks to people.
I gotta point out that as soon as Chorus was aware that Taylor was on to this dark money shit, that she was approaching people and trying to talk to them, a memo went out saying, do not talk to this woman. She has bad intentions. Ariana, is talking about her rubbing people the wrong way in the first article. That may be true. I don't know, but I do know that at least part of the non-response to the Wired article, which some of them eventually did respond right after the fact, and then disingenuous. Who the fuck was it? Was it? I can't remember. Somebody tried to portray. Oh yeah, girl with the microphone. That piece of shit, Ethan Stan. Girl with the microphone was saying, well, this is proof right here. There it is. This is, like they changed the article. They're walking it back. No, somebody who Taylor reached out to and did not respond reached out to Wired and said, actually, I would like to have my quote in this article. And Wired put the quote in the article. And for that kind of transparency and that kind of honesty and that kind of making sure all sides are heard, they were fucking lied on by a girl with a microphone. So yeah, she sucks for sure.
With me, I'm not an anomaly. It's very common, and it's just kind of alienated herself. Like people just don't feel comfortable with her. Like I'm one of them.
Oh yeah, good point, Ash Bradford. People did speak to Taylor, though. Yeah, they had people both in Chorus that had signed the deal, and people who had been approached for the incubator deal and had bad feelings about it and did not sign on to it. Talk to her. And yeah, Keith Edwards went on the record. That's the one name that comes to mind, just because I watch him sometimes.
Ariana, can I ask you a question about going back to the chorus offer?
Oh, reminds me of the time that Ben Shapiro freaked out talking to a conservative BBC guy. Yeah. The journalist isn't there to do puff pieces and be your friend. Yeah, and and it worked for him. Somehow his audience was like, yeah, that's right, the liberal media. It's like a fucking, he literally called this guy a liberal, and he laughed in his face because he's one of the more conservative guys at the BBC. He was like, no one that works with me, no one that knows my work would say that about me. You can call me a lot of things, but calling me a liberal is laughable, right? Jordan Peterson in the interview with What's Her Fuck. Do you remember the one, chat? She absolutely fucking peeled the bark off of that asshole, and he was able to portray it to his fandom as like, I'm being attacked because I'm speaking the truth, the liberal media.
I don't know, you might not have insight into this, but like for you had the foresight to say no to the chorus deal. And part of that was it hinged on like the drama surrounding it and all of this, the discussion. Do you know of like the other smaller creators that like we're not familiar with? If they because to me, and I'm just trying to like think it through, if I were a smaller creator in their position, if I knew that a journalist was like looking around in this particular
sniffing around
area, and I already had a little bit of issues with the stipulations in the contract, did any of them think before signing it, maybe there's something off here, maybe there's some red flags? Because like your response would have been my response as well, where it's like
Andrew Neil was his name.
Oh, okay. Like there's journalists who are asking,
the journalist that talked to Shapiro on the BBC,
questions about this, and everybody already has issues with this. Like my question is like, do you know why they chose to agree to this in the first place? Because no matter how small I was, I would have never agreed to those terms that were laid out. Maybe there's money.
Money.
It's a simple answer.
No. But I mean, like, maybe the contracts were different, but like, was it actually like when they took this, did they know that it's like this was coming from dark money, or did they have any like? I'm just curious if they knew like any red flags. And I know that you can't like speak for them, but like, did you get the sense that like they had any red flags?
It's fine. So I want to kind of give you guys some background. So Chorus is a 501c3 arm of a kind of like a political marketing agency called Good Influence. Good Influence gives a lot of creators,
here we go with
like
Good.
myself,
I forgot
I've
about
worked with them
this.
before,
Good Influence.
Video partnerships, more specifically on Instagram and TikTok. And so you always have to say that it's a partnered post. I only accepted partnerships that aligned with my core values like healthcare, Palestine, etc. Now, this marketing group called Good Influence, they do have partnerships that do align much more with the DNC. But then, for example, they don't reach out to someone like me to do it because they know that I won't take that partnership, right? Mm-hmm. So just to give you guys some background, a lot of these smaller creators know the CEO of Good Strategy. They know a lot of people that work there. We're all very close. And so when Good Strategy came out with this 501c3 called Chorus, it was just inherent for people to trust them because we have already worked with them in a different capacity. So that's one thing that I want to make very, that's one thing I want to make very clear. And I've worked with Good Strategy. They're great. They have partnerships that range from super DNC and Cory Booker, vibes to people like me who take them that are Palestine and healthcare related. It just really depends what you accept and what you're open and willing to take from them, right? Now, I also want to make something very clear. The people who got 8,000 within that group were the ones that were the top.
Okay, so just to correct something really quick, Chorus is a 501c4. 501c4. 1630. 501c. They're both 501c4s. Just making sure.
Here, a lot of the smaller creators did not even make 1,000 a month. which I also think the article kind of failed to acknowledge. A lot of the smaller creators did not even make close to $1,000 a month. They got like $400, $500 stipend. The bigger ones, obviously, like, you know, the bigger ones that were probably mentioned were more than likely on the 8,000 spectrum, but a lot of the smaller ones, like not everyone was getting paid 8,000. Actually, I would say a majority was not getting paid 8,000 a month. The stipends were a lot smaller. Now, as far as whether they knew what they were signing up for and such like that, I don't really know because I wasn't a part of these group chats. I didn't even apply. I wasn't a part of the conversation. I didn't even know when the incubator started. So unfortunately, I can't really respond to that. But what I can say is that a lot of the smaller
Sarah,
creators are.
I just looked it up, and I don't think either is a 501c3. Yeah, that was a mistake. They're both 501c4s.
Newer in this.
As far as I know, Chorus does divulge its. I think Chorus divulges its contributors. Wait, I don't know. I could be wrong. I don't want to speak out of pocket without knowing for sure. But yeah, 1630 is the dark money. This is the group that we know that's dark money, and because 1630 funds Chorus, it's kind of like it functions as a dark money pass through, right? So that the Chorus isn't receiving necessarily dark money, but they're getting it through 1630
space, whereas, like, for example, I started 3 years ago. A lot of the bigger ones started 5-6 years ago. The smaller creators like kind of got jump started a year or two ago. So that wisdom that I have been able to develop throughout the years, I wouldn't expect them to have either. So I can't necessarily from the group chat, from the Signal group chat that Taylor had highlighted in her article, because I read the whole article, even though chat tries to say I didn't, I did. It seems like they were all speculating and they weren't happy with the contract. So I wouldn't be surprised if they kind of knew, but also I think it's more of a conversation of that trust was already there because of the nonprofit arm that it was getting built off of. And yeah, like that's kind of what I would say about that. I think once again,
I think the trust is more likely there because of the large creators that were involved. And
no,
that's why they were.
Therefore, no. The smaller creators have worked with Good Strategy too. Like the CEO of Good Strategy is very much the CEO of Good Strategy, and Brian Tyler Cohen came together and they created Chorus after the elections. So a lot of the smaller creators, the bigger creators, the first people that they actually reached out to join Chorus were people who have worked with Good Influence on a partnership level, which is why you guys probably didn't get the invite because you guys have never worked with Good Influence.
Is she still on this idea that they're like jealous or something? Jesus Christ. I mean, look, I know sometimes jealousy can result in like, people, I don't know, attacking each other. She's it's not like the kind of thing doesn't happen. It happens on on Twitch, it happens on YouTube. But wow, yeah. Even them mentioning like, why did they choose these people instead of like Sam Cedar or Kyle Kulinski? Again, it's like arguable whether like Sam's almost too big to like need that money. I don't know. You could probably help him. No, I shouldn't say that, Chad. Obviously, Majority Report's very influential. Sam's doing fine for himself, but the studio's kind of small. It's got a dog outside that you sometimes hear. You get to hear the I don't know. They could soundproof the studio. It's not like it's not a super fancy place. It's not like, it doesn't look like Breaking Point's in there or like the Tim Pool, the Timcast, right? So yeah, I mean, I guess Sam could do something with it. Kyle, what would Kyle do with it? But yeah, it almost sounded like they were like, yeah, why didn't you give that money to Sam Cedar? Yeah, Sam Cedar's a good person. Why are they giving it to these, TikTokers, right? And it sort of makes sense. If your whole thing is like, helping the left, and there's no contract, there's no gilded cage, there's no mechanism of control in there, then definitely like direct a lot of that money, downscale to try to grow like tomorrow's talent, grow people. There was younger voters are very important, but yeah, I don't think I'm afraid that got taken as like, yeah, you should give it to Sam Cedars. Yeah, like I don't know. I don't think that's what they were saying. I think they were just throwing him out there as like a name, right? But given the fact that there are I think there's a lot of recipients of the money that aren't really going don't have a lot of maybe as much potential, right? And even supporting like a small creator with potential is a little bit of a risky bet. But it does start to sound like the issue with Progressive Victory, where they paid $2,000 a month for Xander Hall to make sure that they had Xander Hall on their side, getting the good message out to his 100 viewers, and watching his dusty basement streams. I don't know. It feels like maybe that money could have been a better spent. They're paying Connor Points, who's a fucking conservative. There was a lot of the PV money, is very questionably directed.
So that's another thing. This article left out a lot.
Probably other reasons, but I'll accept it.
Right, but guys, I'm just as leftist as you guys, and that's another thing. This article left out a lot.
Probably other reasons, but
probably didn't get the invite because you guys have never worked with good influence. So that's another thing. This article left out a lot.
Probably other reasons, but I'll accept it.
Right, but guys, I'm just as leftist as you guys, and they still invited me to apply. Right?
I hear what you're saying, and I totally. So Ariana, again, I hated that you got, hold on. I hate that you had to go through that. And I hate that even for you're around people, your peers, they fighting for their life right now. And they, and things of that sort. But again, I want to focus on this whole term of dark money. I understand you getting money from billionaires, you're getting backed by billionaires, all these things. It's a problem, right? And I feel like, but there are other people who have been working in politics who have been backed and funded by billionaires and things of that sort. As people are making, and I'm saying that because people are in the comments saying,
I don't think it's necessarily a problem to get funded by billionaires, right? I think you gotta be real with yourself, and you gotta ask yourself why the billionaire is funding you, and you gotta check the contract. It's more about the contract stipulations, right? Yeah, you should get paid. And if there's some fucking billionaire out there that's seen the light, like there wasn't one billionaire, Chad, that was the Majority Report that talked about this guy that was saying income inequality, and it was a little bit self-interested, right? I think he was partly like worried about a guillotine type situation that might be awaiting him in the future, right? But there could be a billionaire that's donating money that doesn't have strings attached to it that are going to pull you in the wrong direction. But you gotta. It's not about the being funded by billionaires, right? It's not about like some kind of weird idea of purity. Wow, I just noticed this. Rebecca's background is like beautiful. I'm just saying this because I was looking at a few apartments that had those kind of like glass separators. God damn, that's a nice apartment. Anyway.
And you shouldn't be backed by billionaires, all that other stuff. So many of the creators have been backed by billionaires for their political takes. One of the first places I worked at, I didn't know a thing, just got into politics over 10 years ago, was working for these white folks, and they were being backed by billionaires taking their funds for us to be able to do what we were doing at the time, and those type of things. And that's how I got paid. Now, I found out after the fact, and the whole thing, Ben and I, we were working at the same place. But a lot of these people take money from billionaires and things like that. And for them, it's called like political funding or whatever. And here now, everything is associated. People are calling everything now they're going to start using, and we'll see that more often, dark money, dark money, dark money, dark money, dark money. When people were just thinking, oh, finally I'm getting paid for or doing, or, finally as an influencer or a creator, I get to be attached to something that's paid.
Yeah. Omidyar, Pierre Omidyar is a billionaire, and Taylor's on the, the writer in residence program that Matt applied for as well.
Paying me to do some work or whatever.
Matt's doing some
because
good
that's
work.
what people do online.
That is actually.
Go ahead.
Just to kind of like follow up on the dark money thing in particular, you're right that people are definitely going to say that. Like, oh, if you get Patreon, that's dark money. People on the internet are going to touch it.
We're going to start seeing that because it's such because of, again, I am all down for the exposés, the talking about transparency, talking about better strategy, talking about, where this money is going and who they're funding. But a lot of the people that, even Taylor Lorenz herself, has been backed by billionaire-owned or companies or whatever. And people call that political funding, and that's okay, and things like that. But now the association and this phrase of dark money for people to me want
really is
aware.
a
And
little bit
again, I'm not talking about the
frustrating.
people that y'all know that are not.
This whole ass conversation took place, and Rebecca still does not seem to understand what makes it dark money. It did. Like that it's just a word for a way to say I don't like your funding, or I don't like the, I don't know. It does have a definition. I don't know how much they've drilled in on that in this conversation, but yeah, it is. It's not just a subjective term that you apply to funding that you don't like.
That that are just online being defensive, but in a broad manner, but because they're probably getting other money from other places or other things. But these other people who really thought, okay, this is an opportunity or whatever. That to me, like, we're going to start seeing so much vague spaces, so much gray areas because of this. And
people need to be clear about that, because dark money is specifically it's designed.
Putting the Lorenz on the same level as someone some AstroTurf monster like Barry Weiss,
Like these groups are set up, why they call them dark money groups, so you can skirt disclosure laws, and that's
you don't know who's funding Mike, them. You're so wonderful.
What the lawyer
thank you, Mike.
In the article was quoted as doing. So it's like, oh well, since we're set up this way, we don't have to disclose this, and that really, to me, I would not if you're taking billionaire money. I think that is something that we can see,
dark already,
disclose and say, okay, well, you're taking money from this billionaire. This billionaire has interest in this, so maybe I don't trust you on this. But if you take dark money, it's just a big shadow. We don't know where the funding is coming from. So that's why I think that the disclosure is so important, because with you getting funded, presumably from investors, when you were working at your outlet, I view that as so different than dark money.
But that to me, there are billionaires who were they didn't give a damn about the cause. It was just about putting this little show on and doing. When I was back at FAMU, graduated, was reached out for an opportunity to work at what became the Black News Channel, and they were supposed to be backed by right wingers. That's who was funding that. That was so. It wasn't that they gave a damn, and it wasn't that they gave a damn about it. It was just having this channel out there that's going to make money. Don't let nobody know who's really backing it. Then the articles came out. FAMU decided to pull out from it. All this other stuff. The articles came out about who's going to run it or who's going to do whatever. But it still came out, and your favorite journalists and them got paid for it because it was a job. And some other, I'm telling you, there are a lot of. I believe this, and I know this with everything in me. Not just because these people are yelling and they're backing, they're saying, oh, this is dark money and things like that. By definition right now, because I'm pretty sure it's going to change or be more defined. People that are saying, that this funding is dark money have also been funded by something similar in some way, shape, or form. I know this, like the bigger creators, and I know this for sure, especially on the left. And so,
sorry, can I just go in? I gotta go to bed. I'm
okay. Sorry. No,
I'm
gonna head out too. Y'all know I ain't never been here this long, but yeah, good night, David.
So I just want to shout out Lawn Gnomes, JCass, Kowalski, and Jacqueline. You guys will read my super chats if you're staying on later, but
we have 100 super chats.
Oh shit! I just realized.
Why don't we talk about this?
Are you really all here this long?
We gotta wrap it up because we gotta read the super
Why
chats.
did we talk about this?
Yeah,
Who brought this up? Which one of you brought this up? God damn it!
I did because it came up. I did because it came up.
It was not me. It was not me.
Ariana.
But I transitioned from Drewski.
Guys, I'm glad we have to fight for my life on Twitter tomorrow. Like I already know.
And I'm so sorry about that. I'm so sorry about that.
I'm glad we had this conversation because people were interested. I think it's important. I think this is an important conversation. And
people should disclose their funding.
Yes, and it's between people.
I think we all agree there. That's a good that's a good place to. That's a good place of agreement, right? Because like we have different angles and different perspectives and different like interactions. So I think that ultimately is the through line where we all agree. Yeah, disclose it. And don't take dark money because it's insidious. That would be mine. But I hope you both didn't feel like attacked because you have 3 men against 2 women.
I mean, we're gonna
disagree, and I think it's healthy.
Yeah, as long as y'all don't you don't come disrespectful because I don't play that. But other than that, we're gonna disagree. We're gonna have to. We're not all gonna think the same thing.
I'm glad we disagreed because I think this was a good conversation to have between people.
It's less
who
boring
because
we always agree on every fucking thing. So it's nice to talk amongst friends where we trust each other and we can hash this out.
I wish we disagreed on things more, honestly.
It's always the most entertaining shows. Like when I was melting down after the election, like we had the highest viewership because I was just like attacking you all for no reason.
What?
I don't think Ariana and Rebecca were on that night, but like people like it. But I mean, like it's nice to like talk this out when you don't have to feel like you're gonna be accused of being a sellout or Mike's just purity testing and he's gonna purify himself into oblivion. Like I think these are important conversations that we do have to have, and the discourse about this has been going on all week.
Yeah.
So
and I figured, I just figured like y'all must know her, so that's why I brought it up. I brought it up because it's a conversation. Again, I'm on a different side of it, but I do think that transparency 100% is a thing. But I know people are afraid, and that's another conversation for another day. But they're afraid to speak to or about bigger creators because they think that they'll be either blacklisted, attacked, or whatever to disagree with a bigger creator. So, but yeah, let's get to these super chats.
I mean, we just Mike and I just disagreed with one of the biggest YouTubers in politics, the guy who created
Tyler Cohen.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm not sitting here afraid of that. I mean, Brian Tyler Cohen is a huge.
And I just wanted to point it out once again. Rebecca said, I feel like there's going to be, more people, that even the people like, calling out this dark money, they've received something like dark money, even if it's not technically. No, there's nothing like dark money. All right. This isn't like a slippery slope. This isn't a gray area. This is like one of many. I mean, right. It's a very unique problem. The problem is that fucking Citizens United allowed this shit to happen, right? Allows for groups to be formed that don't disclose their donors, so somebody can basically fund, a political, effort without having their fingerprints on it, right? That's the problem. That's the problem with dark money. And there isn't anything like dark money, or there isn't anything that's kind of dark money or like gray money or anything. No, there's dark. It's darker. It's you shine the flashlight on it like Pierre Omidyar did when he called out. And there's actually other people that have I think copped to their their donations to 1630. I think George Soros is or I don't know which of them have identified it themselves and which of them have been outed for it, but I think George Soros has money in there. I think there's maybe a few other monetary sources within that, not because they had to, not because 1630 disclosed it, but because these people wanted to, disclosed themselves as a source of, and named their donation, said, in this year I donated this, and this year I donated this, right? So it's a good lesson and reminder that Brian Tyler Cohen and friends should not be the ones restructuring. Hell no, they are not at all. Like, yeah, look, I'm not against the idea of like working with certain liberals in order to defeat Trump's fascism, right? But I gotta go back to Chapo. All right, we tried their way. We tried their policy. If they want to work together, they got to come to us, right? We have been coming to them, supporting them, because electorally we got nowhere else to go for years and years and years and years. This has been a failure. There's a real liability that liberalism has. Like, chat, it's like paper, rock, scissors, right? And liberalism is, I don't know, like a rock, and populist conservatism, lean all the way into fascism is the paper, right? They're getting wrapped. And they're thinking, no, we just got to build a bigger rock. We'll bust through that paper. No, you fucking won't. Paper wraps rock, okay? If you want to beat paper, you need scissors. So we got to scissor fascism to death, all right? We gotta get those scissors and bring them together, chat. You know what I'm saying? We need scissors to fight paper, okay? Or fire. Anyway.
But millions of followers, bigger than the Majority Report in terms of viewership.
Today, if you look at my channel, I put out a video attacking David Packman.
Yeah, exactly, BKK. It shoved our Overton window to the point that fascism is, first that fascism was possible, first that fascism was not, too far outside of the Overton window to even be acceptable anyway, and yeah, now to where it's like inevitable. Scissoring fascism to death, interesting choice of words. Chad, I'm saying we got to take the scissors to this paper and snip through that, okay? Just the scissors. Anyway, chat, clip it and ship it. Exactly.
I think it was justified. It was
not you whispered, because I didn't catch it.
I put a video criticizing David Packman.
I don't blame you on that
Mike's
one,
afraid.
man.
Mike's afraid. That's why he's whispering.
I don't want to be, because I am always accused of trying to do the circular firing squad. I think that there are some things that you just have to call out, and I specifically focused on these frivolous defamation lawsuits. That's I didn't do a video about this on my channel. We talked about this last week and I shared my opinions and whatnot. Done. But then the whole, I'm gonna sue over this or threatening to sue, that was a different level, and that changed the discourse. So that's my criticism. But yeah.
Also, chat, I love how also thank you, chat, for listening to me, because I feel like the energy shifted once I read the text. Y'all were all right, I get it. Thank you so much. I've been holding this in my heart for so long, because I haven't I don't like getting into Twitter spats with people. I really do not. I'm actually probably gonna log off of Twitter because I already know this is gonna get clipped out.
No, I'm glad you read it, because
that was an exclusive. That was a Leftism Mafia exclusive.
Sarah says it was those guys that got the private meeting with Kamala where they discussed Gaza and agreed that it would be too much of a... I saw, unfortunately, people in the Twitch, YouTube ecosystem, people that I probably have some overlap with, saying, very similar things about Gaza. And they thought that they were helping the Kamala campaign, when what the Kamala campaign needed was tough love. Or maybe just toughness, right? They need to face their moral bankruptcy, and that was the only thing that might have saved that campaign. And don't say who if you know, okay? Because I'm not trying to. I don't know how I feel about this. It's like somebody I used to raid, and do not any longer raid for that reason. But anyway, do.com. That's exactly right. We can scissor fascism until we can come to an explosion of left-wing populism. Yeah, that's right. All right, chat. That is going to have to be it for me. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for supporting me. Thank you especially those of you who stayed through the big F, right? That's the biggest F that we've had in a long time. And, it did look like oh my God, my face has got, I feel like I got mango all over. This is what happens when you eat a mango seed, right, chat? You can kind of cut the mango into squares, and you can scoop it out, and you kind of sort of avoid getting super messy with the outside of the mango. But the fucking seed, if you want to eat the part around the seed, you just got to go. You got to go in there. You got to get messy. You know what I'm saying, chat? You gotta put your face in there and just go to town on that juicy mango until all of the juices are just all over your face. And that's what I did tonight. So yeah, definitely not the most professional look in the world. Scissoring fascism clip will be up on my channel shortly. Thank you, Joel. I probably have a big, I probably have mango juice dripping down my dripping down my chin as I'm talking about scissoring. But anyway, I'll try to clean up my act by tomorrow. I don't know. I need to get the power converter, mouse. I kind of want headphones, but the cheapest headphones that I can find, chat, are like I probably need a pair of wired headphones, but I know you can get wired headphones for $20, including I'm thinking about going with the USB-C ones, right? Because those ones you can use on your phone, right? The phone has like a USB-C connector, and the other option is to just get a 1/4 inch, which would work for my it would work for my laptop, but it wouldn't work for my phone. I think I'm gonna, since I have a USB-C on both of them, I think I'm gonna go for the USB-C. If I end up getting it again, $20. I know this sounds weird, chat, to say that $20 is expensive, but I'm used to paying Thai prices. I'm used to paying Thai prices for everything, and $20 big, I don't know, it becomes a lot of money, especially going through the summer, which is the lean time when it comes to streaming and when it comes to being able to support my stream. So thank you again to everybody who supports the stream in whatever way that you do it. If you can do it financially, that's great. That's awesome. I need that just to survive and keep doing this content. But you can do it in other ways too, and you know what I'm talking about. You can do it with your thumbs. You can do it with your fingers. You can scissor. No, sorry, I gotta stop, chat. I'm incorrigible here. And use Sony earbuds, super cheap in Asia. $10 in North America. Oh, okay. Need an adapter for the phone. Oh, that's right. I forgot adapters exist. Those are a thing. I should probably just get earbuds, and I'm not finding Sony. I'm finding a lot of Chinese brands. Maybe I'm looking at the wrong store or something like that. But yeah, the cheapest I've seen so far is $20. But please don't go cheap. Sometimes they can cause hearing problems. Mostly they break and add to the landfill. We don't want that. We don't want that for sure. But yeah, again, thank you to everyone who supports me in whatever way that you choose to do. Speaking of which, a great way to support me is on Patreon. In fact, one of the benefits of supporting me on Patreon is to hear your name read out and shouted out at the beginning and end of each stream. Let me go ahead and do that now. Shouts out to Oral Ellipsis. Shouts out to Temporal Insanity. Shouts out to Steven Sayers. Shouts out to Funky Monkey. Shouts out to Sarah. Shouts out to Nadia Yvette. Shouts out to Noi Noib. Shouts out to Jules K. Shouts out to JMB. Shouts out to Izzy Mandia. Shouts out to Infallible Fowl. Shouts out to Good for Gabby. Shouts out to Emily French. Shouts out to Direful. Shouts out to Choky. Shouts out to Buffy Geek. Shouts out to Big Owl. Shouts out to Animus. And a fancy schmancy shout out even to Zara Xerix, to Rachel K, to Crystal Saphira, and to Omega Star. All right, with that being said, chat, that's gonna do it for me today. I will try to be back on tomorrow to cover what the Adam Friedland, Taylor Lorenz, Adam Fried. I keep on wanting to say Adam Friedland, not Adam Friedland. Taylor Lorenz on Adam Friedland. It should be interesting. I don't know how it'll go, chat. I mean, you know how Adam Friedland is. He's got like a different dynamic with different people, and some people, even people that you like and enjoy, like the Hasan on Adam Friedland. I don't know. It feels like Hasan's in on too many of Adam's jokes, so it doesn't really work. Whereas, there's a lot of people that he had, a lot of people you wouldn't think that are fun to watch or don't even like, right? The Chris Cuomo one, I mean, it's kind of confrontational, but that one was really cool. The Chet Hanks one was really cool. There's a lot of, but anyway, we'll see how it works out. We shall see. All right, so I'm gonna peace out here, and I will see you again tomorrow.